eu fico com a pureza da resposta das crianças. É a vida, é bonita e é bonita. Viver e não ter a vergonha de ser feliz. Cantar e cantar e cantar a beleza de ser um eterno aprendiz.
Ai meu Deus, eu sei
que a vida devia ser bem melhor e será, mas isso não impede que eu repita. É bonita e é bonita.
viver a vida,
Viver e não ter a vergonha de ser feliz. Cantar e cantar e cantar a beleza de ser um eterno aprendiz. Ah, meu Deus, eu sei que a vida devia ser bem melhor e será, mas isso não impede que eu repita. É bonita e é bonita. E a vida o que é? Diga lá, meu irmão. Ela é a batida de um coração. Ela é uma doce ilusão, mas e a vida? Ela é maravilha ou é sofrimento? Ela é alegria ou lamento? O que é, meu irmão? Há quem fale que a vida da gente é o nada no mundo. É uma gota, é um tempo que nem dá um segundo. Há quem fale que é o divino mistério profundo. É o sopro do Criador, uma atitude repleta de amor. Você diz que é luta e prazer, ela diz que a vida é viver. Ela diz que melhor é morrer, pois amada não é, pois o verbo é sofrer. Eu só sei que eu confio na moça e na moça eu ponho a força da fé. Somos nós que fazemos a vida, como der ou puder ou quiser.
sempre desejada.
Por mais que esteja errada, ninguém quer a morte, só saúde e sorte. E a pergunta roda e a cabeça gira. Eu fico com a pureza da resposta das crianças. É a vida, é bonita e é bonita. Viver e não ter a vergonha de ser feliz. Cantar e cantar e cantar a beleza de ser um eterno aprendiz.
Ai meu Deus,
Eu sei que a vida devia ser bem melhor e será, mas isso não impede que eu repita. É bonita e é bonita. Brasil, meu Brasil brasileiro, meu moá prisioneiro, vou cantar-te nos meus versos. O Brasil samba que dá bamboleio que faz gingar. O Brasil do meu amor, de nosso Senhor. Brasil, pra mim, Brasil. Oh, abre a cortina do passado,
tira a mãe preta do cerrado.
bota recongo no congado. Olá!
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to everyone who are with us in person and to everyone who is watching us on YouTube. Once again, welcome to the 14th edition of the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropists and Social Investors. My name is Andrea Ranai, project manager and consultant at IDIS, and it will be my honor to host this event for one more year. And I start the day very emotional and touched by this incredible presentation from the young people from Casa José Couto, an institution that has been working for almost 40 years in a neighborhood in the south region of São Paulo for promoting the social and professional integration of children, young people, and adults. Thank you very much to each and every one of you. That was very special. I think hope is pulsating in all of us now. And a special thank you to Ms. Guglietti and all the teachers and coordinators for organizing this moment. I'm sure you have noticed that this year we have moved to a new venue. We'd like to thank Casa Melhoramentos for hosting us here. I would like to welcome our interpreters, both for spoken language and sign language, that are promoting accessibility in our event. And I will describe myself right now to include those with visual impairments. I have yellow skin, I have brown hair, shoulder length, and my pronouns are she and her. I am wearing orange pants and a beige shirt. Throughout the event, we have simultaneous translation available both in Portuguese and English. Our audience in person can use the headsets available on your tables, and they're also available at the reception. Just remember to return the headsets where you got them, or make sure you hand them to one of our staff. Those who are watching us online can follow this event in Portuguese on our YouTube channel and in English by the Alliance Magazine YouTube channel. The Brazilian Forum of Philanthropists and Social Investors is a joint effort from IDIS, the Institute for the Development of Social Investment, CAF, and Global Philanthropy Forum. Before we start our agenda, I would like to thank everyone who has worked for organizing this event and our sponsors who have made this event possible. Our master sponsors, Fundação Bradesco, Fundação Itaú, Fundação Sicredi, and Movimento Bem Maior. Our gold sponsors, ArcelorMittal Foundation and Fundación Mafre. Our silver sponsor, Moto Foundation, and our bronze sponsors, Fundação Bracel, Fundação Grupo Volkswagen, Fundação José Luiz Setúbal, and CICOB Institute. And our institutional sponsor, UNICEF, and Alliance Magazine and the Stanford Social Innovation Review Brazil, our media partners. Now we will watch two videos, one from IDIS and another video from our master and gold sponsors. Every day, strategic philanthropy reassesses its values, and IDIS, present at every step of private social investment, does the same, side by side and also inside. We believe in the power of the collective, and we only do what we do because we are made of people. People who make it happen, people who bring us together, people who organize. We join efforts and resources. We go from an idea to action. And together we can build a fairer society, and we can contribute for the reduction of social environmental inequalities in Brazil. So since 1999,
Inspiramos,
We have inspired,
apoiamos e
supported,
ampliamos o
and
investimento
expanded
social
social
privado e seu
investments from the
impacto
private
positivo,
sector and its
trabalhando
positive
junto
impact,
a indivíduos,
working together
famílias,
with
empresas
individuals,
e
families,
organizações da
companies,
sociedade
and
civil
civil
em
society
ações que
organizations in
transformam
actions that can
realidades.
transform our reality.
Passo de cada vez.
One step at a time.
É desafiador? Sim.
Is it challenging?
Mas
Yes.
quando nos juntamos,
But when
o
we
que
work
podemos
together,
gerar para o mundo é
what we
muito
can
maior
produce
do
to the
que
world
nós.
is much
Ainda
greater
bem.
than ourselves.
IDES,
IDES,
desenvolvendo o investimento
developing
social.
social investment.
A Fundação ArcelorMittal é a organização dedicada ao investimento social do grupo ArcelorMittal, maior produtor de aço no Brasil e líder no mercado global. Há mais de 3 décadas, buscamos gerar impacto social positivo no país. Nesse período, mais de 12 milhões de pessoas já participaram das nossas iniciativas. Existimos para alavancar o desenvolvimento social com atuação em educação, cultura e esporte. E agora também na perspectiva social da economia circular. É assim que criamos oportunidades que realizam o potencial humano. Fundação ArcelorMittal, por uma vida de oportunidades.
Se eu tivesse que escolher, não daria um passo atrás. Lutamos a mesma luta e juntos podemos mais. Que nada, ninguém nesse mundo me dá o que você me dá.
And now, to officially open the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropists and Social Investors 2025, I would like to call on stage Ms. Maria José Cury, President of the Board, or Chairwoman of the Board at IDES. Well, after such an incredible performance, it's impossible not to feel hopeful. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be here, officially opening the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropists and Social Investors 2025. I will start by describing myself. I'm a white woman with brown hair, shoulder length. I'm not wearing reading glasses anymore. I'm wearing a dress. It's a beige with black print. And today I'm wearing a new hat as well. I've been a board member at IDES since 2016, but only recently I became the chairwoman of the IDES board. I feel flattered, honored, and above all, committed to strengthen our ecosystem of philanthropy that becomes more strategic and transformative. IDES IDES has 60 staff members and organizes dozens of projects every year. And we have expanded our new office and our scope of work. I have been very proud of the work we have done so far, with a constant focus on expanding our contribution on building initiatives that can transform society. Over the years, besides participating on the expansion of IDES, I could also follow the development of philanthropy and private social investment in Brazil. I saw the record mobilization that took place during the pandemic, the engagement of new philanthropists, innovative projects that combine public and private resources for the greater good, the strengthening of community philanthropy in Brazil, and a growing attention to the measurable impact to equity, climate, and now I also follow the new perspectives in the use of technology and artificial intelligence to leverage our positive social environmental impact. And I have been to many forums. I have witnessed the growth of our community of philanthropists. This is a very powerful meeting for us. It is an opportunity to learn, to create connections, and get inspired. And especially this year, this is an opportunity to become hopeful. I hope every panel discussion and every presentation can help us answer what can my organizations, and what can we together do more and better? What new efforts we can develop. I would like to say thank you to our sponsors, to our speakers, and to the whole team for making this event possible. And also thank you to everyone who are watching us, both here in person and online. Now I'll hand the floor to the CEO at IDES, Ms. Paula Fabiani.
Vamos lá.
I am very nervous. It's a new venue for us, so many new things, but let's do this. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. It's a great pleasure. I was very touched by the performance at the opening, and I think we're going to have a great day together. And again, it's a great joy to welcome all of you here. And also good morning to everyone who is watching us online everywhere in Brazil and the world. Maria José or Zezé, thank you for the kind words. And also thank you to Casa Couto. It's very beautiful to see children. It's impossible not to feel hopeful. And they always makes us believe we can build a better world. So a special thank you to all the children who have performed for us this morning. My name is Paula Fabiani. I'm CEO at IDES. I'm a white woman. I'm 54 years of age, short brown hair, brown eyes. I wear reading glasses, and today I'm wearing a black suit and a yellow shirt. This is the 14th edition of the Brazilian Forum of Philanthropists and Social Investors. And this year, we have a special invitation to each and every one of you. We want to invite you to feel hopeful with us. This is a partnership with the Global Philanthropy Forum. They are not with us in person for the first time, but Sarah Howard, the executive director, has sent you a message that we will watch right now.
Hello and welcome to the Brazil Philanthropy Forum. My name is Sarah Howard, and I am the managing director of the Global Philanthropy Forum. And I have this distinct honor of welcoming you to this year's forum with the theme Hope in Action, which could not be more important for the moment that we find ourselves. 2025 has been a year of uncertainty and disruption for our sector, which has really highlighted the critical importance that philanthropy plays both locally and globally to address the challenges of our time. We're living in the transformation era that has seen so much change and disruption across all sectors and spaces. And it's really critical that philanthropy take a leading role in shaping what kind of future will serve all of us. What does that vision look like? And such an important part of that is gathering together in order to have the kind of collaboration and coordination and sharing of best practices so that we can have the greatest impact possible. So when I think about this theme of hope and action, I think about how hope is inherently about agency. And when you have that sense of agency, it has to be turned into action. And so hope and action is what we need in this moment. So I am thrilled that you're getting to spend this time together here in Sao Paulo. And I want to invite you also to join us in San Francisco next year for the Global Philanthropy Forum's Leaders Summit, so that we continue to build this global coalition together. So join the Brazilian delegation that this leads every year and come collaborate and work with global leaders from around the world. So today I encourage you to find someone to connect with, to collaborate with, and I hope today is productive, it is hope-filled, and it is inspiring.
Muito bom. Como a Sarah disse,
as Sarah has said, we lived in troubled times, both in Brazil and abroad. An increase in inequality, armed conflict, climate crisis, threats to freedom and democracy, issues that are connected in a polycrisis scenario. It's easy to feel stuck and paralyzed with a future that is so uncertain. But I look around me and I see you, individuals who dedicate their lives to education, climate, human rights, income generation, racial equality, culture, and among many other topics. You are not just waiting, you are acting. We need to rekindle the light of our resilient humankind. We need to grow trust in solidarity, empathy, and in ourselves. We need to have hope in people and for people. It's time to act, cooperate, join forces, and state that a fairer, more equitable world is possible. Philanthropy is a headlight that sheds light on the pathways that we can take to transform hope into action. Throughout the day, you will be conjugating this verb with us, hope, to have hope. Deepening your knowledge with stories, data, and real experience. And to get us started, you can see images that were sent by our partners, speakers, and by all of you. Images that highlight hope in action. At IDES, we are also putting hope into action, giving our contribution for a more thriving philanthropy with projects to develop a more strategic path for family philanthropy in Brazil. We also have an initiative called a 1% commitment focused on engaging companies, and our program called Transforming Territories that fosters community philanthropy efforts in Brazil. To strengthen civil society, recently we launched another edition of our survey called Action Brazil, and we have created AI.3, a project to share knowledge on the use of artificial intelligence in the third sector. We are using technology to expand our impact, and today we will be talking about our partnership with SIB. And of course, I have to mention that we believe in a regulatory environment that can drive donations, and we have been making great progress in the management of equity funds and other important agenda for the sectors. Maybe next year we'll have the approval of the Bill 2404, and I invite you all to help us in that journey that will give an income tax exemption on the incomes of endowments of Brazilian equity funds. And to contribute with our sector, this year alone we have directly supported dozens of social investors, providing them with consulting, donation management, impact assessment, and all the technical supports that we provide. we are reaping the results of the projects that were supported by our project called Juntos pela Saúde, or Together for Healthcare, in partnership with the Brazilian Bank for Social Development and other social investors who have believed in the power of philanthropy to expand the quality and the scope of the Brazilian public healthcare system, which is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year. And very soon, we will be at COP30, highlighting the importance and the need of philanthropy to address our climate challenges. Everyone who travels to Belém are invited to join us at the Philanthropy Day, an event that is being organized in partnership with many institutions. And of course, I have to mention the Fund for Philanthropy, a fund that is celebrating its first anniversary, creating a legacy to ensure we will have resources to strengthen our ecosystem and the culture of donation in Brazil. Financial mechanisms such as endowments, impact funds, blended funds are powerful structures that allows us to bring together different players from civil society, the private sector, and the government to work in social environmental innovation agendas. For today, we have built an agenda that will discuss urgent causes and mechanisms to contribute to solutions, so everyone can leave this meeting filled with possibilities and with no question in mind that the moment to act is now. Of course, we have to mention hope in action in times of climate change. We will be discussing the role of companies in the agenda of private social investment and how they are seeding transformations and generating value in their chains. We will be having discussions about strategies to expand family philanthropy in Brazil and about the power of communities to transform reality. Throughout the day, we will be discussing the use of technology in the third sector. We'll be talking about monitoring and impact assessment, investment mechanisms, and the connection between our activities and public policies, mental health care, and our interdependency. We will be searching for the origin of hope, and we'll be reflecting about the meaning of something that is so important, our humanity.
Put action into hope is different for each and every one. For young people and for children is moving. Actually, we have a lot of young people from the IDES team and also here in the audience. Hope into action is different. We have people from different countries, different regions, different cultures. And hope in action moves or changes in face of the challenges we face. But one thing remains true. The stronger the dream for a better future, the more hope. So I would like to extend this invitation to you. Let's dream and put hope into action together. So, to start our day, I would like to invite Daniel Munduruku. And it is such a pleasure, such an honor to welcome him. He has been recently considered as an immortal indigenous person from the Literature Academy here in Brazil, and he has opened the Munduruku Association and is working since the state of Pará. So the stage is yours.
Oui. Bixo marcando. Nada?
Nothing? Didn't get it? Well, this is actually a greeting from the Munduruku language. It is a greeting that we do every time we enter someone's house. It is basically saying that we're here, we have arrived. And at Munduruku tradition, those who arrive are the ones who have to greet those who are already there. And in this greeting, we talk about our feelings, about the joy we feel when we get to a place and when we are welcome. In this greeting, I said, "Good morning to all the friends who are here. Hopefully, this encounter is as good to you as it will be to me." So, as you can see, it is greetings from those who are coming, who are just arriving. And this is something that we have to say with an open heart, with a happy heart, so that the gathering, that this union actually happens in a genuine way. And it is genuine when we leave that encounter better than when we got to it. It's when we teach something or when we learn something, when we embrace, when we feel embraced, when we talk, when we listen. The encounter is good when we are better humans for it. The gathering is genuine and good when we feel more human, when we are actually capable of being humans, fully humans with others. And it all has to do with this greeting that I just given you to talk about how happy and satisfied I am. And I came here to learn, but also to teach you some things about our tradition. And now that you know, good morning, please, in Murunduku. No? Not yet? Too soon? Okay. But anyway, bom dia in Munduruku is Wikabiar. Wikabiar. So I don't know if you noticed, but at the end I asked you a question. I said, Wikabia sonda tumbrania. So good morning to all the friends who are here. That this gathering can be as good for you as it will be to me. And then I asked, how are you doing? Then if you are okay, say shipat. Shipat. That means, yes, we're good. Everything is wonderful, exceptional, fantastic, marvelous, right? So it is an expression that we also use in our daily lives. Because one a characteristic of the Munduruku people is that we don't usually greet people by touching them as we usually do in Western society, right? We usually shake hands or or hug them, kiss their cheeks. In the Munduruku world, we don't do that. Since we are kids, we learn that when we want to greet someone, we have to get close to that person, to look them into their eyes, and then we ask this question, Sipat, how you doing? So the person who's greeted is obliged to tell the truth. Well, it's actually not an obligation, right? But usually they would have to tell the truth because our grandparents said that our eyes are the only parts of our bodies that never lie. So if I look at a person into their eyes and ask how you doing, it's because I really want to know. And if I want to know, it means that I have the time to actually listen to that person. So if I am asking you this question and I want to know, then I have to be generous in my listening skills. But at the same time, the person who has received the question has to be generous to tell me their truth. So ever since I was a kid, I learned that it is important for us to search for the truth from others and offer ours in return so that the truth can embrace, can engage, and actually matter in building our humanity. Of course, that people in general may say, yeah, but that is true for you because, it's a small tribe, not a lot of people. And that's true. That's true. We grow together, therefore, we have known each other since ever. But also for another very simple reason that I would like to maybe call your attention to and invite you to think through this perspective as well, which is an indigenous people wisdom. This other reason is because the timing of indigenous people peoples are is different from the Western society. And of course, we are in the Western world, obviously, but our timing in general is different. And you know that here in Brazil, there is very diverse indigenous peoples cultures. We have more than 300 tribes. We talk 274 languages. But these peoples all have the same principle, that our time is different than the Western world time. And when we understand this, we can understand why our people are so stubborn, so resilient, so persistent, so hopeful. Not of, having hope as the attitude of waiting for something to happen, but actually to hope into action. And I wanted to make this difference pretty clear for you. What makes you different from me? Not only my beauty, of course. Why else are we different? It has to do with this cosmovision, this perspective over time. Because in the Western world, time, you follow linear time. So basically, time moves on. And we learn time as past, present, and future, right? We learn time as a line, as a constant. That's why I usually say that the Western time is the clock time, and the clock is always moving forward. And the Western time is the clock time, and it is also the wealth time. It's the production time. It's the economy time. It's the investment time. It's the time to try and get more time, because here time is. No, it's not, right? But this is what we learn anyway. The time is money. And all the time, that's what we want. We are, we're chasing time. And then we want to spend the time that we never had. And maybe this is how we are gonna be happy. So, we are always chasing a time that does not exist. We are always chasing a future. We learn that the past is gone. It was important. And the present, well, we don't really care about it. But what really matters for Western people is the time that we still don't have. That's what we call the future. Therefore, we are raised to be people of the future. We are raised to plan ahead. Because this is how we can imagine that one day, maybe when we are 90 years old, we can finally be happy after having accumulated all the possible wealth in our lifetimes. And you already know it, that it's not by accident that the, let's say, most classic question that we always ask children: what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't know if you have ever stopped to think about this question, but basically it summarizes all the Western education. All of us, when we were kids, we have listened to this question. And even after we were grown-ups, we have already asked our children this question. Now, maybe grandparents already, we are still asking this question to our grandchildren. And even if we're not really aware of it, of the essence behind this question, we are telling these children that they are nothing. Because when we ask them, what do you want to be when you grow up? We're telling them that right now, they are nothing. They are just a process, a project. That they are an investment. We like using this word, right? They are investments. They are something that will be. And society teaches our children the need to become someone. And this to become someone is related to how successful they are, how wealthy they are. So once more, everything that we consider to be important when we are 90 years old. And this is what our children learn without ever posing this as an essential question. They are absorbed by the system that tells them that they are of the future, that everything that happens to them have to do with what they will be able to produce, or the riches that they will obtain, or the success that they will achieve. Or we can teach our children to be selfish, to be egotistical, because we teach them, even without meaning to, that they need to compete, that they need to earn their space in society, that they need to be someone. And to be someone means to win. And then all of their little friends are basically their competitors. And then again, maybe we don't tell them this explicitly, but that's what society leads them to believe, that if they don't do it like this, then they are not going to be able to achieve the success that society expects from them. So this is the Western time. This is, of course, a synthesis of a more profound reasoning. But we are a society in the Western world that is of the future. Or we are educated, we are raised to be of the future. But the indigenous time does not follow that same reasoning. Our time is not linear. The indigenous time, the clock of the indigenous people is the nature. And as you know, nature does not just go ahead. No, it's actually always trying to go back, not in the sense of going back in time, but in the sense of circularity. It projects itself way back to be able to move forward. So nature is systemic, and it is always working all together. All of the same things are happening at the same time with all the beings. So for example, we cannot understand a tree by itself. In order for the tree to live fully, it needs so many other elements: water, wind, sun. It needs the worms. It needs birds, monkeys. It needs all the other beings so it can grow. And as it grows, it gives it back to the nature in such a way that at the same time it gives, it takes. At the same time it grows, it allows other beings that depend upon her to grow too. So when we observe nature, indigenous populations have built a perspective of the world in the same way, in a circular way. So they started seeing time not in a linear way, but rather in a cyclical way. Observing, including the nature time, the seasons of the year. And they have noticed that there are 4 seasons every year, as in life. And if the seasons of the nature are not full, then it generates an imbalance in the nature. So even the human lives of these populations, we don't observe each of the seasons of their lives. They won't live full lives either. So we usually think of the seasons of the year as seasons of life. So childhood is a season, teenage years are other season, grown-ups another season, and old people, the final season. So of course each season has to live fully. So now we are in spring, and we don't need spring to be just like the previous season. No, it brings the last season along with it to strengthen the next season that's coming after it, in such a way that what we expect for a child to be is a child. So we never ask our children, what do you want to be when you grow up? Because we already know that they are not going to be nothing, for the simple fact that they are already everything that they need to be. So does the spring. Spring just has to be spring. It doesn't need to miss the previous season, and it doesn't need to think about the next season, because its being is just to be the spring. So children, they just need to fully be children and to live this childhood experience at that time in such a way that we don't ask them this question, because we understand that it's up to the adults to offer all the conditions necessary for children to be children. We actually say that it's up to adults to educate the bodies of the children, because the elderly have to educate the soul of the children. Adults educate the bodies by offering challenges, by offering knowledge, by offering the possibility for children to know where they live and to commit to the place where they live, to care for that place. Because children will learn that they are part of that place, they belong to that place, that the land is they, and they are the land. That they're all one and the same, that they are interdependent. Therefore, there is this need to live right here, right now. So that's why it's important for us to understand that indigenous people only have two times, the past and the present. The past is for us to remember who we are, to do not forget why we are here and what we need to do in the world. And the present is for us to live all these accumulated experience. And as we go through the seasons of life, and when we get in the, in the final season and we become grandparents, we start educating new generations again, closing the cycle. And the elderly educate the soul of the children. You know how? By telling stories. Because they own the stories, the tradition, and those stories are going to give answers to children, that they need to live the moment or the season that they have to. They're present.
And what is the present? My grandfather, who was a very wise man, always told us, my children, if your time is not good right now, it wouldn't be called a present. And they would say that to remind us about the present in two ways: the present time and the present as a gift. The current time, the present, right now, the moment we're sharing here, and the present as a gift, which is something that you are given and something that you need to use immediately. You cannot leave it for tomorrow because you're not getting future. What you have been given is the present. And he would say, whenever we get a gift, we need to do two things. First, we need to be grateful. We need to say thank you. Thank you for this gift. And then indigenous people, in order to fulfill that, invented their arts, invented their sense of belonging. And they do so by singing and dancing and painting their bodies, praying, playing their music, dancing. And that's how they say thank you. And in this gratitude, indigenous people please the great creator, the universe, and you can call it whatever you want, it's okay. We say thank you to the universe, and the universe is so happy to see that we're grateful that it gives back more gifts to us. And at the same time, the second thing we must do is to use that gift you have been given. And then the universe once again becomes so happy to see that the gift it has given us is being properly used, that it gives back more. Indigenous people, we are focused in the present. we focused on the now. And I would like to leave you with a final message, everyone who is here in such a beautiful and such a generous event. And this message is a message of hope. But I don't mean about hope as in waiting for things to happen, because that puts us in the future mindset. Someone will do that for us. A savior, a hero will come. An entity will come. Maybe a greater power will come and solve all our problems. So then we give to this external power the responsibility of addressing all our issues. I'm talking about putting hope into action, which is acting right now. Acting like you live in the present, as if it were a gift. That's why when I was asked to suggest a topic for this event, my suggestion was to think about putting hope into action. This is the question we have to ask ourselves. Are you being a good ancestor today? Have you ever thought about this? Right now is when ancestors are created. Of course, we have our memory, and the memory reminds us of everything that was done for those who came before us. But we have to carry that memory forward. We have to build new memories. We are going to leave a legacy for those who come after us. And maybe in 50 years, my descendants will wonder, was my grandfather a good ancestor for me? Just like I do it when I think about my own grandfather. He was a good ancestor for me. And what he left me remains in myself. And most importantly, and I'm about to conclude, the most important thing, only today creates this commitment, only the present. We cannot be committed to any other time as we are with the present, as this awareness that we must be good ancestors. The present can make us do things and act and offer gifts. This is an attitude that is created within us only when we are in the present. So this is my advice to you. Be good ancestors today. So in the future, we have a world that can look back without frustration, without feeling frustrated for what we have done. This is very important to think about, and it's important to remember that indigenous people, because we live in the present, we are nature, and because we are nature, we are fighting for protecting our way of living. We are not lazy, we are not wild, we are even good looking, I would say. And because we are committed with the now, with today. We are committed to the present. And we will always fight for our territory and for our place, because that's what makes us part of nature. That's what makes us part of the place where we live. Instead of exploring the land, we adapt to it. That is the reason we are so resilient as indigenous people. And this is one example of belonging. This is one example of putting hope into action. Thank you.
Que presente.
What a wonderful gift to listen to Daniel. Thank you so much, Daniel, and congratulations for being elected for the São Paulo Literary Academy. It's always amazing when we are able to give meaning to time. And for those of you who wish to learn more about Daniel Munduruku, he will be participating on a panel discussion during lunchtime. So, on that same note, we will continue with our agenda. I would like to invite you to participate on the discussions, making this event even more dynamic. At every session, there will be a Q&A session. Those who are with us in person can use the microphone to ask their questions. Everyone who is watching us online should send their questions via the chat, and then the questions will be sent to the moderators. So, without further ado, let's start our opening plenary session with this topic: putting hope into action in times of climate change. I would like to welcome our guests, Alice Amorim, Program Director of the Executive Director of the Presidency for COP30, Patricia McUreevy, President and CEO at the Center for Disaster Philanthropy, Viviana Santiago, Executive Director at Oxfam Brazil, and to moderate our discussion, Malu Nunes, Executive Director at the Grupo Boticário Foundation for the Protection of Nature. Malu, the floor is yours.
Tô meio carregada aqui de coisas, peraí.
I think I have too many things on my hand.
Bom dia.
Good morning. What a huge pleasure to be here at the Brazilian Forum for Philanthropists and Social Investors. For years, and I was even joking about this with Paula, for years I have tried to be here, but there always something comes up. I'm never able to be here, so I'm very happy. My team, of course, has been here many times, but personally, this is my first time at the event, and I'm very, very happy to be here. My name is Malu Nunes. I'm a white woman. I'm about 1.60 meters. I'm 60 plus, so I have my natural gray hair, shoulder length. I'm wearing a gray skirt and a white blouse. And I'm very happy to be here again. Guys, so the Grupo Boticário Foundation is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year, working to protect our natural assets, helping and working so Brazilian society can adapt to climate changes. And we work on two essential pillars: water safety and climate resilience, especially by the coast in Brazil, where the majority of the population live. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this session to discuss such an urgent topic for us. I think it's almost a cliche saying that climate change, who used to be a far-off risk, have now become a reality. A reality that is becoming more intense and more frequent, with extreme events directly impacting communities globally, affecting millions of people and organizations and businesses as well. So the great number of extreme events and the need for a fair transition makes us or creates the need of acting fast, but at the same time creates the need for a long-term view. And that's where philanthropy comes in, because of its flexibility and its possibility to act at multiple fronts, from support and reconstruction after a disaster, but also to work in the development of preventive and adaptive public policies with a focus on the future. And of course, we can also act in climate justice topics. So during this discussion, we will cover exactly those topics. We're going to hear the initial remarks from each of our guests, followed by a Q&A session from the audience. So to get us started, it is my honor to give the floor to Alice. She is the program director for the executive office of the presidency of COP30 that will take place in November in Brazil in the city of Belém. Alice, the floor is yours. So I think maybe you can give an overview of the country right before COP30 and the expectations that exist for the philanthropic sector. Thank you so much, Malu, and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here with all of you to learn also about how the philanthropy sector is facing and preparing for the climate crisis. I've been in the government since last year, but my background is in philanthropy. I've worked in philanthropy for about 10 years, working with climate issues and bringing this topic to many civil society organizations and public entities. I've worked at many different fronts, and that's why I'm here today. I'm here because I understand that philanthropy can play a very important role in the different ways we have for facing the climate challenges we have ahead of us. I think this is a sector that can do more, I would say. And I think it is important to understand a little bit about the context of COP30 and how have we gotten to COP30 and what are our expectations from it. We get to COP30 in a very challenging geopolitical context. Multilateralism, or a system in which countries get together to address issues collectively, is now being systematically confronted. And we are also at a point in time when the impacts of climate changes are already here. It's very interesting to hear Daniel talking about this because the climate crisis is a reality of the present. It is no longer something to be expected in the future. But the whole discussion about climate crisis, especially if we look about the way science has been talking about the climate crisis, the focus has always been on future generations, or what will be the impact at the end of the century. What do we need to do now as to avoid the worst case scenario in 2050 or in 2100? So this way of looking at climate crisis has changed, but humankind still haven't made this adjustment. We still haven't understood that the scenario has changed. So we get to COP30 with this sense of urgency, this need to accelerate the implementation of actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But at the same time, there's an urgency in terms of adaptation. Now it's paramount to adapt to these realities of extreme heat waves, to changes in rainfall, to changes in the way agriculture can be developed, and everything happening at the same time at once in such a sensitive region for this process, which is the Amazon region. I don't know if you are aware of this, but the Amazon forest is one of the points of no return, or one of the tipping points we have. So the acceleration of climate change can lead to such a systemic change in the ecosystem that there is no turning back anymore. And all that might sound theoretical, but it's already happening, and it's happening at many parts of the world simultaneously. So when we look at COP30, the question that comes to mind is, how can we deal with so many systemic processes happening at once? So the COP presidency has been working on three main goals. What do we want to achieve? First, we want to strengthen multilateralism. And Brazil has a track record and a reputation and a very vast diplomatic experience in that sense. That's why the environment conventions were actually born here at Rio 92. And we want to bring to the center of this discussion the need of coordinated action between countries. Without that, we won't be able to address a crisis of this magnitude and complexity. The second big goal is accelerating actions that have already been agreed. Many times, philanthropy says, I need a regulation to support the state government or a civil society organization in their implementation process. But the fact is, for the past 30 editions of COP, we have made great progress in terms of global regulation. We have made great progress in terms of volunteer commitments, but now it's time to implement them. And COP is a great opportunity to understand priorities, where should we focus, and what is already here, so we don't need to reinvent the wheel, which is a question that we often ask ourselves. Who is doing what, where, and how, and what are the lessons learned? So COP events are a great opportunity to share, learn, and create cooperation to address the issues. The three biggest goal is putting the climate crisis closer to people's lives, not only in terms of impacts, because people understand, or the vast majority of the population in the world, they see the climate crisis in the food prices, in the heat waves that impact public health. They understand what's happening in many different ways, in floods, in droughts. What happened in the south of Brazil was very emblematic. So now we need to work not only in making them aware of the problem, but we need to get closer to them so they can be engaged in the resolution of the problems. And philanthropy plays an essential role here, because the data shows us that the vast majority of the philanthropy efforts in the world still haven't incorporated climate crisis as part of their strategies. That doesn't mean that we need to turn into environmental philanthropy. But everyone that is funding education need to think about the impact in education, whether in their macro strategy or the micro strategy, and how education connects to climate change.
So is it related to the way schools are adapting to heat waves and how we are going to cool off schools so children actually have better opportunities to learn? If we're working with healthcare, and one of the expectations that we have for COP30 is to have this healthcare acceleration plan, and it all has to do with preparing the system. So in the case of a flood, how is the healthcare system going to operate? If there's a drought in the Amazon, how can we deliver vaccines to the most isolated communities? This is all related to this discussion that because philanthropy can experiment, can be flexible, we can definitely apport a lot of value. And of course, maybe we will have more opportunities to talk specifically about the case of Brazil, but this is such an important discussion, and it is crucial for all of you to participate in this project. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Alice. Such inspiring words about the importance and the transsectorial properties, right? And also on the focus on implementing the actions. And I would even like to reinforce the invitation that Patricia is showing us, because as a member of the group of institutes and foundations, we are very active in the philanthropy for many years, which is the invitation to evolve in our systemic role. We don't need to choose one specific point or focus. Of course, of course, I can't do it. Of course, there are some focuses, but we need to consider these connections with all the other cases. And I know that this is not the focus today, but I really like remembering what economists say, that when we act on the four goals that are more related to environment and nature and ecosystem preservation that are going to strengthen us, that are going to make us more resilient for climate change, is the base for have a stronger economy, therefore a society that can safely develop and of course have quality of life. So I would like to invite you to try and build this connection in our works. Always remembering the climate change. It is challenging to make people see this, but for example, we work at Foundation Boticario, and we are always focused on biodiversity, but it has never been all about biodiversity. It's about transforming realities, impacting lives in a positive way, impacting lives of people. We understand that this is the final impact, right? Social and economic impact. So thank you very much, Patricia. Now we are going to keep our conversation going. And I very quickly wanted to broach on a recent study, well, so recent actually that it was published today by the Oceanic Culture magazine here in Brazil, that 92% of the municipalities have reported climate disasters and its impacts, costs for people, impacts for people. And out of those 92 municipalities that have reported those cases, 50% of them were flood related. I'm sorry, drought related, not flood. And 27% with floods, and if I'm not mistaken, 17% with storms. So we can see that the events are getting more and more intense, and therefore it is crucial for all of us to really work in a more systemic way. If we can look at the glass as half full, we have to consider so many new players, private sector, philanthropists, non-climatic players are now getting involved in this agenda as well, especially now with COP. But okay, let's keep going. Now, to keep the ball rolling, I would like to invite to speak a person who focuses on people, which is at the center of everything, right? With this climatic justice. So Viviana Santiago, the executive director at Oxfam Brazil. Viviana, please help us understand how philanthropy can work on this scenario by putting people at the very center of everything that we do. Well, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm Viviana Santiago. I'm a black woman, 45 years old. I'm wearing a flowery dress, very much a summer dress. I have my hair down and I'm wearing glass. It is navy blue in color, my glasses. And it is a pleasure to be here. I'd like to start by greeting my orishas, the enchanted entities. I am from Juarema. And to me, it is very important to talk about exactly this place. Living in a country and in a society that is completely marked by violence, as you well put it, we need to understand that everything is connected. And when we consider the conservation of the territories, religions and traditions play an essential role. I am from Jurema, and we say that those who are from the Macumba, we are not polluting rivers, we are not tearing down trees, because we and the nature are one. We don't fight for religious intolerance. If we don't act on it, we are also not fighting for nature. The struggles are connected, and we need to understand this connection. I always like to talk about the dimension of climate justice, because when we think about this dimension, we can understand that despite the fact that the climate extremes are real and affect everyone, specifically for justice, we recognize that it does not affect everyone in the same way. So those who are already living in a more vulnerable situation are also going to be more vulnerable to these climate extreme events. Those who live under unequal conditions. When we talk about climate just, we need to acknowledge that the society is not equal. So it is important to address that because when we consider the people who have lost everything in the south of Brazil, they lost their homes, their workplaces, their memories, they lost their lives. And up until this day, many of them haven't returned to their homes. So when we think about the dimension of this inequality and we remember what the authorities were saying at the first moment, saying, go to your home, to the homes that you have at the beach, because right here at the countryside, situation is not good. So we understand that those people, despite the fact that they were going through the same extreme event, they were definitely not living the same because society is not fair. And when we talk about inequality under this lenses of climate justice, it's important to understand that we are not only talking about poverty, we're not only talking about the lack of resources. And of course, it's important to talk about poverty and lack of resources because the less we have, the less resilient I become to those climate extreme events. So there are some people whose lives are still not back to normal in the south of Brazil. Research show that black people in the south region were not as helped as white people. So racism that already existed became even more prominent given the climate injustice. And we also need to talk about income concentration, because we need to understand who's responsible for this crisis. At Oxford, Waxen, we have a campaign that's called Guilty of the Crisis, Accountable for the Payables. So when we talk about climate injustice, we really have this perspective of understanding who is polluting, who has the highest carbon footprint to the point that it threatens life. So it's important for us to talk about inequality because we are talking about that specific carbon footprint that comes from Recife, where I'm from, or from the city, Ibura, that, is always devastated by floods. Those people who do not even own a bike, what is their carbon footprint and what's the carbon footprint of billionaires here in Brazil? During the pandemic, when Brazil came back to a famine state, people were starving. They didn't know when they would have the next meal. But at the same time, Brazil has made 10 new billionaires. What is the carbon footprint of a billionaire person? They are people who owns choppers, thousands of cars. So this way of life based on the accumulation of extreme luxury and health and wealth is highly pollutant. Are these people paying for that bill? I don't think so. When we think about mining companies that live in communities that are always producing and threatening other people's lives, not thinking about the sacrifice that they are creating on that region, those people should be held accountable. They should be held accountable and they should be punished. But we are talking about a way of life, and thinking about way of life is something that strikes society as a whole. So we need philanthropy to make its voice be heard in denouncing ways of lives that dragged us to this point where we are right now. Talking about the lack of accountability for those who have already produced so much impact in society. We need to make visible this inequality that whenever there are these catastrophes, makes that the support is unequal for the people. So it's much more than funding projects, but rather understanding their role as speakers, including in defending other defenders. Because, for example, I am a woman who practices macumba, an African descendant religion. And when I am this person, but I am also an executive director, and when I am speaking right here, you hear me. So it is my responsibility to talk about and to defend my brothers and sisters in faith. This is my responsibility. Your speaker, whose story is he telling? Thank you. Viviana, thank you so much for such clear words about the real need for us not only to try and understand and include and empower the most vulnerable societies, because yes, only when they are heard will they be supported. So thank you very much for speaking those words and demonstrating how the philanthropic capital can be an instrument for this transformation. And I think that's definitely one of the keys for us to unlock hope into action. We have had such an important development in, trying to rebuild Rio Grande do Sul. And even though, and we work in the sector, but I mean, we still don't know the capillarity of the impacts of all the subjects, and some of them you just, shed some light on. Specifically talking about challenges and solutions, of course, we must not ignore the extreme climatic events. So now, to talk about how to respond to this new normal, because it's not something that, rarely happens. It happens every time. Now I'd like to invite Patricia McAleary, the president and CEO for the Center for Disaster Philanthropy. Patricia, please, you have the floor to tell us a little bit about how philanthropy has been acting in giving response to those emergencies and how we can change it into opportunities for the recovery and resilience.
Great. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Just really, before I begin, self-description, blonde, blue-eyed, in beige suit, which I realize now in a self-description sounds very boring. So thank you to Edis and the sponsors and my co-panelists for the remarks. And just thinking about what Daniel started with us in terms of the present and how we're thinking. And climate disasters are our present. As you mentioned, I think they're intensifying worldwide. They're not rare shocks anymore. They've become our new normal. We have to stop being surprised by them. We keep using terms like, oh, it's the once in 100-year storm. It's not anymore. We are going to have places that never had experienced these hazards before are going to start experiencing them. And it's upon us in this present to recognize that. And we can spend time looking at blame. We can definitely spend time looking at reparations. Those are things we need to do, all of us together. But I think for philanthropy, we really need to look at how we're stepping up for communities that are facing these hazards as well. It's disasters, as already been mentioned, they deepen inequalities. They don't create them. Yes, they do create them, but they deepen what's already there. They are layering upon other inequalities. And the way we try and help philanthropy understand this at the Center for Disaster Philanthropy is we define a disaster very simply, because I think it helps people recognize I actually am a disaster philanthropist. Many of you in this room may say, well, I don't do that. I mean, Lisa, you mentioned this, like education. No, I don't do that. Well, you do it. And if you're not doing it, you should look at how you should do it. Because it's an Achilles heel to all of your hopes and dreams and programming that these hazards are coming for the communities you care about and that you serve. And so we define it very simply as a hazard meeting a vulnerability. So the event is the hazard, but we often, again, describe it as the flood or the earthquake or the hurricane. And we think that that's it. Once that event is done, the hazard's over, the disaster's over. And why we use that hazard meeting the vulnerability frame is to try and get people to recognize, actually, no, the disaster is that vulnerability being exposed, that vulnerability being deepened. That's the disaster, and that's where we need to look at. That's why equitable recovery is such a critical frame, because you're looking then at what was the vulnerability? What what made this happen, the systemic inequities, the underdevelopment, the poverty, weak infrastructure, racial injustice, lack of healthcare. So many things, unfortunately, in our societies create those vulnerabilities to those hazards that are coming. And looking at that hazard, aside from the vulnerabilities, does a disservice to the community. We have to look at that vulnerability and why it exists. Of course, in Brazil, I don't need to tell you that it's getting worse in terms of those hazards that are coming. The vulnerabilities are growing, and resources are being cut back, not just in your own country, but from other countries in terms of the support you've received in the past. And so philanthropy does have a role, and we can play a role, and we're so critical. And I want to bring it then back to hope in action, because we can spend a lot of time focusing on the problems that exist, but we can also look at what can we do? How should we change to be better for communities? And so one is compliance and due diligence processes. They're often overwhelming. And I think we sometimes need to challenge ourselves, why? Why are we asking for so much? Why are we starting from a point of mistrust? Why are we requiring so much evidence? What are we doing with it? Are we using it? Or is it just going on a shelf? Is it about making us feel better? Or is it about actually serving that community? So applications and reporting can be difficult. They can be in a different language. There's very much technologies we can use to get beyond this. Donor priorities can sometimes clash with the community's realities. Are we listening to the community? At CDP, we talk about equitable recovery. It's about, and proximate, listening for the solutions the community develops. They know the solutions best, and they may actually be solutions that we would never have thought of because we don't live in their environment. So are we being open to that? So a few things we can do. We can shift from reactive to proactive funding, especially for disasters. Can we do anticipatory action? Can we do preparedness funding? We can simplify access, lighter compliance, risk-sharing approaches, materials in multiple languages, or at least technology that allows that. Fostering trust-based partnerships, recognizing who we want to work with in advance, and giving them that space to actually decide for themselves what they may need, not being as rigid in what we ask for. Investing in long-term recovery and adaptation, not just immediate relief. Immediate relief, again, it's important, and it's where we often feel good about what we're doing, but the community needs us to remember that their recovery will take a lot longer. As we saw in practice after the floods in the South, it was local networks and proximate organizations and groups that mobilized first. They were there for their communities first, and they continue to be there for their communities. So how are we supporting them? How are we helping them own that decision power, have that decision power, and have the ability to move forward? So climate disasters may be our new normal, but continuing inequalities does not need to be. Not addressing vulnerabilities does not need to be our new normal. We can actually address this better. We need to shift our approaches, and that's not just on the donors, it's also on the grantee partners. How do we move forward? Hope in action means recognizing and acknowledging the urgency of disasters, investing in the people and solutions that are already building resilience within their own communities. How do we invest in those who are already there? How do we do that better? How do we do that smarter? And being open to that. So it may mean setting aside our own expertise, but remember, having the money doesn't mean we have the answers. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Patrícia.
Thank you so much, Patricia. I think the keywords were urgency, flexibility, and that brings me back to what I said in the beginning. We need to work in a timely manner, in a fast way, but with a focus on the long term. Flexibility, inclusion, with a systemic view so we can create new solutions, and with a focus on prevention to promote resiliency of communities and cities as well. So thank you, Patricia, Viviane, and Alicia. You were able to present us with a big and a very complete overview on the preparation for COP, climate justice, and the importance of an effective response to disasters and a focus on prevention, because they will happen again, perhaps in the same places, impacting the same people. So now, To continue the conversation, we will have a quick Q&A session, 3 questions from the audience and 3 minutes for the answers. So if you have questions in the audience, just raise your hand. A microphone will be taken to you. And I will be taking 3 questions from our online audience as well, okay? Good morning. Please introduce yourself, name and organization, please. Good morning. My name is Robson Mello. I am from the Federation of Third Sector Entities in the state of Espírito Santo in Brazil. And I have a question about COP30, a question to Alice. Alice. It's better than call you ma'am, right? Alice. COP30 plans on looking at more global issues. Regarding the micro issues, which in my impression won't be discussed at COP30, these micro or smaller issues should also be included in agenda, in my opinion. And it seems to me that they won't. And I'm talking specifically about the issue of sanitation. Understanding that this is not only a problem that we see on our beaches, it is a problem that we see in people's homes. So, getting to the question, why shouldn't this be the top climate priority? Because again, in my opinion, this is the most important cause of damage we have. And in these extreme moments that we are seeing and that will be discussed at COP30, these are issues that are much worsened by floods and fires, but we don't see opportunities that the water issue poses us. Because it impacts everyone, even from early childhood. And early childhood is one of the most important moments that we have in the present, in this perspective presented by our indigenous guest. It's the present, which is a gift of life, a gift of nature. So my question finally is, thinking about the topic of this event, putting hope into action, do you believe this will be covered at COP30? I'm going to ask you to be brief so we have enough time for the answers. My name is Marcia Calvo. I'm from Infinis, which is an institution from the José Luiz Setúbal Foundation. I would like to thank all the speakers for their remarks. Our foundation, we donate resources, we fund projects. So when we go to communities, and we're working very strongly in the North and Northeast, and when we establish partnerships, the issues that you presented are certainly observed. All we have to do is active listen to them. Alice, it was great to hear you say your remarks, because we work with healthcare, education, and you mentioned that and you mentioned the agenda for COP, which really helps us adapt our work. When we went to Azerbaijan, for example, we had this focus on childhood, trying to make this connection. So maybe first you mentioned health plan. I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't focusing on COP so much. And we made the decision not to be there because of the logistics challenges in getting there, and because we have organizations that will be present that are more connected to this agenda. So I wanted to understand from you, are there any other initiatives that we could engage to besides the ones you mentioned? Thank you, Marcia. Anyone else We have a question here, and then we open for the answers. Thank you so much and good morning. My name is Wesley Mateus. I work from the Ministry of Planning and Development. I have a question for Patricia. Do you work on green financing in partnership with local governments? And do you consider the technological disasters as part of this discussion? Because in this scenario of extreme climate events, technological disasters, considering the impacts on current infrastructure, tend to expand. So is this part of your discussion, and how? Thank you, Wesley. I have one more question that we got in paper. I think we can start with Alice, but please feel free to jump in. How and when can climate funding prioritize mental health care for children and adolescents? What can we expect from COP30 in that sense? Okay, so thank you so much for your questions. They were very different from each other, and I'll try to answer them in a very straightforward way, because we need to think in practical terms, I think. Regarding the issue of water and sanitation, we have to think about the role of COP to make progress in agendas that do not depend on a consensus between the more than 190 countries that are part of the convention. We don't need an agreement between the 196 countries in order to deal with the issue you have raised. What we need is a coordinated action within each country, in this case Brazil, in the federal system, actions that would provide resources so actions can be implemented. And this is part of the discussions at COP, and our action agenda this year tries to translate what has already been agreed before. For example, water management, the construction of capacities at the municipal and state levels to create more resilience and adaptations to climate changes. All those issues have already been decided in previous editions of the COP, but now they need to be implemented in a more effective and faster way. So the action agenda is an opportunity for the private sector, for local governments, and for the philanthropy sector to look at the decision that has been previously made and put it into practice. And how is that happening this year? We have a number of initiatives, and by the way, all this is available on the COP30 website, so if you are interested in learning more about this, make sure you go to our website. But the idea is to develop plans to accelerate solutions. In other words, if you have a state government that has a project, has the right interest, but doesn't have the funds, so how can you, for example, find someone to improve the project so you can access funding? If, for example, regulation is missing, and you find a number of organizations that can join forces to develop a proposal of a regulation to be presented to a country or a government. So there are different ways to go from the decision to the implementation. And the action agenda is exactly the place for doing so. What I can say is that each edition of the COP will become more and more focused on implementation. And that's the visibility we're trying to bring. We are no longer at a time of making promises. It's time to act. But the COPs, at the same time, were not designed for doing so. So through this action agenda, which is a process to address different topics of the ecosystem and allow them to become a reality. Of course, there is an effort on the issue that you've raised. Just to give you one example, I know that several sanitation organizations from Brazil are organized, and they will be part of the process presenting their solutions at COP30. So I'm very optimistic. We are not not going to see the results necessarily, but I believe we will see a beginning of a process there. Regarding healthcare, the process is being led by the Brazilian Ministry of Health in partnership with other countries and international philanthropy organizations and the private sector to work on the resilience of healthcare systems. In the COP events, health efforts began with a focus on reducing carbon footprint in hospitals and the whole healthcare system. And now we are moving to this understanding about the vulnerability of the healthcare systems. And in order to deal with vulnerability, what do we need to do? We need to train people to understand the impact. We need to improve the resiliency of the different value chains. So if there is an impact, the system is not disrupted. I need to change the curriculum of medical training and other service providers. I need to change the way the data systems operate. The data that are used for healthcare planning can be more connected to climate data. So how can we bring climate evidence into healthcare planning? All those discussions are happening. They are part of our plan. There are different mechanisms available for interacting with the Ministry of Health and others, not only at COP. Actually, before, in Brasilia this year, we had 2 events about that. There is one person in the Ministry of Healthcare, Dr. Agnes, who is coordinating this action. I can give you her contact information later, because in the end, we need an agreement, and on the next day, we need to start implementing the actions. Actions related to surveillance, preparation, and resilience, and I think this is the question that remains. COP30 is not the final destination. It's part of a much bigger journey, and we need your help so these actions become a reality. Was there anything else? No, I think now it's Patricia. Well, considering the time, I'm going to ask each of you to give your final remarks on your view on what it means to put hope into action, or perhaps an invitation to all the social investors who are with us. So, Patricia, after that, the other speakers.
Of my time to just say governments, of course, are incredibly important, and they are primary responders in this. We don't specifically give grants, but CDP advocates with philanthropy to ensure that all parts of our society are able to fulfill their role in the best way possible. I think in terms of final remarks, I just want to highlight, I'm trying to look for it, I found it yesterday at the Transforming Territories conversation at one of my group tables. There was a gentleman who spoke, and I think he ended on a note that I think is really important for us to think about as we think about hope in action, and that people are really looking to dream without fear. And I think we often have an ability to grant them that. And I know Daniel told us to stay present, but recognizing that we exist in both worlds. And so we do still have a future. And I think to really find it in ourselves, to do what we can. We can, at the moment, we can really focus ourselves in this gloom and doom. We can get stuck in it. But hope in action means getting on with it. Getting on with what we know will make a difference and helping people dream without fear. Thank you.
Well, I believe that putting hope into action is connected to curiosity. We don't have all the answers. There's not one single solution. And I think the questions were trying to tell us, well, if I'm not working directly with the climate, what can I do about it? Be curious about it. And try to understand that in this context, in this climate context that we live in, everything is connected. There is nothing that you are doing that is not connected to the climate issue. And then, of course, we have to make a choice. Either I put hope into action, I get curious, and I assume that my work can be for the better, or I do nothing, and without even willingly, I contribute for the worse. So think about the territories. How are the territories responding to extreme events? Think about the work of resilience. How can we foster the resilience of territories? For example, in the neighborhood that I mentioned in Recife, people are doing surveillance actions in the community. They are identifying the territory. How can we adapt the territory in a way that doesn't put vulnerable communities in a place of a victim? How can we understand these communities as the ones who are relevant for defending themselves about climate justice? How can we incorporate the climate and the environmental component in the curriculum of people who are going to work in the government? All the different areas can contribute. It's about strengthening the partnerships with community organizations. So from the beginning, we can start talking about the world we want to live in. Putting hope into action is also about being curious, and I hope this curiosity can lead us into building a better world, which is still possible. I just wanted to say that the different transitions are already happening. If they're going to be fair or not, that is the question that is still unanswered. And that will depend on the way we understand the transition and the pace of this transition. It's a transition that includes everything from the end of fossil fuels, imagining ourselves as a society that doesn't depend on fossil fuels the way we do today, and at the same time, we need to understand that adapting to this new reality is a critical investment, an essential investment for the public budget, for businesses, for communities. It's not something extra that we need to do. Adaptation needs to be the new normal. There is a whole economy and a whole rationale for adaptation to climate changes that must be understood, must be worked with the contribution from different areas, from traditional knowledge to cutting-edge technology. We still don't have that. The latest editions of the COP events, we have always worked on this idea that adaptation might be needed somewhere if we're not fast enough in reducing emissions. That reality is gone. Adaptation is the responsibility of all of us at all levels, whether we are in an intellectual discussion or if we are doing hands-on action. So this is my call to action to you. Not being a climate expert can be an advantage because you will see adaptation in a different way. Adaptation is essential and we need you to help us advance in that front. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, guys, you three definitely represent me. I don't have to add anything else. I just want to thank IDIS for making this conversation a possibility, and I wish we had more time, but I wanted to thank our great speakers as well as our audience, both in person and online. And I am sure that the reflections and invitations and provocations that you have brought us will definitely drive us to keep going with active listening, plural alliances, and flexibility for us to be able to address this hope into action and make it a movement that leads us to a fairer and more sustainable future, as Viviana said. So thank you very much, and thank you all for listening to us.
Obrigada, Alice.
Thank you, Alice, Patricia, Viviane, Malu. It is wonderful to be able to hear to you and to reach the conclusion that the climate agenda is also considering social justice, since those topics are so interconnected and interdependent. However, well, I think everyone has already had the opportunity to see that philanthropy has still a long way to go in this sense. So now we would like to start broaching on other subjects as well. So the next session is about companies cultivating transformation. Talks about the commitment to generating positive social and environmental impact. So to talk about it, I would like to invite Fatima Lima, the Sustainability Director at MAFRE and legal representative of the MAFRE Foundation in Brazil. Kayla Rodriguez, the Social Accountability Manager at Sicredi. Murilo Nogueira, the Financial and Administration Director at Fundação Bradesco. And as the moderator, Ellen Pedroso, the Corporate Accountability and Human Rights Director at L'Oréal Brazil.
Agora sim. Bom.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone, both in person and online. It is such an honor to be with you, mediating this panel. And well, we are already running a little late, so we are going to welcome your questions. We are going to start with introductions, then two questions that I am going to open to all of you, and then a quick Q&A. But we are trying to optimize the responses, okay? So welcome to our panel. I think it was great to talk about COP that's happening here in Brazil, everyone talking about fair transition. And I am also a part of the governance committee at IDIS, and it is my pleasure to be here. I am a mixed race woman. I have raised hair. I'm wearing a red pantsuit, and I have over 20 years of experience in working with impact. I have worked with the government and other social entities, and now I am the director at L'Oréal for human rights. And a lot of people asked me, how did that transition happen? I am almost turning 50. I was actually almost turning 50 when I finally started working for a corporation. And it took a lot of self-reflection about the role that the private sector plays and how it is becoming more and more relevant. There are geopolitical challenges and global discussions that impact and reflect on the relationships that we have with our communities. And I noticed that companies such as L'Oréal have GDPs that are even bigger than some governments. So our capacity to influence public policies as well as orchestrate and influence in strategies, both for the business and the countries trying to add up diversity, is of the utmost urgency, and it is possible. So coming from that place is what brought me here, and that's what brings me with such optimism and hope to talk to you today about the role of philanthropy in the private sector and how it becomes more and more relevant to build brand legacy. So I would like to start with Fatima, MAFRE's director. And I would like to hear from you how you have been translating that into the local reality and what are the main challenges for this new generation always trying to put hope into action. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a huge pleasure to be here with you and to share some of the initiatives that we have at MAFRE Foundation in Brazil. Well, so let's start with my self-description. I am a woman, fair-skinned. I am a brunette, shoulder length. I wear glasses, and I am wearing off-white pantsuit. I have been working at the company for 34 years now. I am the sustainability director at MAFRE, and I also represent the MAFRE Foundation in Brazil. Just to give you some context about the MAFRE Foundation, it is a social entity created by the MAFRE Group, a global insurance company. MAFRE Foundation is a major shareholder at MAFRE. And this configuration of the share framework makes sure that part of our profits are used for social initiatives, therefore reinforcing our commitment to social responsibility as well as our corporate goals. The MAFRE Foundation has just turned 50 this year, and in Brazil, well, we are already present for 3 decades, and we are always trying to improve the quality of life of the most vulnerable communities. This is our value proposition. Our investments are mainly focused on education, healthcare, nutrition, with this goal of democratizing access to culture and education. Here in Brazil, we focus mainly on 5 areas: road safety, healthcare, culture, social security, and education. Now, about highway prevention and safety, we try to humanize and educate on our mobility. So how we can educate highway or road safety in the public schools, talking about traffic education, a more humane, mobile, and sustainable mobility. Through healthcare promotion programs, we also have a mental health program. It is a huge challenge that we have been facing over the last few years globally. So this mental health program also forms professors from the public system to work with their students. We brought subjects such as suicide, bullying, which are topics that unfortunately permeate in our reality, especially for young people from the public education system. And our goal is to address such a relevant topic within the classrooms. About social accountability, we have 19 social projects spread throughout the country with about 20,000 beneficiaries. We are present in almost all of the regions in the country, bringing different initiatives for these areas, especially education, because we do believe that education can change the world. So the MAFRE Foundation has its own methodology, complementing the work of the schools with social entities. And of course, we know that well-nourished children are those who can develop the most. So we have a very interesting nutrition program amongst those social projects that we address. And, well, just quickly talking, because of course my colleagues also need some time. Basically, the MAFRE Foundation works to improve the quality of life of the most vulnerable people in communities, in favelas. And we also give humanitarian support for disasters. So we also have an action with extraordinary support, working with priority items such as what we did for Rio Grande do Sul. We do that globally, working with corporate volunteering program. Our HR director, Ana Bernice, who does exceptional work, especially with this extraordinary help. For Rio Grande do Sul, we gave almost 2 million reais in donations. We have mobilized 250 volunteer works that actually went there to try and help and contribute to the recovery of that scenario. We're talking about more than 500 volunteering areas and more than 600 people being benefited. So this is just a little bit about the work that we do. Okay, thank you very much, Fatima. We have heard about different initiatives working also with schools, education in different areas. So it is great. I think it's a good example, extremely relevant, of how we are addressing challenges such as climate challenges. Okay, so now I'd like to give the word to Murilo, who's also going to talk a little bit about administration and finance. He is the guy who coordinates and controls the finance strategy and how to apply those resources. So I would like to hear about Fundação Bradesco. How can you generate hope and transformation in the country? Well, good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to talk about the Bradesco Foundation. I am Murilo Nogueiro. I am the financial manager. I am a man, brunette, hazel eyes, Caucasian, and I am wearing gray trousers and navy blue jacket. I have been working relatively for a relatively short time at Bradesco, 3 years. I started working there as a consultant, and I just, joke around that after so many recommendations as a consultant, they said, okay, now you go ahead and you do it. So I was invited to join the team, and I have been dealing with those challenges for 3 years now. And as a consultant, I have to say that I thought it was going to be easier. That's not the case at all. But anyway, the Bradesco Foundation started its work 70 years ago. Next year, actually, we're turning 70. It started from a dream from the Bradesco founder, Mr. Amador Aguiar. He wanted to change the reality of our country through education. He comes from a family with 12 siblings. He didn't have any education, and he dedicated to build the bank. And after 13 years after he created the bank, he created the Bradesco Foundation, donating his profits to this. So now Bradesco Foundation is also the major shareholder of our bank. So we also get part of our results destinated to it. For this year alone, we have 1.5 billion reais investing in our own project for education. So the foundation counts with 40 schools spread in all of the states, which is exactly what the owner's dream was to have at least one school in each one of the states with more than 42,000 students in the country in basic education. So all the way up to high school. So the students join the schools when they are 5, and they can conclude their studies when they are 17, 18, and they even have technical school as well as high school. So our foundation believes in education. We offer high quality, free education for all of them. Real high quality. This money that is invested is always thinking that every real that we invest can be translated into better quality for the students, to allow those students to believe that they can be whoever they want them to be. Those are usually socially vulnerable students that join us without having the possibility of putting hope into action, without believing that they can have a future different from those of their families. So our role is to educate, to teach, and give them conditions so they can dream bigger. The students get all the educational support in a very equalitarian way. They get, uniforms, emotional, technological support, physical infrastructure in the same standards as private schools, in such a way that they can actually compete in a positive way in the labor market and can build their careers in the best way that they can think of. Of course, we know that we have a lot of diversity in the realities of the states in Brazil, but our main goal is that they can go through college or not. But anyway, using knowledge and good education to have good futures. We are very proud to have excellent stories to tell. Some students that now are bank employees or that now work for other companies in different sectors, and they are usually very well positioned, and they are proud to say that their lives were changed by Bradesco Foundation, and that is a reason for great proud for us. Pride. So we also work with the community service around the schools, trying to change the lives of the families. We believe that having kids in school depends on the work of their parents that sometimes don't have the same conditions but need to value that opportunity to make sure that their schools are going to keep in school regardless of the realities that they have. So we have some programs to avoid dropping out of school, and we also have some initiatives to fight against illiteracy in the country. We also have some technical courses depending on the school. So for example, if one school is closest to rural areas, we have some agribusiness courses, technology courses, as well as others that can actually change the social reality of that community. Sometimes we look at old dropout numbers, right and after. And not only that, but also even murder rates tend to get lower after we establish our services in that community, because again, that changes the entire perspective of that territory, of that community. It makes people actually starting to put hope into action in a different way, having, a wider horizon in front of them. A fun fact about us is that amongst those 40 schools, 2 of them are basically dorms as well, so the students also basically live there, and we work that way because in some places it's very difficult for us to reach those most remote places, especially in rural areas of our country, and we need to guarantee that the students will be able to get to school, so they basically live with us and they go back to their homes a few times a semester, usually because they live more than 400 kilometers away from their homes. And we want to invest in education, and we do believe that everyone can change their lives through education and knowledge. That's extremely important, and that's what moves us. Okay, thank you, Murilo. Well, the foundation is a reference in Brazil. All of us who work with social impact are already aware of it. I didn't know that you had this model of boarding school. And I think this model is quite interesting, especially when you talk about the investments that are connected to the company, to the shares. And that guarantees that the private sector can not only be voluntary, but also consistent. We already know that when we fight for a cause in a consistent way, and we keep investing, we can definitely change the indicators. We can change the numbers. So congratulations on your beautiful work. And now I am going to talk to Kayla.
Kayla, for many years, I've worked with cooperatives for trash pickers, and it's a completely different model. At Sicredi, you also have this focus on cooperatives. So tell us a little bit about the work. How is that different from traditional social investment? I have 7 minutes to explain that. Certainly a challenge. And I speak very fast, so I think that helps. So just to self-describe myself, I'm a white woman, brown hair, I'm wearing a black outfit. Thank you so much to be here to talk about the work of cooperatives. This is a big challenge the biggest competition to cooperatives is lack of knowledge, because people sometimes don't understand this business model. And I think it's nice to explain that I am here speaking on behalf of Sicredi Foundation, but the company and the foundation are pretty much the same thing. We are a cooperative, we have a bank, a foundation, and more than 5 cooperatives that actually do all the work. The whole work is developed by the cooperatives. The foundation works as an intelligence center, so we can get all the good activities and transform them into a systemic effort. We have programs that work throughout Brazil, but we also take into account local realities that the cooperatives can cover because of their presence. And they're really present there, because in the cooperative model, we have 9 million members. Everyone owns a little bit of the business. And our members, our associates, they have the representatives who have the role of representing the associates at many moments, even during the assemblies for decision making. So when we decide how much we're going to invest, this is decided in an assembly. Everyone has a vote. Another big difference, besides the democratic aspect, the participation, the investment in community, another advantage is the fact that through our associates and through our cooperatives, we can generate a return or a result, and we can give back to the society. This is one of the big differences we have. So the results generated by the cooperative is returned to our associates, whether as companies and individuals. And we also have studies that describe an increase in GDP in areas where cooperatives are acting. So we have the same financial generation, but we manage the resources a little bit differently. Now, speaking of social investment, we have several systemic programs, like I've mentioned before. One of the oldest ones we have is a program that's celebrating 30 years that works with citizenship and cooperation. And when we think about this, we have to define what citizenship is how much I can develop that territory considering its unmet needs. And we have children using a project methodology that come to us and they ask questions about their space where they live. So it's not working to develop a child for the future. It's working with what they have today, because children ask questions. They can make a difference exactly where they are at that moment, working with their parents to promote social transformation. So we do believe children can play a leading role. That's what we do in this program, but we have many others for education, financial education in schools, developing cooperation. But besides those efforts that we promote both to children and to our associates, we have more than 9 million, like I mentioned before. Another big program that we have is a social fund. So we use these resources to support local organizations. So the cooperative, inside their territory, identify what are the NGOs that have specific needs, and they provide them with the necessary resources to implement their projects. So it's about being present nationally, having a national view, but also we do local actions in order to expand our impact. Last year, the Social Fund invested more than 75 million BRL throughout the country. And if we look at all our programs, we invest more than 1 million BRL every day. Because again, in the cooperative system, our goal is social, and we use resources, financial resources, as a means. So 122 years ago, when the cooperative system was created, it was created for that purpose. So our financial products are just a means for generating the social impact in the societies where we operate. That's what we do in a nutshell. This is fascinating, having this decentralized management and a focus on the community, and because they are owners of the business as well. So there's very little difference between what's the company and what's the social work. And now I have my first question for you. It's a question for you, actually. How do you see this rationale for social investment, and how is that connected to monitoring so we can really show the real results to stakeholders? So tell us a little bit on how to measure the impact of the work. Well, our business model include all the social indicators in our strategic planning. So when the cooperative is making the plan for next year, they are assessing which municipality will receive the program. So we are fully connected to the business. Another important thing is that the foundation is based in the south of Brazil, in the city of Porto Alegre, but every cooperative has an area leading that, reporting directly to the executive director. And we have all these people spread in Brazil defending this agenda in the work that they do. Besides that, we also do a work to revisit our benchmarks. So we have, of course, market indicators, the percentage of the revenue that we invest, but one of the indicators that we used was new. And again, everything that I'm describing here is built in partnership with the cooperatives. I'm just here as a representative of a bigger group, a group that does this together. The foundation doesn't determine anything. All the actions, they come from the base. Now we have a new indicator that looks at the number of associates, and we look at how much each cooperative is investing to generate the results. Because if the associates believe in the cooperative system, we need to understand how much they're getting back. In the foundation, we have someone who is responsible for impact assessment and monitoring. We have done a program before with IDIS, but in our understanding, all our programs need to have that same level of monitoring. So we are doing that right now to deliver the results in the beginning of next year. Because the results come naturally from our business model, but now we want to have a more efficient monitoring of all our initiatives. So these are our current challenges for this year and for next year. This is certainly a challenging topic for all organizations, how we can prove and show the results. And you talked about sharing that with the associates themselves. So it is about engaging those who are working at the other extreme and feeling like they are part of this. So Murilo, you've mentioned that by 2026, the foundation will be celebrating its 70th anniversary. So tell us a little bit about the foundation's perspective and how the different employees participate on this work and this culture of solidarity that you have created. The foundation was founded in 1956 with 2 classrooms in our headquarters here in São Paulo. So the founder opened these 2 classrooms to provide education for the children of the employees. So in the past, the headquarters worked as a city. So all the employees, or many employees, used to live there, and there were different services that were provided that. And the school of the city was the beginning of our foundation. Our headquarters today still has a school, and it's a school for children of employees. And because of that, we have a second school in the same city that serves the general population. And the school is very much loved by the employees. Everyone believes in the power of education, and they believe that the Bradesco Foundation can really help change the reality of their children. Because even though they work for the bank, they believe in the quality of the education that we provide. And it's an incredible school. We have children for all different types of employees. We have, of course, we don't have enough room for all children. We do a very careful selection, and we have 5 times more applicants than openings in the schools. But once we created this model for the children of our employees, that also helps create this culture of social impact among our staff. All the employees from the bank work in partnership with the foundation, sharing with their clients, customers, the potential of this work. Sometimes when they move to a different city, they always ask about where is the Bradesco Foundation in that city or that region, and they want to talk about the social impact of the work the bank is doing. And of course, that really helps creating this sense of belonging among them. And I always tell them, your work certainly impacts the work of the foundation, and it helps keep this dream alive every year. And that changes their daily purpose. I think today people are searching for more purpose in their professional lives. They want to promote social impact. They want to find a meaning in everything that they do. And inside the bank, this is done through the foundation. We show them how these dreams are becoming a reality, and that helps improve their sense of purpose. So the work of every employee from the bank certainly impacts the results of the Bradesco Foundation. Actually, the HR team from the bank often talks to us. So we go to the bank to talk about this topic. For example, during the onboarding process, we invite bank employees to come to the school so they can have a first-hand experience on the impact that we are generating, because it's important for them to understand how they are making a difference. Currently, the foundation has more than 4,000 employees all over Brazil, and these employees also create bonds with the bank teams and vice versa. So we have an open doors policy to welcome employees, individuals, so they can witness the social impact that we create every day of the year in a wonderful environment, which is the school environment. That's incredible. This is such a relevant topic, and we can think about what companies see in terms of value generated by the social impact that they do. So having this communication and working with the focus on employees, it's very important, especially with education. We are impacting future generations here, right? Very interesting to have this open conversation about purpose and how we can make a difference by engaging employees and how that can influence the way companies do business. Do you have a comment? Yes. Generating this sense of purpose allows everyone to value the project, and it improves the longevity of the project. So many times these projects are sort of left aside or they are not valued, but our struggle is to make the foundation a reality on the daily work of all bank employees, so they can talk about the culture of the bank through the lenses of the foundation, and we ensure they are engaged so we can have even better results. Well, you mentioned that it's very difficult to get a spot in one of the schools, and when they do that, I imagine they feel a great sense of acknowledgement. And we have a lot of research talking about the importance of acknowledgement in volunteer work. And I would like to take that question to Fatima, because she has a lot of experience in that area. Can you give us examples of how the awards that you give are helping drive these innovative projects? And what is the importance of this type of acknowledgement to bring more value to the impact you generate? Before I answer your question, I just wanted to add a little bit more of information about what we do. When social action is part of the organization culture, that improves everything. The satisfaction of employees, our NPS, employees become happier at work, more satisfied, more productive. And I think this sense of belonging is essential for that purpose. Once employees are engaged in all the initiatives organized by the company and the foundation, the results are incredible. We have incredible experience inside our company regarding corporate volunteer actions and the impact that that has in their lives. They come to work feeling happier, and it's really gratifying for us doing this work, and it is essential. So congratulations to Bradesco Foundation for the great work. This is such a passionate topic, and it's wonderful to see the HR departments seeing that as an expectation for employees. At L'Oréal, we have a day called Citizen Day. It's tomorrow. We're going to have actions taking place simultaneously everywhere in Brazil. And one of the things that happened is that there was someone in the financial department who was there, very quiet, very shy. That person became a leadership in terms of volunteer work. And that person ended up being promoted or changing their career because of this great volunteer work that they were doing. And I'm certain you all have great examples of how this type of acknowledgement can lead to a career development. And it brings a new perspective to the business. These people, they have a view of the future. They see how these initiatives can add value to the company as well. Speaking of awards and acknowledgements, our foundation always tries to acknowledge the best practices. So globally speaking, our foundation has global awards, acknowledging companies, social organizations, and individuals for their professional life dedicated to social issues. It is a global award. We have already awarded a couple of Brazilians. This year, we are awarding a Brazilian maestro for the social work he has done throughout his life. He's an amazing individual with a great life story. And he's someone who searches for music talents inside vulnerable communities. Next month, he will be awarded in Spain by our foundation. We also have Social Innovation Awards. On October 15th, registrations will be open. And this includes projects and startups working with social inclusion, well-being, and demographic transformation. The prize is €100,000. People go to Spain to get the award. And these are projects, initiatives, and awards that are very important for us. It's important to acknowledge the people and the organizations that are working to improve the quality of life of people using low-cost, easy-to-use technology. So this is what we have been promoting to foster this aid even more, because together we can do much more.
I think cultivating and changing this society that is going through so many social change is something that we can do together. We can definitely improve it by working together. We can improve a society that definitely needs to close the social gap. Amazing. Well, now we are almost at our end, and I would like to give you the word again. The topic of putting hope into action, to me, talks about trusting the future, about believing in the youth. They have different life projects. I used to be a young person and I needed social projects, and I know how important education was for me to be where I am. And over all my career, I have worked with the youth, And to me, thinking about the next generations that are also going to see careers as opportunities. And I remember that when I started, it was basically not an option, being volunteers. We have had great advancements in the third sector, philanthropy, structuring in this volunteer work, and having this impact being shown is something completely different. And I really wanted to hear from you, how that resonates with you. How do you perceive putting hope into action, not only in your trajectory, but also in your current careers? Well, I think this word is amazing because specifically for education, it is, constantly transformed. And I do believe that we need to change all the time to keep believing in a better future. So as educators, as people, as social project, we do need to change all the time. And thinking about turning almost 70, when Mr. Almador Aguiar started, that's what he wanted to, right? He wanted a better future. And I think we have achieved that. But of course, we can always do better. We can do more. We can think about the current challenges that happen in and out of schools, in relationships with families, parents, and communities, making the foundation, Bradesco and other social impacts to generate even more impact in communities, actually addressing points that are important and creating this virtuous cycle where people who are impacted can keep impacting lives of others, generating other topics. So I think this is what putting hope into action means, and this is a word that we definitely involve at the Bradesco Bank. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you. Well, the purpose of Secret is to build prosperous society. So to me, putting hope into action is about just that, how to make societies more prosperous. But it's up to us, There are some examples, but specifically talking about financial education and how to lead to spread knowledge and to contribute to change behaviors to address social problems. Or when we talk about cooperative system as a seed to be present in other places such as other schools. And I think that this is also a way to put hope into action. There's even a picture, and that picture is emblematic to me because it is the seed that we plant in each and every one of us. And we have the power of making it develop, and make it grow. So we are planting that seed. We are helping plant that seed, and we follow it through some time. And to me, that's the point about putting hope into action. And as a professional, I think it's about connecting. So I do believe in education as a means of transformation, but mostly it is about trusting in humans. When we lose it, we lose hope. So to believe that humans can make the change in the world. And I mean, we are always talking about AI right now, but we are looking at a bunch of people right now who want to keep changing, and that is, to me, to put hope into action. Well, I don't want to be repetitive, but to me, put hope into action is to transform. It is something that we can do, right? It's about taking an attitude, and this is what the Mafra Foundation does. We get to communities, and we can actually see the transformation in the lives of children and young people who are empowered through education. So with different initiatives at Fundação Mafra, we can see young people and children, and we can even see in the future other community agents creating a lot of impact within their communities through programs and projects by Fundação Mafra. And so I think that's about this, Despite the hardships, we can together change the realities and increase the quality of lives of those who are the most vulnerable. Yes, we talked about monitoring, we talked about impact, we have talked about different action models, we talked about tradition, innovation, as well as the power of volunteer work and engagement through purpose. We talked about how we can generate value for the business, thinking for impact strategies. So it reinforces how important it is to make those investments. It reinforces how important it is for us to dialogue with the private sector, having this global view, such in the case of L'Oreal, we have 300,000 euros invested in different funds for women, for climate events, others connected to creative economy. And now we are also developing a very important work that's even more related to our business, which is an accelerator for sustainability. Yesterday was actually the last day for small companies and startups to subscribe to this program. And we believe more and more that in order for us to change and to respect the limits of the planet, we need to change now our processes, but also we need to look into our own value chain, to the communities where we operate, and put them in a place of protagonism, of advocacy, so we can have a better process of change. And to contribute to those challenges that are growing harder and harder, those of us who have started 20 years ago, we know how difficult it is, and we know how much this social impact has evolved, including getting more professionalized, bringing more data and information. And organizations such as IDIS have played a very special role in bringing this macro systemic view that help us look to what we do, but at the same time reflect in a transsectorial collective way. So thank you very much for this opportunity, Paula, and to everyone who is here. We would like to invite you to keep this dialogue going. We are going to be here all day. Please feel free to come and talk to us so we can keep talking. Okay, so let's get back on track with our time, and this is how we close the session. Thank you.
Alô? Obrigada.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much for this excellent panel. I think we have many companies here, many of which I have already worked with as a consultant, and we all know how much I defend companies as catalyzers for transformation. And this is what we have seen now during this panel about the essential role that they play in changing realities. I also have to give you a message. Murilo was talking about the Bradesco Foundation, and it's out of script. Alexandre is definitely going to kill me. But I need to remind you that on the 30th, we are going to launch the report of endowments, sorry. So as we all know, Bradesco Foundation is the biggest endowment that we have in the country, and we are so proud to have them as our partners, also participating on this report that is about to be launched on the 30th. Okay, so now we are going to split our program into 2 simultaneous sessions, and you will be able to choose the one you are interested the most. Here in the main hall, we are going to keep talking about the companies with the panel making impacts reverberate in the generation of value in a philanthropic chain. The people who are here in person will be able to watch it, but also online on our YouTube channel in Portuguese and on the Alliance YouTube channel in English. In this room, we are going to keep having the sign language and in simultaneous translation happening. On the other hall, right after the glass door, we are going to talk about cultivating futures, pathways to family philanthropy in Brazil. It is only going to be available by the people who are here in person. However, this session is going to be recorded and is going to be available at our YouTube channel. So please choose the sessions that you are most interested in And if you want to watch to the other panel about cultivating futures, pathways to family philanthropy in Brazil. Here, we are going to talk about impact generating value in the philanthropic chain.
Vamos nos sentando.
Okay, let's take our seats. Let's take our places, please.
Bom, vamos lá.
Okay, let's do this. So we're about to start a session about resonating impacts, generating value in the philanthropic chain. So I would like to invite to stage Alejandro Alvarez von Goldstein, the VP at Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors Europe, Aaron Zilberman, the Executive Director at Instituto Cirela, Davi Saadi, the Director at the Natura Institute, and Thais Nascimento, the Program Manager at GIF as the moderator. It is a pleasure to welcome you here.
Bom dia a todas as.
Good morning, everyone. I am Thais Nascimento. I work at the GIF, which is the group of institutes, foundations, and companies where I lead the racial equality agenda. It is my huge pleasure to be here with you all. To start with my self-description, I am a black woman. I have dreadlocks in my hair, so I'm wearing white blazer, black trousers, and a very discreet black pair of shoes. Well, I would like to start by giving some context to our conversation about reverberating impact or creating a ripple effect to the generation of value in the philanthropic chain. The pandemic has made very visible some of the inequalities, and the companies are no longer funders. They have networks, data, and influence that are capable of changing disparities. Now, the challenge is to change this emergency response into a permanent strategy that can distribute not only resources, but giving voice and power, especially for Black communities, indigenous communities, and other marginalized communities. Now we're going to talk about how to leave crisis reaction and start building more egalitarian futures. So thank you again for this invitation to mediate such a powerful panel, and thank you to my panelists. So I would like to start by giving the word to Aaron, the Institute Cirela director, I would like for you to give an overview about Cirella's chain value and tell us a little bit about how it connects to your social investment agenda. Okay, guys. Well, Cirella, well, first of all, I am a white male, bald. I am a vintage version, okay? I am old, but I am well preserved, I guess. I am wearing a gray t-shirt with Institute Cirella's logo. I'm wearing jeans and tennis shoes that I'm not going to tell you it's Adidas because, they're not paying me for it. But anyway, Cirella is an institute. Basically, what we do is to buy land and build buildings, okay? So basically, we transform territories with all the positive and negative impacts that come from this activity. So how do we create an institute within this scenario? Well, the main shareholder and the chairman is a very well-known philanthropist, Eddie Horn. I think all of you know this. Eddie Horn has always had philanthropy as an essential value. And this is something that has always permeated Cirella. In the past, it was not as well organized, but in 2007, I started working with him. In 2008, I proposed the creation of the institute, but of course, we had the financial crisis, some prime premium, you know about that. And at the end of 2010, we finally created the institute. And from its very first day, we were created with a percentage of the profits of the company. So we launched this. Everything that we were doing in California, we have already supporting this movement. So we commit at least 1% of our profit. So I wanted to put it on record that I think 1% is not enough. So I am always fighting at Cirella to increase this percentage. I do have a magic number. My goal is to convince Cirella's to actually up it to 2.5%, and I will explain to you how to get to those 2%, okay? 2.5%. There's a story why I chose this number. But anyway, we go along the same lines as Cirella. We were always influencing Sora creation by an article by Porter and Kramer about shared value. It was written by in the last century, right? By the end of last century. Okay, so we need to create economic and social impact in the same territory. That means we need to create projects within our institute that can bring good results for the society, but at the same time that the shareholders of Cirella can understand that that actually makes sense. So there's no use choosing projects that are disconnected to our project. Otherwise, that funding doesn't make any sense, right? So our main topic, I guess, as the majority of you, is education. Why? Because there are so many competent people in an institution already working with education. So why? Why are we doing this? Well, the point is people usually don't transform education equipment. Many years ago, I watched a talk in San Francisco, and it was about where you study matters. So it's important to have, good lighting, air conditioning, digital resources available. So we thought, okay, let's do what no one else is doing or not enough people are doing. So we started selecting public schools, daycares, social organizations, all focus on education in the territories that we work with one of our brands. Cirella actually holds 3 brands. Cirella, the premium version, then Leach, which is medium, and Vivaz, which is basically public housing, social housing. So those specifically, those territories are usually most vulnerable territories. So we select schools, daycares, and etc., and we transform them. Actually, yesterday I had the privilege of visiting 2 public schools, one in the west, another in the east region. And basically, what we did was very simple transformations there. We wanted to do much more. We basically created a leisure space for the kids and also an auditorium that used to be like a deposit. So now a very nice auditorium in another school in the East region.
So that's what we do. We transform schools and daycares which are close to the territories where we operate. Besides that, which is our main activity, we also encourage volunteer work. We have a very important day, which is the day of voluntary action, when people can donate their time. It's not the company. This is always on a Saturday, by the way. Several volunteer actions are encouraged throughout the year, and we actually award organizations that are nominated by our employees when they are volunteers there, even if they're not connected with Cyrela. So having this culture of being a volunteer and making a contribution is something that both Cyrela and the Institute encourage. And we also have a focus on our clients. We provide them with financial education courses and entrepreneur courses to improve their income, because people need money, people need livelihood. Otherwise, they won't be able to improve their living conditions. So we focus on those stakeholders and on our employees. Our employees, when I say our employees, not just those who are hired by Cyrela. The moment they enter one of our construction sites, they become our responsibility, and we need to create a positive impact on their lives, especially those working at the base. So we have projects to transform their houses. We started with Vivenda, the brand for social housing, but now we are managing our own projects. And we are able to renovate over 100 houses. And this year we're going to renovate 60 more, but that's too little. We need more money to do more. So if the board members or the shareholders are watching, please, 1% is not enough. We need more. So basically, that is what we do. Is it okay? Yeah? Thank you so much. And now I just wanted to reinforce something that you said right at the beginning about the potential that corporate philanthropy has. We always have the potential of doing more. So this is a very important message. We always must have as a target an expansion of our work. And working in the different territories is another essential point. We need to understand what are the needs from the territory, not what the company needs. I just wanted to add one thing. It's about creating goodwill with the brand, a license to operate. This is very much connected to that. We don't do that without an interest. A company that's doing philanthropy without an interest, the philanthropy work is not going anywhere. We need to combine social and economic interest, and that is always possible. I always say that when we're working in territories, we also have the possibility to invite people from the territory to build the solutions with us. And that is a very important part of what you said. Now, I would like to hand the floor to Devi Sahad. He's director and president of the Natura Institute. Among other causes, they work on the development of their sales reps. So can you talk about the generation of social value through the program that you have and the connection that the program has with the business? Thank you so much. First, thank you, IDIS, for the invitation. It is my pleasure to be here having this discussion with all of you. I'm a white man, sort of grayish hair. I'm wearing a blue blazer, blue shirt, denim pants, and black shoes. I'll start answering your question perhaps in a broader way. I think you are all familiar with Natura. We are a company with a very powerful history when it comes to sustainability. But many of you might not know about one specific chapter in our vision, which is connected to social transformation through systemic changes. And that's when the Natura Institute can be included. So I'll tell you a little bit about the Institute, and then I'll go back to value generation. The Institute was created in 2010 here in Brazil as the philanthropy arm in Natura, and then we expanded to other Latin American countries. Currently, we are present in Mexico, Chile, Argentina, Colombia, and Peru. The goal of the Natura Institute is to transform the social reality in the countries where we operate through three main causes: education, public education, to be more precise. The other one is connected to the rights and the health of women, something that became even more powerful now once Natura joined forces with Avon. This has always been historical fights for Avon. And a third cause, which is the development of our sales reps. They are the resellers or the representatives selling the Natura products. And the Institute currently invests about 100 million BRL every year in all the countries, benefiting more than 5 million people, including students, women, and our sales reps. But up until 2019, our reach was much smaller, so was our budget. And in 2019, something completely changed our strategy and the way we operate. This was a question that was raised by our board. At some point, we were presenting our projects to them because at the time we were working on projects. We were focusing only on education and only in Brazil at the time. And we were there celebrating the results, big figures, very nice videos, impact assessments. And one of the board members told us, well, congratulations. Well, these are wonderful projects that are transforming many lives. But what happens? Every year we come here, we celebrate our projects, but still education in Brazil, it remains the same. And after we got this question, we spent a whole year studying if there could be another way to contribute in a more powerful way. Not only for specific projects, which of course remained important, but if there wasn't a way for us to promote a more systemic change in education in Brazil. And that's what we decided to do. We decided to invest in something that could really promote a more systemic change. And with that, we changed the question that we asked for building our strategies. Because in the beginning, we would say, okay, education, one of the issues with education is illiteracy. In Brazil, not all children learn how to read and write. So then we wondered, with the resources that we have, with the tools we have available, what can we do? And then we would design extremely relevant and innovative projects. But after the study that we conducted, we changed the way we asked the question. Our question is, what do we need to do in the country to create that change? And based on that question, we ask a second one. What can we do to drive the change that is needed? And by making that simple transformation, that simple change, we saw ourselves needing to do different things. Okay, now we need more powerful strategies, we need a long-term perspective, and without a doubt, we need to work in much stronger cooperation, especially with the government. When it comes to education, as well as for the health and the right of women, a systemic change can only happen with public policies. So we no longer work with projects. What we now do is support the design and implementation of public policies, of course, robust, evidence-based public policies that have enough power to have the right longevity and have a true impact, a systemic impact in education and in the health and rights for women. But that added another challenge, which is how can we connect that to the business? Because if it's not generating value to the business, in the end, it won't go anywhere. And if it is already difficult to generate value to the business, if you're doing something that's simpler and easier to communicate, if you're doing something that's complex, that aims at achieving a systemic transformation, things become twice as difficult. So we try to address this issue in three ways. One, through reputation and brand power. So as we can advance and promote changes that impact whole municipalities or whole states, For example, the top of literacy is a topic we work with in 18 states. More than 60% of all kids in public schools, receive some type of support in their literacy efforts from us. But we also have brand reputation. We are launching a campaign now for Pink October in partnership with the Avon brand. And then we have our employees, something that was mentioned in the previous panel as well. Their engagement and their sense of belonging once they see this transformative action that the company is promoting. And the last one, and the most important for us, are our sales reps. They are the ones who really sponsor the Institute. They are the ones making the resources for the Institute, and we work quite closely with them. Natura has a specific indicator for our sales reps. It's a human development index specifically for them, and we develop a number of initiatives for them so they can develop fully. And then the connection is quite clear because they are the ones selling Natura and Avon products. So if they're happier, if they're more productive, if they're more engaged, certainly that is seen in the company's results. Thank you, Davi. Natura was created with a social environmental DNA, but what caught my attention is that you felt the need of rethinking the role of the Institute to gain more scale and expand its impact. So I think the message is, even though the Institute has a long track record, it is necessary to revisit some paradigms to generate more systemic transformations. Thank you so much. And now, I will hand the floor to Alejandro, Vice President at Rockefeller Philanthropy. And my question is, how is it possible to generate value both inside and outside the company at the same time? What are the opportunities and the challenges that you see in doing so?
Muito obrigado. Thank you. I'm a bit confused. I use this because I'm not sure whether I'm going to understand you. I'm from Spain. I understand a lot, but maybe I'm not. So I'm going to speak in English, and I'm going to keep this on. Thank you. I can take this over while I'm talking. Thank you for the invitation to be here, Edith, and for the forum. I want to start by saying that I'm very excited to be here. I love this forum. I love the energy that is here. I always get asked as a foreigner coming to Brazil, how are things done outside, and I always say that the energy, the resourcefulness, the creativity that one finds here surpasses that, at least in my old Europe, right? So you don't have anything to envy, I find. I mean, of course, there are lots of issues and there are more resources in the north, but really, I always feel like we could come here to learn more from you than you could learn from us. No? So I'm delighted to be here, and I'm also a big believer in the power of the convenings and ecosystems. I spent time helping incubate a network in Latin America called Impacto that some of you may know, because what happens here is magic in terms of the transfer of the knowledge, the collaboration, the mutual inspiration. So thank you. In terms of let me say first my angle, where I come from, because I don't come from a corporate. I come from Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, and I'll explain what that means in terms of my vantage point. First, just to clarify, we're not the foundation or not related to the foundation. We were founded by the same family, but we're an entirely different entity. We're effectively a spin-off of the Rockefeller Family Office that they very deliberately created because the team that managed there or advised them on their philanthropy impact investments accumulated a lot of know-how over 100 years, essentially. And they said, if we share this deliberately with the sector, we're going to be able to really help the sector. So we're a non-profit social enterprise that are here to transform philanthropy. So we work with philanthropies and foundations, also with corporates to the extent that they're social investors. No? So that's my vantage point. I'm not speaking from a corporate perspective, but more from someone who works with donors and tries to help them mobilize their resources more effectively towards impact. So you're saying how can you make it compatible benefits to the corporate and the community. I care primarily about the impact, but I realize that you need both. And I would say it should only be natural. There's a view out there sometimes that corporates are always extracting value of society, but in reality, it is in the self-interest of corporates to have healthy societies around them, right? And so societies need corporates as well, because corporates have always been generators of social impact. They create employment, livelihood, services, and so forth. I think, so the need is mutual. That sometimes very often it's not well understood, and it gets politicized. So I strongly believe that there is perfectly compatible, and there are lots of examples, and some of them are here in the room, right? With your core business, I mean, think of, I'm going to go outside Brazil, but there are businesses who have created lines of business that serve the disadvantaged. Think of the whole M-Pesa in East Africa, where through, the telcos, through their mobile systems, got into financial inclusion 40% of the population that was not in the systems before. And that was a business, or the microinsurers, or so forth. There's plenty of examples. Very briefly, I don't think I have a lot of time. In terms of opportunities and barriers, I think let me start with the barriers. The barriers typically are, only 3 minutes, the barriers are, the societal barriers, the people being suspicious about corporates getting into the space, and there's a bit of backlash politically sometimes. I think that will pass, and I think corporates will continue to do what they can to help their communities. Then there are the internal barriers, which we've observed. Very often, the main one comes to how do I measure my impact and the return to the business. The need for how do you measure the social return? How is this dollar from the corporate making a difference that is worth it? That is, there are lots of surveys, Harvard Business Review, the World Economic Forum. That is the single one barrier. And we like to provoke. I like the way you guys think. We always think you need to be systemic. You may not be able to measure everything tomorrow, but it's essential for your business that you do so, and not only for your business, for society, right? But that is a key barrier. Opportunities, very briefly. This is a big topic, so I'm just rushing through it, but I think there's an increasing consciousness, not only about the challenges, but also the need for many stakeholders to play a role. And I say increased consciousness because this is not new, this was not invented by any of us. Before Mike Porter and so forth, businesses and communities were caring about the communities and so forth, no? But I do think that generally in the corporate world, there's increasing awareness that there's a need for corporates to shoulder more of the responsibility and also to collaborate more with the communities. Even with all the backlashes against ESG or whatnot, what we perceive clearly is this increasing serious commitment, and even also bolder commitment to go beyond traditional CSR activities to more innovative and more bold instruments and funds or collaboratives across the corporate. So I think the main opportunity I see is one, the needs become very acute, but also I'm seeing that more real, genuine appreciation of the need for leadership and more willingness to lead by corporates. And you have examples here in the room. So I hope this answers the question somehow in a rushed way. Thank you.
Thank you, Alejandro. It was great. Well, I wanted to stress out something you said here, that numbers, data are extremely important, the numbers about the impact. However, they should not be the only guidance to the decisions companies make, because then there is a big chance that your actions are not going to make sense because it's not actually addressing the real needs of that territory. So yes, we should be always taking into account the impact and the interests of the company. So I'm going to do another round of questions. I'm going to start with that on again. And we already know that for many companies, assessing the social issues, the S in ESG are extremely complex. So how can we integrate this analysis and take it in a more effective way to the leadership? Wow, how long do I have? 3 minutes. Okay, well, recently I've read somewhere, and I even commented on it with some colleagues, and of course I have to double check that information. But the content is good. So, but apparently in the Brazilian flag, it reads Ordem e Progresso, or order and progress. But it usually was love, order, and progress. Love in the sense of loving humanity, loving thy neighbor, which is essential. Caring for thy neighbor. And I think we don't have enough love in our society. There's not enough love in our companies, in our relationships in general. That sense of love, of taking care of others. And I don't know if that affirmation is correlated to your question, but I think it does, When it comes to companies, what concerns me whenever we talk about impact, and I have already talked about it a few years ago, and it was not well received. It's because there is like this kink for numbers, So as if we didn't know that what we are doing is actually going to benefit people, and you broached on it. So of course, if we could get to a perfect bottom line, it would be perfect, but that's not realistic. Again, a nice diet, physical exercise, nice family, good interpersonal relationship guarantee more time of life with quality. And I think I am already, an example of it. We don't need to measure the specific numbers to know where we are going to put our money in. But in a majority of the time, there's no dilemma in what to do with the company's money. And of course, we can choose one or other ways to apply our resources to. And I don't want to sound too aggressive, but I think there is this hypocrisy in the corporate world when it comes to its real accountability of honoring the love thy neighbor that we took out of our flag. I think it's selfishness, not only as individuals, but as companies. We can do so much more, all of us. And there is another quote. No, I'm going to stop right here. No, you can keep going. I will take the blame for it. I think we all know ADS, right? Or SDG, sorry. And last Monday, I had a meeting with two amazing women, Eliane Lustosa, I think many of you already know her, and Duda de la Roque. They are two women in love with Rio de Janeiro, but also highly frustrated with what's happening in that city. They used to be marvelous, but now has some interesting things. But it's now being, dominated by organized crime. I mean, the history of Rio is basically the history of our country, right? And at some point, we were discussing why some very nice projects, well-designed, well-discussed, just don't thrive. And Eliane mentioned a quote that's becoming a mantra to me. We are lacking the 17. The 17? What is the 17? Which is the SDG number 17, the partnership, collaboration. You talked about it too, right? We could do so much more if we were to do it together. The story about this intersection, So last night I was actually going to read the SDG 17, and it is like a mandala. It's an intersection of players, organizations, private sector, public sector, working together. We are not doing enough, and I'm not saying that we don't do anything, but we are definitely under-delivering. And we were discussing what hinders this process. And there is one thing that we need to control, which is the ego. There is ego for companies and individuals alike. Oh, this is my project, my brand's project, my company's project. But when we go together, we can have so much more reach. So I think we need more love, order, and progress to cooperate and focus on what Eliane said. We are missing the number 17. So let's do it together. It's cheaper, it's more effective, and it brings more impact. That's all. Well, that's interesting, right? We, our organizations, are well aware of it, but oftentimes the leadership is not sold on it. And I just wanted to open a parenthesis to say that last year I participated on an anti-racism leadership program, and it was transformative. I shared room with many executives from different organizations, from different sectors, and when we were brought to territories, it was transformative as well. So I think we need to take leaderships to the field so they can be sold on the story. Let's not just present them slide decks. I think sometimes when people feel it in their skin and see it with their eyes, it makes them more sensibilized to the impact that we actually need to create. So now I'd like to ask Saad a question about what are the practices that are being adopted by our institute in order to demonstrate social value generation for the business, at the same time keeping its commitment and independence on the positive impact for society. Do you think your company is paying enough attention to it? Yes, of course. But before saying this, I just wanted to make two comments about what Aaron said. The first thing is about, being kinky for numbers or have a fetish for numbers. I think it's all related to this fetish or this kink for innovation. We always must be innovating. And if we are innovating, we have to measure it to see if it's working. But as you said, if you do the basic, and if you do it well, what's already working, there's no need to take that much a deep dive into the numbers. And the other point that you said about the 17, right? I think sometimes the logic or the reasoning between the projects is not the same as the public policies. And that creates a problem because basically we are trying to insert into public policies something that comes from a different perspective. So when a project is discontinued, we just think that the public sector is the evildoer that discontinued the process. But maybe the project was just not in line. And unfortunately, I cannot dwell on it, but I think, yes, you were very surgical with your points. But now specifically to the question. I think generating value to the business is very easy. What's difficult is to generate values to the business at the same time you do real social transformation. At our institute, we work with what we call the value cycle, which is basically a cycle reasoning, of course. So whenever we generate social value, the company can also capture this value back for the business. So we generate social value, and with that, the company can also get some value back. And a problem is that the majority of our sales reps don't have enough financial education, which is a problem for their lives, but also for the business. So at our institute, we offer courses on financial education for our sales reps. And when we provide them with those courses, Natura can tell the sales reps, okay, Natura is going to provide you with those courses, and that is going to make them very happy. More people will want to be sales reps for Natura. That means we are generating social value because, of course, it's going to increase their financial management, and the company can capture that value because we're, of course, getting a better reputation. So this is what we call a short-term cycle. What's the problem behind it? Well, is the course really good? Has it really changed the financial management of the sales reps? It doesn't matter because we have already captured the value. But we can take a step further. So if we actually improve their financial management skills at a larger scale, that's actually going to impact the default level that we have at Natura. And that brings so much more value. But in order to capture that value, it takes more time. And of course, this initiative really, really has to be a transformative initiative. So that means that the value of the company is really connected to the transformational power of an initiative. And in long term is that, of course, the sales reps should never had a financial management problem to begin with, which is one of the works that the Institute does, right? So this is the long-term cycle. So, of course, the company is not going to wait for the long-term cycle to end so we can have better numbers 20 years from now. So we need to balance that out. So if we only focus on the short term, well, the company is always gonna want many actions with short-term cycles, and we're not really gonna be focusing on the real change. But if we only focus on the long term, the institute is gonna cease to exist because the company is gonna say, okay, we are investing in the institute, and we are only gonna start to see some value 20 years from now. It doesn't make any sense. So it's important to balance that out. So for the longer term initiatives and the short term, so we can start seeing some value right now. So the trick is, how can we even that out? In order to do so, the company needs to really want to promote the well-being in this social transformation. And of course, it has to be associated to benefits for the business. But if these genuine interest in transformation does not exist, this is going to create a cycle that cannot be sustained. So this is how we, try to balance all these plates at the same time. And of course, if it's up to the institute, we only want to transform everything, and every initiative is going to be so complex that nobody's going to understand it. And if it is only up to the executives from the business, of course, they are just going to want to invest on the short term. So there is this challenge, It involves the social executives to understand the business, and vice versa, for the business executives to genuinely want to understand how the transformation works in the long term. Always, of course, we need data, but we need to have some room for negotiation, We don't need to work with precise numbers. So, for example, in 10 years from now, the literacy levels in Brazil are going to be better by X%. If I have this goal, and if it goes on my bonus, of course, the goal is going to be bolder. But if we have room for negotiation, of course, it can create different types of bonus. So I think it's important for us to try and find a way to balance all that out. Okay, thank you, Davi. Now I would like to give the word to Alejandro and ask you, Alejandro, in such an uncertain scenario, and sometimes even taking a few steps back in some agendas, such as diversity, what are the played role by companies while investing in the qualification of social relationships in the value chain?
How much time do you give me to answer this super complex question? Before I go that, I'm going to go off script. I'm going to say I agree with both of you, also the things that are supposedly controversial. I think they're super important, what you just said. And when we work also with corporates and with funders and helping them maximize their impact, we talk about this. Yeah, you'll find the corporates needing their number of beneficiaries touched, KPIs tomorrow, but if you want real transformation, you're going to have to measure differently and look farther away and find your acupuncture points, right? So we really insist a lot on that. And then the second topic, I'll come back to the topic in a second, SDG 17 collaboration. I want to name one thing, and it's related to the question, which is there's always an intrinsic tension with companies in terms of the control and the degree of attribution. Philanthropy is historically, in every sector, has always been very top-down. We have the money, we know the answer, but that's not how it works, no? And corporates have a harder time also collaborating with others and letting go of the answer and empowering the communities because they want attribution, typically. You want to tell the board, this is all thanks to us. In reality, the more impactful interventions are in working in partnership, SDG 17, with many, many stakeholders, and you're contributing to a solution, not owning it, no? And that is a reality. And that is hard to accept for some actors because they don't see the linear input-output measure, but that has already been proven, no? The answer lies always in the communities. And this goes back to your question, Dalia, which is times of uncertainty, times of backlash. I think the role of the corporates and the social investors hasn't changed. Maybe the environment has changed, but what you need to do to accomplish the impact and support communities and it continues to be the same. And I would argue, so it is partnership, engagement. The answer typically is always in the communities. Yeah. So listen, work with others in partnership, and that's how you're gonna maximize the social return on investment on every dollar or reais or whatever you invest. That is how it's gonna happen. There's a lot of noise right now, particularly in the United States, about backlash against climate, diversity, inclusion, and so forth. And the political moves change. What we observe actually is that there's still continued commitment. I mean, those corporates and those actors who are serious about this, they're not changing at all. I mean, maybe they're being cautious about how they're being seen, but we see a lot of organizations that are standing by their social missions and so forth. And I'm sure you've heard this term. Not before there was always a talk, there still is, it's still an issue, greenwashing or social washing and all that. Now there's a lot of talk of green hushing and social hushing, meaning that a lot of companies are continuing, or actors are continuing to do what they used to do, but they're doing it a bit more under the radar in places where it's not so popular. So what I wanted to say is that based on my observation with the actors that we engage with, one, where the most effective models of interventions are, that hasn't changed. And we're not seeing as much change, really, in terms of the commitment to those solutions, be it climate change, be it social justice, and so forth. It may happen in some notorious cases, it's all over the news, but in general, I'm optimistic. I see the sector being more and more conscious about its role and about its limitations. I see more genuine moving towards SDG 17 than there used to be. We structure collaboratives as well. That's part of what we do, to make the sector be more efficient. And we've seen over the last years a real, exponential growth of genuine donor collaboratives, where people get together, organizations get together, corporates get together and say, we're going to try to solve this problem, and we're going to do it together, and we're not going to own it. And I strongly believe that's the way to go. I don't know, did that answer your question?
Thank you so much, Alejandro. Well, we still have a couple minutes, so let's talk about hope into action. I wanted to hear from you about what are you hopeful for the future. Okay, let me give you a data. Something that has always bugged me, okay? When we talk about enterprises, M&A are very common. Two companies join together. So there are so many successful M&As examples that we have only in Brazil. Well, most recently, I heard about a second M&A, and I was authorized to talk about it because it's generating a movement, right? More M&As, we get stronger, we can go farther. So there is an organization at Belo Horizonte that's called CDN, Corporation for the Development in Housing. So we're talking about 120 employees. It was a company that was founded in 1986, and there's another one in São Paulo that's called Aventuras de Construir, or Building Adventures, that we support through the Simprop and Tech Institute, which I also generate. So basically, it's a Cirela spin-off that I created back in 2006. So we founded that in 2011. There's like 20 employees. Both organizations do exactly the same thing, and they decided to merge. They are going through the entire process. They already have the bylaws. They are facing all the hardships, the ego crisis. Sometimes people get uncomfortable. People thinking about getting laid off. But anyway, they are doing it very well, and it's probably going to be formally or unofficially announced next year, and I think it's going to be great. I would love to see this movement for it. It GIF. You could all start talking about that. Mergers and acquisitions in the third sector. More people getting together, When I see the number of social institutions here in Brazil, we can see that every 35 people, we have some organization. There's something wrong about that, right?
That cannot be efficient. But I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that this movement is going to grow so we can do more things together. We're missing the 17. That's my new mantra. Thank you, Aaron. Davi? Well, I think I'd like to leave you with a message that even if the transformation is complex, it remains possible. I'm going to share a little bit of what we are experiencing in the Natura Institute that now that we are working with women rights and women health. If we were to ask the same question we had always asked, which is, how can I help? We would do a campaign, maybe a project, and a couple of initiatives. But since now we have started asking a different question, which is how can we change the scenario for early breast cancer detection in Brazil and reduce mortality? That requires a different strategy with a lot of cooperation, with the partnership of the government, with other institutions. We might need to help other organizations to work on this agenda. So it's certainly a much more complex initiative. But because of the results we have achieved in education, both in Brazil and other Latin American countries, by promoting a systemic change, we saw that it is possible. So I think this is the message. If the organizations here have this desire of working for a more systemic change and you feel that you are all alone and you feel that this is impossible, I would like to say that it is not. And talk to me. We can talk about it so we can either work together or perhaps I can get you excited about the possibility of pursuing a more complex long-term strategy that can truly transform reality. Thank you. Alejandro, what are you hopeful for?
Well, I'm hopeful. We've been talking about it, and of course I share a lot of the sentiment. I'm hopeful for more engagement, more rallying, real action, more serious commitment by all actors. It's not only the companies, but all out there. And I'm optimistic. I think that we will see gradually more. It also helps that the younger people care much more in the pushing the companies and so forth. So there's a number of trends happening out there. Based on what I observe, going back to my earlier point and what you've been discussing, the SDG 17, I see more actors coming together, also in the company world. No? Like the Schwab Foundation has a Rise Ahead challenge for supporting social innovation. A lot of companies have signed up for that, or Latin Impacto in Latin America. They're setting up new joint funds. There's a lot of activity. The other thing that gives me hope is that I'm seeing a lot of innovation as well in the way to go about, not only the way of engaging with communities and more genuine engagement, but also in terms of instruments. Something that I encourage you to look at is we developed a report with the Schwab Foundation and World Economic Forum on the use of outcome-based finance to create more social impact in value chains. How companies can use that to ensure that there are better labor conditions all along the value chains and so forth. And it's being started to use by a lot of companies. So far, there hadn't been almost any use of innovative finance mechanisms by companies all the way down to all their stakeholders who they relate with. That's starting to happen. That's relatively new. So there is innovation coming in the field, and I think it's driven by genuine commitment by leaders. No, so I'm not entirely naive. I see the complicated in the world, and I see all the dark forces, but I'm very cautiously optimistic. Actually, I see a lot of good happening too.
Obrigada,
Thank you, Alejandro. We are coming to the end of our panel discussion, and I would like to share about my hopes. I have a 4-year-old daughter. Her name is Nina Maim, honoring Maim, a great revolutionary from the Mahilis Revolution, and she carries the fight against racism on her name. But I am also hopeful that all of us here can use the potential that we have to build a fairer and more equitable world to Nina, my daughter. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, IDIS, for the invitation, and thank you so much.
Alô. Obrigada por mais esse painel.
Thank you for this panel discussion. As I often say, companies are powerful. To act as catalysts in this creation of power. And the value chain is extremely important in the whole process. By the way, I would like to invite you to get to know the master's dissertation from our CEO. It talks exactly about that, about the value chain in philanthropy and corporations. A lot of opportunities, a lot of interesting ideas for corporate philanthropy. But now, it is time for those of you who are watching us on YouTube. It's time to take a quick lunch break. We will be back at 2 p.m. São Paulo time. So for those of you
Vamos lá.
All right, everyone, good afternoon. I'm going to ask you to please take a seat. I was making a joke with Felipe that he had to sit down, or otherwise I was going to make him dance. So let me see. Come on, guys, take a seat. So everyone, let's take a seat. We need to get going. I'm gonna ask you to please grab a cup of coffee and come back to the stage, the main stage. Well, I think we can get started. Who is going to miss this opportunity of listening to David King? Come on, guys.
Vocês já estão me vendo na gravação?
Is the live stream working? Great. Come on, guys. Please come back so we can get started. Well, she's definitely better at this than I am. Let's continue. Yeah? Come on, guys. Please come back. I see a lot of people trying to get a cup of coffee. You can grab a cup of coffee and come back to the table. Let's come back for the next session. Are we streaming this? Because my family is watching. I'm not always like this, I promise. My family is watching. This is so embarrassing. All right. Okay. Good afternoon. Wow, you're so excited. So, I hope you have enjoyed lunch and the conversations you had there. This is certainly a highlight of our event. All the conversations and discussions that we have during lunch. And for everyone who is watching us online, it is a pleasure to welcome you back. Today, we are here talking about putting hope into action. But that is only possible because we are humans. But what does it mean to be human? To help us answer this question, I would like to call on stage Professor David Kim, who is a professor and is also senior advisor at the Global Philanthropy Forum, founder and director at the Being Human Project. David, the floor is yours.
Microphone like this or like
that? Boa tarde. What? Boa tarde. Hello. My name is David Kim, and it is my pleasure to be speaking with you. Maybe not to those folks out there, but to you. I want to first thank Paula Fabiani for inviting me here, and to congratulate her and her amazing team, Guy and Alexandra and Camila, and for this incredible forum. Can we give them applause? I recognize that you probably want to be having a siesta now. Instead, you have me. So, and I will describe myself for you. I am wearing a suit, plaid suit, blue jeans, and I am an Asian man, a very good-looking Asian man. Okay, all right. So listen, I'm here as an educator, I'm here as a philosopher, I'm here as someone who cares deeply about what is threatening the human condition. We are, as Paula said at the very beginning, experiencing not just polycrises, which we often will attribute to things like political crisis and the climate and so on. But I want to draw our attention to the other crises that we're facing, which are not just political crises, but moral crises, spiritual crises, and frankly, an existential crisis that faces all of us. Now, this is not just for philanthropy, but it's for all of us. You know, I come to you from the United States. We have some things going on in the United States, in case you were wondering. And we have some very dark things happening in the United States, which are forcing these questions about this existential crisis, meaning, who are we? And what ought we to do? Because in a moment where democracy is threatened, in a moment where human rights are threatened, in a moment where we have a president who is actively seeking to inflict pain and suffering on his own citizens, and pain and suffering on refugees and immigrants, pain and suffering on trans people. We are in a moment where we have to ask this question: who are we in a moment like this? And what ought we to do? You know, I so appreciated this definition that Patty had earlier today about disaster, where hazard comes to meet vulnerability. And what's happening in the United States, and I know you had a version of this with Bolsonaro here, but with Trump, we have a human-made hazard that is meeting vulnerability, that is intentionally inflicting hazardous conditions on the most vulnerable amongst us. Now, from the traditions I come from, the intentional infliction of unnecessary suffering is called evil. It's called evil. And I'm telling you this because, you know, the conversations today have been very polite, right? And the discourse around philanthropy is very polite. But these are impolite times, and these are impolite conditions, and we need to speak with clear language. We need to speak with directness about what we are facing. So you all in philanthropy, we all in philanthropy, we'll use a big we, right? We all in philanthropy are called to do a specific kind of work. Let us remind ourselves about the root of philanthropy. What does it mean? It means the love for humanity, right? Philia anthropos, the love for humanity. It doesn't mean, by the way, the money for humanity, right? It doesn't mean the funding for humanity. It means the love for humanity. And so the question I have for you all, particularly as we think about hope in action, particularly as we think about what motivates us to do this work, what is the quality of your love for humanity? What is the quality of your love for humanity? Is it defined by something like compassion? Is it grounded in something like generosity? Is it grounded in something like forgiveness? And is it grounded in something like mercy, where mercy means bending one's heart to suffering? Because in my view, the highest calling of philanthropy is when we bend our hearts towards suffering. Not when we have suffering come to us and ask for aid, but we go to suffering itself. Because in a moment of darkness, in a moment of evil, in a moment where we do not fully understand or appreciate what is going on, we have to bend our hearts towards suffering if we're going to meet our highest calling. So, I've been thinking a lot about one of the great Brazilians, Paulo Freire. And one of the things that Freire wrote towards the end of his life was he made this equation. He said, there is no liberation without hope. There's no liberation without hope. And he goes even further. He says, we should not even bother with liberation if we do not open the door for hope. So what does he mean by liberation? It means a releasing from oppression. It means a freedom of the spirit, freedom of the body, freedom of the mind, and freedom to move. Again, what we are seeing in the United States is, I'm just going to call it, a tyrant, an authoritarian, a fascist who is trying to seize all of that, and again, increase that sense of oppression, increase that, which is to say, to dim the light of hope. To dim the light of hope. And so what does philanthropy do in a moment like this? Remember, you have a love for humanity, and you're reconsidering what the quality of your love for humanity is. I think one of our responsibilities in a time like this is to understand that we have to cast a light on those who suffer. We have to cast a light on their experiences and bring it into focus. By which I mean, we make it clear to all with eyes to see and hearts to feel and ears to hear what is happening to our human condition. That is our call. That is our responsibility as philanthropists. That is our responsibility as social investment agents, right? I mean, why do you engage in philanthropy? You know, you could say, well, I do it for, it's my brand, right? I do it for good PR. But that's not about love, is it? That's not about love. You know, we, of course, want to be recognized for doing good works. But the question becomes, what is the quality of the drive and the motivation for you to do those good works? We have a responsibility to convert suffering into flourishing, right? I've learned so much listening to our conversations today, and you know, especially my dear sister Patty talking about disaster, right? That disasters, catastrophes, crises are always with us, but we don't always respond to them with our fullest humanity. We don't always respond to them with our best selves. Put it another way, we don't always respond to them with excellence. You know, you are a room, we are people with tremendous gifts and excellences. And what are we doing to apply those excellences to that suffering? Now, I have to say, I love the energy of Brazil, right? Your inventiveness, your liveliness, and your smiles, right? Your smiles. I was walking around the streets of Sao Paulo earlier this week, and you know, I came across a street band and they were playing music, and people were singing along some song I'd never heard before, and so I was just, right? And they had these big smiles on their faces. And I recognized that I haven't seen that quality of smile at home in the United States for a long time now, right? It is a reflection of the state of our spirits. It is a reflection of the state of our souls, right? Because I have to say that I do think that philanthropy is as much about soul work and spiritual work as it is about moving money from one place to another, right? How do we attend to the spirit of those who suffer? So I'm going to bring this back to this question of love. I think it was, is his name Aaron earlier today, Zeibold, who spoke about love. They used to have it on your flag, right? I was very impressed by this, that you had love on your flag. Love for your neighbor. I mean, one of the questions we should ask when we think about hope in action and philanthropy is, what is the quality of that love for our neighbor? What do we owe our neighbor now? You know, tyranny and fascism is very cunning. It's very smart in the ways it makes us feel small, right? It makes us feel stingy. It makes us feel hard-hearted. And the paradox is, the thing that we need in a moment like this is to open our hearts, to be vulnerable. And it's not easy, I get it. It's not easy. But this is the work. You know, one of the things I attribute to what's happening in the United States is that, you know, we're a young nation. And we're also a young people. And we're also a profoundly immature people. And I think what's happening around tyranny, what's happening around oppression, is a reflection of a kind of malevolent adolescence, you know? And I have to say, the thing that philanthropy can do is to help us grow up. To help us grow up. Because now is a time to stand in our maturity. Now is a time to say that we are the adults in the room, because no one's going to come save us, right? No one's going to come save us, not even philanthropy. Well, some philanthropists might, but not, you know, by and large, no one's going to come save us. We have to save and help ourselves, and philanthropy can help in that work. But that's the better part of maturity, to understand that we're not going to go back to a different time, right? We're not going to go back to this nostalgic time, because I can't speak of Brazil's history, but the American history, it's not as if it were the case that we were a people and a nation that enjoyed full rights, full human rights, full voting rights. It is not as if we have a history that is unmarked and untouched by political violence. It is not as if we are a people that has not been defined by the stranglehold of white supremacy. That is America. And that's the fight. That's what we have to work our way through. The surprising thing, truthfully, is democracy. When democracy happens, that's totally startling. When acts of public love, she's giving me a 5-minute sign. I got it down to 4. Acts of public love are really what's surprising in the American condition, but I'm just going to say it shouldn't be surprising in the human condition. We should expect that of each other and ourselves. So my call to you, before I'm going to open it to questions, right? My call to you and my question to you, it is, what does a philanthropy of hope look like? What might it look like in terms of the quality of our service, the quality of our love, the quality of our humanity? That's what I want to talk about for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, of course.
No,
Tired.
loud.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
David.
Well, thank you so much, David. That was a powerful speech. And it was not even scripted. But anyway, wonderful regardless. And this is what we're here to talk about, right? I think it is essential for us to connect to the essence of our humanity and what it actually means. Now we are going to hear 2 more life stories of people who have transformed their hopes into action. Unique life stories that understand that we are all part of the solution of environmental and social challenges, and that can be expressed into different ways. And this is the very essence of our forum. So that's why we have proposed this chat. And of course, I need the chairs here. But we are proposing a chat, very informal chat, with inspiring personalities exploring their motivations and showing the paths that they went down for those who have used their time, resources, and influence for the greater good. But before we invite the main guest, I'm going to start with a speech from a philanthropist who has been donating for a long time, but only now is officializing her deeds. And we had the honor to support the organization of her institute. Unfortunately, that person has a very unpredictable schedule, and you will see why. And that's why she couldn't be here. But she has sent us a video. So with you, a message from Ivete Sangalo. Hello, guys. I am Ivete Sangalo, and there is a very important part of my life, which is Institute Ivete Sangalo, that was created with IDIS Advisory. They helped me turn this dream into a reality. I am thankful for this invitation. It is a huge pleasure to be a part of this and to learn together with you, even though virtually, for this forum and social impact sector. I have always believed that when we receive from life, which is my case, it is important to give it back in the form of care, solidarity. So my institute was born from my wish to give back at least a little of what I have achieved in my life, creating opportunities and hope to those who need the most. The Ivete Sangalo Institute wants to mobilize people and resources to transform lives. Our objective is to create opportunities, support projects and social organizations in Brazil, more specifically here in my land, Bahia, with a focus on guaranteeing rights to children. Just as we have been working with the Ayrton Senna Institute in Juazeiro and others in Salvador, and we want to do more. Every smile that we awaken and every life we impact show us that we are on the right track. And I do believe in the transformational power of solidarity. Anyone can do its part, and together we can change lives and build a fairer world. So thank you for believing in this movement, in this dream, and count on my institute. So together we can restore hope, culture, and to protect all of our children so that they can live their childhood fully today and in the future. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Okay, so now please the chairs. Sorry, I jumped the gun a little, but it's just that I'm nervous. So we know that engaging influencers contribute to convey the message to the biggest number of people, to the largest number of people. However, the involvement of philanthropists and social investors, that even though they don't have the same stage, they can also generate positive impact and contribute to transforming realities. Now I would like to invite to stage Tania Haddad Nobre, the first woman to be the chairwoman of INSPER, with a trajectory in working with the inclusion of women in education and innovation, as well as working with KPX in Haddad Foundation.
Bom, vamos lá.
Okay, let's do this. So this is pretty traditional panel, actually. The idea is just for us to talk, very informally. So to begin with, I guess, tell us a little bit about you. Okay, good afternoon. Well, first of all, I'm a very anxious person, and I am nervous right now because, speaking in front of so many amazing people, of course, this is already, public speaking, it's completely out of my comfort zone, but even more, going right after Ivete, so if I sound as, a fan, it's probably because I am. So, okay. So my name is Tania. I am the chairwoman of the advisory board at INSPER, a nonprofit organization. We are a superior college. I am an economist by training, which feels like a lifetime ago. I graduated in the US. We didn't have INSPER back then. And I graduated for Freudian reasons, of course. My father is an economist, graduated in the very same university where I went to. Very quickly, I noticed that this is not my thing at all. So I migrated to psychology. And I got my master's also in the US. And back then, honestly speaking, I was still not thinking about INSPIR, but I specialized in college advisory, what they call like that, which is not exactly like mentoring, but sometimes the actual English word has its value, right? It's advisory. So, or advice, sorry. So I have always thought that I was going to follow into my father's footsteps. So again, being an economist and then work in the financial market, and I ended up working with education. So life goes round, right? And we launched the family office and the Haddad Foundation, where I work. And of course, it is a pleasure, a huge pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, Paula. Well, my daughter works at INSPIR, so if that's any consolation, and I am also an economist by formation. But yes, I definitely related to it, and I was the very first economist in the family. Now my daughter is following into my and my husband's footsteps. She's gonna be a third. Oh, we definitely need you then. Yes, absolutely. I think economy gives us a nice take on the world. And well, now we are going to talk about making difference, right? Ever since this morning, we started talking about putting hope into action, how we can actually rescue hope, how we can act, and to actually make the world a better place. And I wanted you to tell us a little bit about how you got involved with philanthropy. What was your purpose? What drives you? What are your main causes? What gives you goosebumps in a good way? Oh my gosh. Okay. So let me try. Honestly, philanthropy has always been a part of my life in some way or another. My parents have always been skilled in giving me this sense or this need to give back. Because basically I won the birthing lottery, as one of my colleagues say it. Basically it's privilege, right? And without any guilt, so okay, great. I had these opportunities. I've had all of this. And I was able to see my parents grow economically. And of course, I was born into a very comfortable home, even though it pales in comparison to the resources they have access to right now. So anyway, the part about solidarity is something that have always been present. They paid for, tuitions for friends and so on and so forth. I have always seen them work some way in solidarity, but in a more structured way. Now I basically wear two different hats as a donor, but also working with resource allocation or fundraising. Starting with INSPIR. Back in 1999, my father and his partner bought IBMAC. It was a profitable organization, of course, and in 2004, some of the former associates from the financial market also acquired the other part and donated it to the society, making INSPIR a nonprofit organization. So, if I have to select a turning point for my philanthropy action, I think that was the point. People ask me, is your father the CEO? And yes, also he's probably very rich. And I said, yes, we have surplus, but anyway, it's a non-profit. But it's not easy to explain what is a private institution with non-profit structure in Brazil. Yeah, you talked about your father, Claudio Haddad, the founder of INSPIR, and in the morning, in one of our panels, no, actually during lunchtime, we had a conversation showing the influence of the family over donation decisions. So I wanted to ask you, how do you do that in your family? Do you talk about it? I mean, over Sunday lunch, for example? Is it a recurring topic? Do you dialogue about it from different perspectives as well? How is your family involved in general? Well, as you may imagine, INSPIR is, yes, a topic that we are always discussing over lunch, over dinner, anytime we get together. But not only INSPIR, though. Again, speaking in the afternoon at such an event, of course, I'm going to be redundant. But again, yes, I talk about it with my father, with my children, and this is something that keeps me awake at night, How can I inspire my next generation with it? My husband and I have also started other nonprofit because my husband decided to work on a different type of philanthropy. Now we have launched Tansalos in the healthcare sector. And again, I think it's all about repetition, right? So it's not only about what you preach, but also, how to walk the walk. And in a way that does not generate guilt, this guilty feeling on them. And I can say that was my case. Sometimes we don't ask children, how much do you want to eat? And then they don't eat everything. And then we say, do you know how many starving children there are in Africa? And to me, that's pretty iconic. This is so wrong. It's a way for you not to hear to the kid, and at the same time, you instill guilt on them. And this is a challenge. Okay, but how about your main causes, Tanya? What drives you? What moves you? I know education absolutely is a very important cause, but what other causes that you end up engaging with, even if not with resources, but with your influence? Well, most recently, the gender issue for obvious reasons. But again, I have 3 children and I have a non-binary child as well. And with all the engineering that are now being taught at INSPIR for 10 years now, it became pretty clear to me about gender stereotypes. And again, we are working in society, in a family with a very comfortable situation. And it's still, even though I have, a voice and a place in this point, I know that it's very difficult for us already. So I can only imagine for low-income families how much harder that situation must be. And then I created this foundation. Many of you here have inspired me to walk through this, down this pathway. And it is always somehow related to education, I guess. And in a huge way, always connected to INSPIR as well, to be honest. Okay, you have talked a lot about people who maybe know more than you. And I mean, no one knows how to do anything, right? Not even donate or even philanthropy or how to make it happen. So what do you think is the most important in your action? Or maybe even the mistakes that you have made? Even though I wouldn't call it mistakes, because after we learn from the mistakes, it becomes a learning and no longer a mistake, right? But if you could tell us a little bit about your journey and how you perceive it in Brazil, comparing it to the situations from other families, our so-called elite. Well, frequently we hear that Brazil has no donation culture. And yes, we lack the incentives from other countries, such as tax incentives, of course. But to be honest, when you think about our culture, I mean, why do we understand that other cultures usually partner between families, private sector donations? Why are we so pessimistic about it? This is something that actually bugs me. I think we have come a long way. There are some fantastic institutions and organizations, and we are doing it. And I am not only talking about the higher education, and I think it's something that starts way before it. In junior schools, high schools, maybe, I don't know, even taking kids to museums, incentivizing them to read classic books. So this is another way to teach philanthropy to children. And it's not even about charity. It is about understand what is a nonprofit. For example, we don't teach this for children, for example. So I think there's still a lot of room. And what was the second question again? The lessons learned. Okay, I could mention a few. So from giving a lot of food to my children, or forcing my children to not pick their own birthday gifts, but instead donating them, and that was, wow, that went wrong. But anyway, understanding that different people have different ways of donating. I have a daughter, for example, that really wants to, roll up her sleeves and work. The other one is a little shyer. The other one likes to donate. So there's no right or wrong. There are different possibilities. But I think one of the most important things is about listening. My experience from INSPER, and we even have Camila here. She is the grant head. And I am going to tell an example she is well aware of. Actually, she was the one who told me about it. When we started the grant fund at INSPER, we thought, okay, now we are going to pay the tuitions integral for those children. So, check the box. But then we heard a story of a young girl who was caught sleeping at the library. And people asked her, why? And she said, it takes me 6 hours of commute. So to me, it's just easier to sleep here in the bathroom, in the library. And then you think, wow, yes, maybe we should start offering housing to these people as well. We are located at Villa Olympia, and we know that everything costs a lot of money in that region. And it is also, again, about listening. When we talk about passion, I am passionate about listening to those stories. And I am always saying that, hell is filled with good intentions is definitely truthful. Sometimes we can think that we have an understanding, but when we listen to those who actually need, you can see that, help comes from different angles and different ways. Yes, I would like to thank you very much for your contribution thus far. And Daniel Munduruku, he talked about generosity and also about the idea of offering us the truth. So I would like to thank you for your sincerity, for your honesty, for talking to this audience with an open heart. We live in a moment in the world where often we are afraid to take a stand. But I believe that communicating is the only way we can build things together, even though we might have different takes on the world. I would also like to talk about, again, mentioning what Daniel Muruku said, that we need to think about accumulating wealth. So your family has a story of accumulating wealth, and now you are trying to give it back to society somehow. And this is a new question, unscripted. Yes, unscripted, but okay. Yes, I think we talked about it a little bit during the briefing. And this is something that really moved me when he said it. I think this is the moment for us to rethink those models. And maybe, there are people talking about a new capitalism. Maybe that's not the way. I don't know. But we need a new system that can generate less inequalities and that can be better for everyone. Once one system does not work for everyone, it gives us an unsustainable situation. So I wanted to hear from you. What do you think about it? From the place where you stand, acting with, at a university with young people, and now I have already learned that the future is now, right? We don't have to think about the future ahead, but we have to invest on the young people right now. So what do you think about it? Well, about the honesty, I would like to thank Renata Bezzelli. She's over there somewhere, I don't know. And I said, oh, I'm so nervous. And she said, think that you are just having lunch with me. So thank you for that advice. So I am humbled to recognize my limitations, including academically, because, again, I think listening is extremely important. Even before you make a decision about what's right or wrong, realities are different, countries are different, the types of wealth are different. The donors are usually, the usual suspects. So you go to a hospital and you see always the same names of the donors, for museums, institutions. And we definitely need to widen that range. And I also heard something earlier today that is the philanthropic sequestration or kidnapping. I think it was Fernando Nogueira. Anyway, I say that this is, just having the 5-finger discount. You have to it's not about trying to get the 5-finger discount, but maybe just creating more resources and putting them in the deck, And it is also about making things simpler. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So we can see the pipeline. If you are always fostering this donation culture, it is going to be there. But at the same time, it is unfair for the same people to hold the same responsibility, not only the schools, but also, public policies, the same families. And for those of us who have resources, unfortunately, we have new families joining this scenario in philanthropy. Yes, families from other states as well, right? Yes. Events such as this one are crucial. Exchanging experiences, being humble to say, I tried this and this didn't work, and, talking about what has worked out. So I think scaling the efforts is definitely the way to go. Okay, thank you very much for your generosity, for being here, for sharing your story with us. And thank you for your dedication to such important causes. Now I just want you to listen to your final remarks about what puts your hope into action. Well, not only events like this and again, being repetitive, but, creating a good impact. And I think as important as putting hope into action is to give up giving up. So, again, to mention other examples from our grantees, I have participating for committees for years now. And sometimes it's really painful to have to deny excellent candidates. And in the next semester, we see the same candidate applying for a grant again. So, their persistence is truly inspiring. So this is what hope, where hopes comes from, because how many no's have we heard, even in fundraising, so it's about persisting until we get the yes. Okay. We actually had an encounter alongside Marco França at INSPER to discuss how universities can be a place to promote the philanthropy and donation culture, as well as fight against inequality. Hopefully, we are going to reap some fruits from it in the future. So thank you very much for this inspiring chat. No, thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Such a great conversation, right? Paula is right. That was such an inspiring chat. Now I would like to invite you all on behalf of Stanford Innovation and Alliance Magazine, in Stanford Social Innovation Review, our media partners. To those of you who are not familiarized with it, Alliance is a British communication vehicle reference for global philanthropy scenario with an independent opinion, promoting debates and insights from experts. They offer the forum participants the free digital subscription. Just as Stanford Social Renovation Review that explores actions from social transformation leaders globally in all sectors of society. So using the QR code on the back of your credentials, you can subscribe to both magazines. We also have some hard copies available, and for those who have joined us online, we are going to send the subscription link on the chat. Now, we are going to have a very special session. 4 years ago, we have launched the program Transforming Territories, aiming to increase the development of foundation and community institutes in Brazil. Now, it is our pleasure to show some transformation stories caused by our network all over Brazil. With you, the manifest video of the web series Transforming Territories.
Afinal, o que é território?
So what is a territory after all?
Território é onde a vida acontece.
Territory
É
is where
rico,
life happens.
vivo e está em constante
It's a
movimento
live
e transformação.
stream, and it is
E conforme
constantly
ele
changing.
muda, surgem
And
novos
as it
desafios
changes,
e novas
new
soluções.
challenges and new solutions arise.
E por onde começar uma transformação? Com escuta ativa, fortalecimento de lideranças e apoio a projetos locais. Afinal, é ela, a comunidade, quem melhor entende onde dói e onde brilha. É por isso que nós, fundações e institutos comunitários, as FICs, atuamos com uma abordagem sistêmica, adaptada às realidades locais, mapeando oportunidades para direcionar os investimentos de forma simples ao que é prioridade no território. Conectamos a sociedade civil, as organizações sociais, o poder público e os financiadores. Pequenos e grandes doadores são fundamentais para gerar mudanças contínuas, mensuráveis e sustentáveis. Você também pode investir no poder de transformação comunitária. A sua parceria impulsiona o nosso trabalho. Com ela, fortalecemos a comunidade para a construção do presente e do futuro que deseja. Somos um coletivo de FICs. Estamos conectados, atuando em diversas regiões brasileiras, unidos pelo desejo de transformar pessoas e territórios. Juntos, escolhemos ser agentes da mudança que praticamos. E você, vem com a gente? Encontre uma fundação ou instituto comunitário mais próximo e faça parte desse movimento. Invista em uma FIC.
Invest in a FIC.
Gente, é muito incrível.
It's incredible to see how these FICs are transforming territories. I get really, really emotional just listening about it. I'm sorry. So, to tell us more about this story, I would like to call on stage Rosana Ferraiolo. She is the manager of our program, Transforming Territories, and the leaderships of the FICs that are with us today.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. Andrea first makes me cry and then she asks me to speak. Good afternoon, my name is Rosanna. With a great deal of respect, joy, I am here as the spokeswoman for this group of FICs present in 10 different Brazilian states. And our main cause today is fighting for their territories. The leaderships on stage and the others who are with us promote a systemic impact in their territories with engagement of communities, a long-term view, and the connection between different actors. For 4 years, this program has been working, and the FICs have been strengthening their practices, the lessons learned. We have been adapting approaches and creating new pathways to transform the territories where we are based. It is an honor and a great pleasure to coordinate this powerful group, a group that connects so many local solutions that many times are distant from us. We would like to invite you all to get to know the 14 stories in our web series and to learn more about this project. Our plan is to connect more people to the purpose, and because of that, we have created a calendar. It's available next to the coffee. You can pick up a copy, and you can take that back to your offices. Transforming Territories is an IDs program. Paula manages us in the best possible way, and this program was done in partnership with Mord Foundation and with the Bem Maior movement, who is being represented by Bia and Carola. They work very close to us. And now we would like to invite you all to watch the web series. If you get a copy of the calendar, there's a QR code. The web series is on YouTube. Enjoy it and get to learn more about the actions that are being done in every territory. And please contact us if you want to learn more about this work. Thank you. It's truly touching to see and learn about the story of these organizations. I have watched all episodes and they truly put hope into action. So you're all invited to watch them on our YouTube channel. Make sure you check the web series on the FICs that belong to our program. And now, we will once again split the agenda in 2 simultaneous sessions, and you'll be able to choose the topic you prefer to watch. Here on the main stage, we will have a panel about putting hope into action and not waiting, monitoring for building bridges. This session will be able to, can watch it if you're here in person and also if you are online. Translation will be available only in this room. In the room next door, we will have another session on territories and communities, dreaming and transforming. This session can only be followed by our guests who are with us in person, but the session is being recorded and will be posted on our YouTube channel. So please make sure you select the activity you wish to follow.
isso também? Vem? Não vai tirar, Paula? Assim? Tá bom? Bom, vamos dar início à próxima sessão.
So let's begin our next activity. So please take your seats and get ready. Denise, please take a seat. So, for the next discussion, putting hope into action and not waiting, monitoring for building bridges, I would like to call on stage Ana Fontes, founder of the RME and the RME Institute, a network of entrepreneur women, Jessie Kraft, CEO at CAF America, Leticia Bourne, Associate Global and LATAM Director at Co-Impact. And to moderate the discussion, Wesley Mateus, the President of the Brazilian Network for Monitoring and Assessment and Secretary for Monitoring and Assessment of Public Policies and Economic Affairs at the Ministry of Planning and Budget.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Very happy to have been invited to talk more about social investment and philanthropy. And the goal of our session is to shed some light on the topic of monitoring and assessment. So, putting hope into action and not waiting, monitoring for building bridges. We have three amazing guests with us, and they will be presenting us with their perspectives, both national and international. So, we know that social environmental projects aim to promote positive impact using very few resources. So how can we know if the transformation is really taking place or not? And that can be done through monitoring and assessment practices. And because of that, it is necessary to implement structures that can actually demonstrate to us if things are going according to plan or if we need to adjust our route. I believe we all agree on the importance of this work, but what is the necessary frequency? What's the level of depth that we need to achieve in our monitoring? And how can we monitor and assess projects that are so different and so unique? So how can we deal with data, transparency, and the trust relationship that must exist? So that's a little bit of what we will be discussing in the 50 minutes that we have. And I would like to start by giving the floor to Ana Fontes, founder of RME Institute, working with entrepreneurial women. Ana? Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here talking to people I admire so much. Thank you, Paula, for the invitation. Very quickly, I'll tell you a little bit about our network, the RME Institute. We are a social organization And the Institute is an NGO, as we call it. We have connections with 2 million women, and in over 15 years we have impacted over 12 million lives because we include women and the families around them. We work with education, providing them with training courses in more than 2,000 cities all over Brazil. We provide them with mentorship and create connections between the women because that, in our opinion, can make a big difference. And for some years, we have been offering what we call microdonation or seeding capital. For most projects, at the end of the cycle, we make a donation, a cash donation to the woman, and we offer from 1,000 to 10,000 BRL, depending on the program or the funder. We were one of the first organizations to start doing that. Our funders were quite skeptical about it because they were very worried that we were just giving out money without any type of accountability. But we were able to demonstrate to the donors how important that was and how much improving the confidence of the women so they can use the money the best way they see fit, how that was essential for them. And after that, our impact assessment became even more necessary and more frequent in the projects and programs that we host. Initially, I'm just checking how much time I have. Initially, we would do a very simple assessment for all projects. We still do that simple assessment today. We ask about the satisfaction with the project, with the working hours, with the program, how they felt. We have done this since the beginning of our work 15 years ago. But 7 years ago, we started doing a more in-depth assessment. That was when we started to understand what indicators were. That was very difficult. It was a very painful process for us, understanding which were the indicators. Because to have very sophisticated indicators, for example, we had to give a big questionnaire to women living in social vulnerability. And for us, that was a very invasive approach because you can put that individual in the place of victim all the time. So we created some indicators based on our experience, on our researches, and the work that we had been doing with these women for so much time, and we created some main indicators. We have projects for which we add more indicators, but what we work with is with the economic autonomy of women, because we believe that giving money to women in social vulnerability can be a game changer and can remove them from situations of violence. Once they have their own income, they can step away from abusive relationships. So what happened? We developed this model and the indicators, and we have some hard indicators, as we call them, which is opening a formal business. They used to work in a formal market, and now they have a formal business. That's one indicator. A second indicator, their income has increased. They used to make 1,000 or 2,000 BRL. Now the revenue of their businesses has increased. That's another indicator. Another indicator is hiring someone. Do they have employees? Because again, we're focusing on building autonomy. So were they able to hire an employee? That's another indicator that we consider. When they enter the program, we do a quick assessment on those indicators, and then throughout the process, we reassess that same information. Sometimes the process takes 6 months, sometimes a year. It depends a lot on the donor, how much money they're willing to give us for the assessment, because it does have a cost. But we also wanted to use indicators that are not so hard, but that are really important for the work that we do, especially for women living in vulnerability. So we ask them some very simple questions. How much more confident do you feel after participating on the program? More than 85% of them say that they feel more confident after having done the program. That's self-declaratory. There's no statistic to that. They just say, I feel more confident. But we do take that into account in the assessment of the project. Another question that we ask has to do with women cooperation. We asked, considering everything that she has learned, how many women did she teach that? Because sometimes she transferred that information to her sister, to an aunt, and to women in her community. And on average, each of them teach at least 5 other women what they have learned from us. So in a nutshell, this is what we are monitoring today. And once again, in a very simplified way, today we have 85% of women feeling more confident, 40% of increase in revenue or income, 5 to 6 women are impacted based on what they have learned on the program. More than 45% of them open a formal business. And we know that in Brazil, that serves as a protection for them. They can have access to other social benefits if they have a formal business. So we have been working on these indicators for the past few years. The network and the institute work with different profiles of women. In the institute, we have a broader profile, and in the network, mostly women living in vulnerability. We work with indigenous women, women from former enslaved communities, elderly women, and with that, for the past 15 years, we have been working to improve their living conditions. And more important than that is putting money on their table, because the majority of these women, when they are successful, they invest on their family, they invest on their children's education, and they invest in their surrounding community. And when they can hire someone, they usually hire other women, creating this virtuous cycle. I'm out of time, so in a nutshell, this is the best way that I can describe our impact assessment. Thank you. Great, Anna. Thank you. I was so anxious to hear you talk that I forgot to self-describe myself. I'm a young black man. Well, maybe young. That's questionable, but I'm certainly black. I'm 34. Not much hair, many earrings, and I'm wearing a blue jacket. I'm sorry I forgot to describe myself. But it was great to hear you say how this monitoring and the assessment has been advancing, and how you can see the results of the work that you are doing in the territory with these women, and how essential that is in the process of attracting more resources. Thank you. Now we're going to talk to Jesse Kraft, CEO at CAF. Jesse, it would be very interesting to hear from you a little bit of the global landscape. So, how is monitoring and assessment being perceived in other countries?
Thank you so much. It is wonderful to be here. Thank you so much to Aegis for having me here and for being such a wonderful partner to us. To self-describe myself, I'm blonde hair, blue eyes, black and white, long dress, perhaps some rosiness in my cheeks from the the nerves of being in front of all of you wonderful people. So when we, in the global space, one of the big conversations that we are having around monitoring and evaluation is also the importance of unrestricted funding and actually more flexibility in some of the reporting mechanisms. And there's of course real importance in both of these approaches, but it's something that we've been starting to think about quite a lot. Because we're thinking about charity resilience as along with the projects that they complete, and we need to enable more of that unrestricted, flexible funding to actually invest in the organizations that are doing the wonderful work that we ask them to do. CAF just released the second part of our World Giving Report, which if you haven't heard of it or haven't seen it, it's at worldgivingreport.org. The first part of that report was focused on donor insights. So we looked at donor activities across 101 countries and collected 55,000 responses from donors around the world. And on the charity side, which was just released, we spoke to charities in 28 countries to understand some of what they're working on, some of what's impacting them most right now, and to get a better insight on the charity landscape. And I raise that because one of the important things that we were talking to them about is in this report is, what are they seeing in terms of the demand for their services and how they're able to respond to that demand. So one of the things we learned is that, the organizations that were most able to respond to increasing demand, so demand is increasing across the world, I'm sure that won't come as a surprise, but the organizations that were able to respond the best had, one, diversified sources of income, so had more diversity in the types of funding they were receiving, and two, had access to unrestricted funding, so they could be flexible in how they were applying those funds. What we learned in terms of the trends of what we're seeing across the world right now is that those organizations with the least diverse income streams are, one, more likely to come from lower income countries, but also the greatest proportion of their income is restricted. So they're seeing the greatest demand and not able to adequately respond to that demand because so much of their funding is restricted. So there is in the global space a movement, a conversation about trust-based philanthropy. I think there's a lot more talk than there is action on it right now, to be honest. But the conversation it's happening, and I think it's moving in the right direction. We're seeing some really interesting examples of this. I think Mackenzie Scott and her giving is probably one of the biggest examples of this, that we're making the biggest splash globally in the U.S. Particularly, but I also know she's doing quite a lot of work globally. But she is specifically giving large unrestricted grants, which hopefully are catalytic, and of course will take a longer time to understand the real impacts of that kind of work. But it is a good example. But supporting activity in this way does take a real mindset shift on the part of donors. And at the same time, not all donors can take on this approach. I'd say, particularly when you think about the corporate space, institutional funders, corporate philanthropy, they have boards and shareholders and other stakeholders that they have to answer to in terms of how they are applying the funds that are being given toward philanthropy, and to demonstrate the impact, to tell the stories of what's actually happening with that money, or there's a possibility it could go away. So there's a little bit less flexibility for some donors in their ability to shift between restricted project funding with more monitoring and reporting to more flexible and unrestricted. So there's that's something we have to understand in this space as well. But really, the other thing I think about in this space is the ability to look at short-term impacts versus those long-term systemic changes that take quite a while to report on, to actually see happening. And, that it concerns me a little bit. We can talk about, a meal that's given to a person, but, how are we changing that food system over time? And that's what some of these, the monitoring and reporting, in the short term, when they want those short-term results, it's not really considering that. So it's a balance. But, in my mind, when I think about this, and when we speak to donors, so we're coming from a space of, we work with donors of all types in the UK, the US, and Canada, and enable them to give globally. So that's the place that we're coming from as we speak to donors. But when we talk to them about this, what we share is we are really calling upon these organizations to tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. And when we just look at the health of a project and not the overall organizational capacity and their ability to do the great work that they're doing, we're only looking at a small piece of it. We need to think about the organization as a whole and the people that power it, and work together more in partnership to support their work they're doing, because really the impact of the programs and the organizational strength go hand in hand. You really cannot separate those two things, and that's really important for donors to start really thinking about more. The last thing I'll say on this is just, in the space of the capabilities of giving unrestricted funding, given that CAF works globally across borders, it's important to comment on how the cross-border giving dynamic impacts unrestricted giving. So in the World Giving Report also, we learned that charities that receive all or most of their funding from foreign countries, from outside of their own country, they only have 14% of their funding that's unrestricted, whereas organizations that receive more funding locally have about 41% of their funding, which is unrestricted. So there's a difference there. So it's tells us that, of course, diverse funding, but also local funding are really critical for those organizations. And the challenges on unrestricted giving from a cross-border space makes sense, given that some of the legal requirements in those countries don't enable unrestricted giving. Fortunately, from the US, we have some tools where we can navigate that, and we do give unrestricted grants, but that's not the case for all countries that are giving across borders, so that's something to consider in this as well.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Jesse, for giving us this overview. 101 countries, challenges in structuring capacities, and we actually can have grants that are not as restricted based on confidence, and how this monitoring can help us with strengthening the trust between organizations. So now we can go to Leticia, please. Tell us about your experience at Co-Impact, thinking about the systemic assessment, maybe more customized assessments based on the types of organizations and their capacity to absorb this process, to make a process that is not as difficult. Because sometimes the process itself can have a negative impact, right? So let's hear a little bit from your experience. Thank you very much, Wesley. And thank you, everyone, for being here, for taking an interest in this agenda that I consider to be so important. So I would like to start by saying that, and building on the trust-based philanthropy that she was talking about, I believe that there is like a false dichotomy between trust and results. It's almost as if a philanthropic organization has to trade off control for results. And I think that what I see at my company, we are basically a collaboration for philanthropy globally. We support social organizations in their long-term initiatives, especially in the areas of healthcare, education, and economic opportunities. And what we see is that whenever we try to break this power relationship between donor and the beneficiary, when we start this relationship with, curiosity, I think Vivi talked about it. When we want to listen, and when we actually get curious about the problem that they are trying to address, when we give them actual room and resources, of course, to those organizations to keep true to their purposes, we really see that organizations tend to get better at even showing results. And I would like to tell you about the data. We mentioned McKinsey Scott and the Center for Philanthropy Excellence, which is a global organization. They have made a research with different donors to try and understand what they thought about McKinsey Scott's approach, which is basically this unrestricted philanthropy. And 80% of the respondents say that they agree with the approach. However, 3/4 say that they concern about the results rigor. So there is some tension, between the two points that are basically on opposite sides of the scale when I don't think they should be. So I would like to propose some quick reflections here. First, by sharing a principle that we have in our action, which is that our organizations, no, actually, we as managers in philanthropy, we believe that the local communities are in the best position to understand the necessary alliances, the geopolitical situation. So it only makes sense that that organization has enough flexibility to design their own monitoring system. That is not to say that we are going to leave it all to their hands, but we offer some infrastructure to support them, whether it's presenting good practices, promoting encounters, providing guides, manuals. So there is this strategic decision to be made about the infrastructure that we are going to provide. Of course, it requires time, people invested in doing so. And just to try and give you an example, specifically about monitoring, that in all the partnerships that we establish with organizations, we usually try to get to the simplest way possible of monitoring results. That means coming up with a set of results, not indicators, results, that are basically threefold. So we support systemic impact initiatives. That means that the organizations are encouraged to monitor results at the level of people, which I think you are all familiarized with it. So what are the groups of people benefited from those initiatives? Then at the system level, so how do the players on that system, for example, healthcare, are changing their behavior because of this initiative? And the most interesting to me is at the organization level. So if an organization wants to impact the system in the long term, as well as impact people in the long term, the organization needs to straighten itself too. So on this level, it is about institutional growth and development. I don't know, bringing more diversity to the team, developing the second tier of leadership, increasing monitoring skills. So those are basically the three levels of control. And it is also important to say that, of course, we also consider the gender diversity. And this is how Co-Impact actually gets the funds from, our gender fund. So it is important to talk about, women empowerment within this monitoring logic. This is just one of the practices, this set of results. But we have come to realize that the more open we are to the indicators, or as we do not prioritize one method in detriment to others, and we have this attribution versus contribution, and even though it sounds obvious, I think it's worth to mention that it's important to establish this relationship, making it clear that there won't be any breaks if the results are not achieved. And maybe they are still traumatized in the third sector, because they are always thinking, "Oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose my funding." So some of those practices, they end up creating more breathing room. It makes their creativity flourish, their research skills to flourish. So I think it all has a very positive impact, not only in the design of the strategy, but also in the implementation of it, and as a consequence, in the results. Thank you. Thank you, Leticia. I think you were talking about many processes that also address the anxiety of the third sector people's hearts, right? Whenever we talk about monitoring, especially when we talk about short-term results, instead of building the bridges, we end up just creating cliffs, new cliffs. So these are some of the challenges and hardships in thinking about public problems, especially for those companies that are not as strong as the government or large companies. So that's great. So now, to continue our great Wednesday afternoon conversation, because I don't have a lot of opportunities to do so, let me tell you this. So Anna, I think we can go back to you. You work in the third sector, and we are always striving to influence public policies. Fabio, who works for Natura, and she talked about this change in perspective, coming from a provocation from someone from their board. They understood that when we act on public policies, that gives us more possibility to create systemic impact, right? Leticia was talking about the systemic change. So how can monitoring and assessment influence in advocacy? Wow, what a wonderful question. I almost gave her a hug because social entrepreneurs know how difficult it is for us to do all those activities. Okay, so public policies. We know that alone we cannot solve all the problems. We need to know this, and we don't need to put ourselves into the position of, oh no, I'm a hero, I'm a heroine, and I'm going to be able to solve everything. From the very beginning of our institute, we have always looked at public policies. We know that advocacy is no easy task. We know how much complex that is, and this is what we have been trying to do over the years. So how do we work? Well, for 9 years now, we have been generating research about female-owned enterprises. So we started generating the very first researches showing that women are entrepreneurs, how they do it, what are the main challenges, what are the main hopes, what do we need to do for them. This is what we have been doing every year. Actually, this year we have just finished our research, so we are going to publish it soon enough. Because we always publish them, and we send it to all public organisms to work as basis for policy generation. And for many, many years, we have also been, encouraging women to write articles based on our research. That's also something that helps with advocacy. And the third point is that our impact assessment data is also used for our visions and what we imagine that needs to be developed to improve women's lives. So we use those data as well to try and push public policies. But even though we do all of that, if we are still not in a place of power, if we don't have access to those places of power, nothing is going to work. Well, for 2 years now, I have been working with the president, saying, okay, we are forgetting women here. We need to consider gender equality. We need to talk about female income. They were creating a credit fund that's called Credita for small entrepreneurs. And I was that one person bugging them for 20 meetings in a row saying, no, this is not cool. That's not nice. Women need this. Women need that. So I think this is the place where we have to be at, using our knowledge, our information, our data, our research. We need to access those places of power. We now have 2 new ideas for public policies to support women. And we are working amongst the other politicians, and it's so complicated to talk about it. But anyway, we are talking to the main advocates that we have for women, those who are defending women economy. And with them, we can start developing the types of policies that we would like to see. Then we give it to the Congress people and ask them for help so that maybe that can be assessed. I only have 3 minutes. I don't think I was able to explain everything, but in general, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, always present with the boards. And well, I have a dream, which is to have a place where everyone can add their assessments that are not indexed, not only about the public politicians, but also about the third sector, because you produce so many high quality studies and research. So I count on all of you who are here to also index all of their data and actually use this evidence. Because it's not, that people don't want to, but many times they just don't get in touch with this evidence. Yes, Latos does not help either. Absolutely. Yes, we are not that highly skilled either, but okay. Jesse, please, you mentioned in your first speech about a study, and you talked about the funding challenges that companies have been facing. And of course, the global scenario is not easy. Of course, we are facing so many wars. The American government, with the end of US aid, also, hindering this scenario. So how can monitoring and assessment practices may help with that? Is it possible to put hope into action here?
Yeah, it's a difficult time and a difficult question. and David shared quite a lot earlier about the situation we're in, so I won't talk any more about that. But while in the U.S. Overseas development assistance has effectively gone away, there's still some left, but we're seeing cuts here and there all the time. And that's overseas and also to programs within the United States as well. There are a lot of conversations now about what that means, what the future looks like, and how we can be more strategic during this period of time. And a few things I'll say about that. One is that even while we're seeing this happen in the government space, in the public space, at the same time, the generosity in the U.S. is increasing, so we are seeing donations generally in the U.S. still on the rise. We'll see how that carries into next year. But alongside of that, there were also some changes in our tax law this year that enable more giving from individual donors, provide more incentives for giving. It's moderate, but I think it will help some, and that's really good to see. So I think the way we're looking at this is how different organizations, donors, or others can fill some of these gaps. But also, as you noted, given that USAID is effectively gone, there's quite a lot of learning that can and should be done there. I don't think anyone would disagree that it needed some reform. This wasn't the reform that was needed. This wasn't the right direction. However, I think there are lots of lessons to be learned in looking at the prior format that aid was distributed in. And it's also really important to note that while it was most sudden and significant in the U.S., this trend in decreasing foreign funding is happening globally. So we're seeing this across Europe and other countries as well. So this is not just a conversation in the United States that needs to be had. So I think there's a lot of learning from organizations that are dealing with the loss of that funding and how they're managing that. And I think there should be some monitoring around that just to understand the space and hopefully learn in the future. The short answer here is that, we've faced a lot of uncertainty this year and we've got a lot more ahead of us. This is not the end of the road. But these types of collaborative platforms give quite a lot of reason to hope. I think when you ask about hope and being in this space, that is, a clear reason to hope. The long-term impacts right now are very unclear, but in the short term, we are seeing the social purpose sector come together and convene in different ways and think creatively. there's a lot of talking right now, so we need to move that into some actions around some of the things that we can do next.
Obrigado, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse. Well, this is a very troubled time, but that could also be some window of opportunity for us to rethink partnerships and collaborations in philanthropy as well. So yeah, I think we should think about this. But anyway, it is very hard to listen about these cuts, especially when we consider also the UN, where the NATO is talking about 5% of spends now being cut because, you know, maybe they are working about defense, and that's so terrible, especially in a scenario where philanthropy reduces other conflicts, but wars, of course, increase the number of immigration. So the situations in the next years is looking bleak. Hopefully, we are not gonna have to go down that road. But Leticia, let's go back to you. You started talking about trust between funders and fundees and a possible change in the way to do so, bringing a new balance or power balance in this situation. So could you please go a little more in depth on it, on this false dichotomy between trust and results? Where should this trust be positioned, or based on what, if not in results? Okay. I think building trust takes a long way. You know, just, you know, out of philanthropy, but in our daily lives, how do we build trust with other people? Maybe it would be interesting for me to build on what other people have already said about the role philanthropy plays. We talked about love. We talked about higher collaboration. And I know that it may sound cheesy, but in essence, that's what trust is, right? It is about reflecting upon it every day, about who are we serving? Who do we want to reach? Who do we want to transform? Or whose lives we want to transform. So there is this more philosophical standpoint. But I would like to present another perspective. We were talking about this, you know, tension created by trust and results. But now I wanted to reverse this logic and think about the risks that not trusting may bring, or on different restrictions for funding, close KPIs. What are the risks that it brings? Instead of talking about the risks of trust philanthropy. For organizations, some of the risks that I see are, and I think Anna is definitely going to relate to it, which is about this scarcity cycle that the organizations in general are going through. You know, are always going after fundraising. Sometimes they even stray from their purpose, and this is counterproductive to what we are trying to achieve as a sector, and even as a transformation as a whole. So I think the feasibility of the strategy of the project and even the results, whenever we think about restrict funding, of course there are indicators or predetermined KPIs. And usually what happens is that organizations basically start counting activities. You know, there's a huge list with 30,000 tasks, and they don't really think about what was achieved with those tasks, with those activities. And then, in third place, I guess, you know, the lack of confidence, this restrict funding, tends to undermine costs that are essential for social organizations, which are, you know, for example, wages, infrastructure, staff. Without it, it's not possible to even start developing this monitoring and assessment strategy in an effective way, in a long-term way that can be used for rerouting if necessary. And the problems that they are trying to address sometimes take this. And now I ran out of time. Well, unfortunately, yes, but I mean, amazing answer. We are going to be opening for questions. We have enough time for maybe 3 questions. I don't know. Maybe I'm being optimistic. Can I just close it? 1 question? Oh my God. Okay, guys. So unfortunately, we're not going to have a Q&A. Sorry. But anyway, I think everything that you showed us is about how important monitoring and assessment are, but coming from an understanding that it is important for us to have a safe room for making mistakes. We are not going to have a final right answer right out of the gate. The processes are systemic. It requires partnerships. We even had someone from Cirella here. Aaron, okay. And he talked a lot about this, right, about the 17. And this is so interesting. There is this complexity level, and a year of measuring not necessarily is going to be able to capture this. So how can we actually create a safe room from the perspective of, risk acceptance, funding maintenance, as we monitor and try and interpret the results that are being delivered along the lines that you were expecting for. So there is this need for us to create this comfort, this sense of safety for those who are working for the third sector, especially considering the variables that Jesse was talking about, the restrictions, new restrictions in funding. So, those are people who are already working on the limit. We cannot put any extra layer of stress over them, So I think that was great. So I'm going to give the microphone back to each of you for your final remarks. 1 minute for each one of you. And I think we can start from Leticia, then Anna, and then Jesse, okay? Okay. I would like to invite you all actually to think a little bit about how to unpack these trust building, monitoring and assessment processes can be focused on learning. But doing so is not easy. This is not something that's going to happen right out of the blue, So I think what makes me put hope into action, I don't know if you're going to ask that, but anyway, what makes me put hope into action is to think together and to try and simplify this question, to see how we can do it in our daily lives, in our sector, and considering the skills and where we work. And to think that, yes, it is a long-term work. This is something that we can only build day by day. And we need to work out those muscles, because at the end of the day, we are talking about a philanthropic culture shift. And that's it. Thank you, guys. Okay, really quickly. Yes, of course. Yes, applause indeed. Well, really quickly, coming from the place of a social organization, in the last years, we have invested in so many things to raise our credibility. So audits, certificates, governance, compliance structure, impact assessment structure, and even so, things are extremely challenging. As a social entrepreneur, I tend to be optimistic, and I think if you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to be optimistic. Otherwise, it's not going to work. But I think what's lacking for us is dialogue, this communication between philanthropy and social entrepreneurs, establishing trust-based relationships. And it is only going to be possible if we are actually transparent, if we're honest about the problems. And I love what Leticia said, because oftentimes we have to generate impact reports, and we are so afraid because we say, oh my God, are the numbers going to match? Are they going to be good enough? And we are doing very relevant work. But at the end of the day, and I am not saying that I am perfect, but every single day at our organization for 15 years now, whenever we go, start spiraling with our investors, we stop and say, okay, what's our essence? We want to help women. So to whom are we working? to women, to give them their financial economy. So let's not stray from this. That's the point. We cannot stray from this point. And to use 5 extra seconds, the next Friday and Saturday, 3 and 4 of October, we are going to welcome 10,000 entrepreneurs at São Paulo Expo. And if you would like to go there, it's going to be a beautiful moment. We are going to see women from all types, shapes, and forms from the entire country. So here's my invitation. If you want to go, call me on my DMs and I will give you a link. Thank you.
Jesse, por favor.
Yes, so I think in terms of thinking about hope and putting that into action, actually, Wesley, something that you said really struck a chord with me about risk acceptance. You know, I've always been inspired by the way that our board of directors approaches grant making and the understanding that every single grant carries risk. Some of them carry more risk than others, but there is risk in every dollar that goes out the door, and we are accepting that risk for really important purposes around the world. And that mentality gives me a lot of hope, because I think that there are more leaders and boards that need to really think that way. And I think that's relevant to this topic. But I think secondly, I mean, honestly, what gives me hope is just every time I'm in a room like this. I feel like others have said this before, but you know, it really helps us to see that we're not alone in this. We're surrounded by these amazing, passionate, generous, creative people that are solving the world's, you know, most challenging problems piece by piece. And I'm just grateful to be in this room. It gives me a lot of hope. So thank you.
Muito obrigado. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, guys, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to mediate this panel. I think these spaces definitely give me hope, and seeing so many people willing to dedicate their time and efforts to improve the lives of others. So you're not alone, not only in the context of the government, but also we can learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Acho que esse ponto.
I think the point about trusting and putting hope into action are verbs that are extremely interconnected, right? And that makes me hope, very hopeful.
Let's take a quick break, quick coffee break, so you can move around, but 10 minutes. 1 cup of coffee, and then you get back here, okay? 10 minutes, because we'll be back soon.
Senhoras e senhores, vamos recomeçar o nosso salão. Por favor, voltem aos seus lugares. Dentro de instantes, vamos recomeçar as nossas atividades. Obrigada. Senhoras e senhores, por favor, retornem aos seus lugares. Vamos dar início à nossa programação. Obrigada.
Olá!
Hello. Come on, everyone. Please grab your cup of coffee and come back to the session. But we are back with another one of our most traditional sessions. Every year, we invite the winners of the Folha Social Entrepreneur Award to share their stories with us. This is Hope into Action. But before calling our guest on stage, it's my time to say goodbye to you. It has been a great pleasure to be hosting this meeting today. I'll still be around, but from now on, I will hand the role of hostess to Paula. So now I'll call the stage the winners of the award in 2024. Jorge Jr., founder and CEO at Trampay. Simone Cesar, founder and CEO at Supernina. And Valmir Ortega, founder of Belterra Agroforestry. And Eliane Trindade, the editor of the Folha de São Paulo Award, will be moderating this discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back on this stage to introduce those who need no introduction, because I'm sure you are very much familiar with their work. And it's incredible to see the visibility that our award can give to the winners, not just for that year, but forever. That's our hope. Solutions that can provide resolution to our biggest challenges. And that only proves the strength of our ecosystem. I'm here really energized after the award ceremony we had last night for the 2025 edition of the award, which had a focus on COP30. Now, I loved the theme for this event, putting hope into action. And we're here to talk about that, about big problems, big challenges, but above all, what is possible to be done and what you are doing to overcome these challenges. So, I'll hand the floor to those who can tell us what they are doing and how they are putting hope into action. I think I'll start with Simone. She was the winner of the category Inspiring Solutions. Thank you, Eliane. Thank you to my fellow panelists. My name is Eliane Cesar. I was the winner in the category Solutions That Inspire. I'm founder and CEO at Supernina. Supernina is a startup company that was created to make cities safer and more walkable for everyone, especially for women. My family used to work in public transportation. My grandfather, they work in public transportation. So the topic of mobility has always been present in my household. I grew up in a very poor community. My mom used to wake up very early to go to work, and I used to think that that could be the last time I would see my mom. One of my neighbors worked in public transportation just like my mom, and he was killed in an armed robbery inside the bus. When I started working, I became an intern in a bus company. I used to work in a garage, and I'm also a survivor of armed robbery. I was stabbed 3 times back in 2019, and I started studying the topic of gender violence and urban mobility. and the impact that urban violence had in women accessing higher education. I presented the results of my research at a BRICS meeting. Later, that became a research, a company, and since then, our project has become a public policy. Initially in the state capital of Fortaleza, a project that's being expanded to the whole state of Ceará. And we are also working in partnership with the police force in the state of Pernambuco. In the city of Fortaleza alone, we had more than 3,000 police reports being filed. And we can influence not only in public safety policies, but in urban planning, because we want to build our cities to the group of people who are mostly vulnerable in public transportation, women from social lower classes. And I'm very happy to be here sharing the results of this work with my colleagues. I'm traveling to Colombia because we won a UN award, sorry, not a UN, our European Union award, and a selection that was made on Latin American projects. And the ceremony is in Colombia. Very happy to receive this other recognition and to be fighting for this project in other cities in Brazil. Thank you. Congratulations, Simone. You're so inspiring. But tell us a little bit about this, the topic of this event, putting hope into action. What does that mean to you? This is a big responsibility. Recently, actually last Monday, I made a presentation in a university in the city of Fortaleza. And after I finished, some students came to me and said, well, I'm very inspired by you. I also grew up in a poor community, and so I see this work as a big responsibility to reinforce the fact that there is no magic solution here. It was through education, research, publication that I got here. I didn't have the know-how to do this. I was graduated in communication. I was working in transportation. So I published a couple of papers. I got some feedback. I went to test what I learned in practice, and then I opened my company. So I think putting hope into action for me can only happen through education. Let's go to our second story from Valmir Ortega. He's leading Bioterra, and he was the winner of the category Social Innovator of the Year. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. A little bit on Bioterra. We are a company working in forest regeneration with a focus on agroforestry systems. And we were created because of a challenge. In Brazil, but in most of the global south, we have countries that make a more intensive use of land, that have more of an agricultural vocation, not necessarily in the most sustainable way. And our climate transition challenge is mostly connected to land use. In Brazil, 75% of greenhouse gas emissions come from land use. Half of it is deforestation on Brazilian biomes, and half of it has to do with poor agricultural practices. So the topic for climate transition in Brazil, and again, of course, transportation is important, reducing the consumption of fossil fuel, all that is relevant. But if we don't face the topic of land use in Brazil, we won't be able to have a carbon neutral economy. So that's our focus. And the second reason we are doing this is because of the challenge that the planet is facing to restructure our food systems. We don't have the right production, we don't have the right consumption. We should be growing a higher diversity of food, and we should be eating healthier food. So there is a big challenge in reassessing our food systems. And these two challenges are highly interconnected: growing more healthier foods in a more sustainable way with a more inclusive land use. So that's our focus. And agroforestry might be the balance point between the environmental impact component, because again, we have to protect soil, water, and recover biodiversity, but we have to do that by including people. We have more than 6 million family farmers in Brazil, the vast majority of them without any type of support, no access to credit or market. So we thought about a business model that would include all that. A full solution where we offer technical assistance in a 10-year partnership. Actually, our partnerships last from 10 to 15 years with farmers. And we provide them with technical assistance, access to credit, and access to the market. And 4 years ago, we created a Bioterra Institute, because part of the territories where we would wish to work and promote the transformation, our business model is not appropriate. Indigenous land, settlements, preservation units for collective use. Because Bioterra is a company, we cannot really establish partnerships there. And for that reason, we have the Bioterra Institute to create new partnership models with those communities. So the focus of the Institute is on lands of collective use. And 2 years after we have created the Institute, we are working at least 4 Brazilian states in a huge number of communities. More than 1,000 families have already been engaged in several of our projects, promoting agroforestry to transform their land use, their sustainability, and their production of food. I had the opportunity to travel with Valmir and witness this process from the beginning, and I became very hopeful about new possibilities for land use, so we can put everyone and actually provide everyone with that possibility of progress. And tell me a little bit about the topic of our discussion. What makes you put hope into action? This is an urgent term in a world filled with war, conflicts, and bad news. What gives me hope is partnership, alliances, cooperation. Everything that we have done, both at Bioterra or Connexus, another organization that I led in the past, these things were only possible because of the incredible network of partners that made that possible. We cannot get anywhere by ourselves, so partnerships and cooperations are exactly what we need to keep hope going. And now we have George Jr. from Trempay. He started with a personal pain point. And tell us your story, because it's such a beautiful one. First of all, thank you everyone for the opportunity to tell you a little bit of what we do. But congratulations to all of you who are sitting here working in philanthropy in Brazil and the world. This is what makes us have skin in the game. This is what makes us believe that things can happen. Usually, as social entrepreneur, our businesses come from birth, from our history. My mom used to be a teacher. My dad used to work with delivery. So I've witnessed the challenges of working in the informal job market. I was born in the northeast of Brazil, but then my family moved to the Brazilian capital of Brasilia. Long story short, it was very difficult. I could never really settle. I was always outraged, in a good sense. I wanted to change that reality. And for that, I founded Trempay, which is a bank for informal workers. For individuals like my dad, in the world we have more than 430 million people working in the gig economy. We have all the food delivery platforms present in Brazil, and now we know how thriving this market is. But they didn't have a direct connection with financial inclusion, and if we were to do that in a B2C model, that wouldn't give me a competitive advantage in comparison to other banks. So I became closer to B2B products, the platforms, and the companies that are connected to gig economy in the world and in Brazil. So I have B2B clients, and I have an arrangement that is fair for the workers. We have more than 70,000 people at Champagne. We have 200 million BRL in transactions with no default. And in terms of impact, we can build support systems so they can have free access to, not in any way. Sister Juicy used to say in Brazil that when you do something for someone, you should do it as if you were doing for yourself. So we don't build anything in any way. We do it in the way they deserve it. So in conclusion, tell us a little bit about what makes you hopeful, what makes you keep going. I want to say something that's very personal. I have huge faith. It makes me a little bit too optimistic, maybe. But because of that faith, I know what the truth is. And the truth is that doesn't matter what happens. In the end, everything will work. So I'm really attached to this idea. And I know that I can have some impact here, but the rest is up to him up there. So thank you very much. Next year, we're going to have the winner of this year's award. So the entrepreneurs who will be here next year are already known. And thank you, Paula, and thank you for your attention.
Tá certo, né? Vamos lá, gente. Vamos continuar.
Okay, guys, let's keep going. So, congratulations, right? First of all, I wanted to compliment those initiatives that really gives us put hope into action. Also to congratulate the winners of the Social Entrepreneur Award 2025 that were just announced yesterday. You make us hopeful for the future of the world. The next panel is going to talk about the use of technology in our sector. Of course, this is no new issue, actually, in 2028. That was the main topic of our forum. However, it is undeniable that changes are now definitely accelerating. It's actually kind of scareful. I didn't see it coming. Did you? So our speakers are going to be talking about this, but before that, I would like to say about how we have been connecting the technology topic as a strategic priority. And in order to do so, I would like to invite to stage Rafael Meyer, the co-founder at Simbi, a great partner for this journey. We have started working with training courses for our team. We created a group for exchange learning, and we have been testing many platforms in both free and paid formats, using technology to support and help with the financial and project management. We also have started using AI from the beginning, talking about the the risks, focusing on the results, and also focusing on the possible biases that it could bring with its results. Our people are definitely our biggest strength, but we do understand that they also can be supported by technology. In this journey, we have started a partnership with Simb to tell us a little bit about us platform that we are developing together, I would like to invite Rafael. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, everyone. It is a huge pleasure to be here and come right after such an incredible social entrepreneur. Actually, in 2018, we were the winners of the award. We were able to be here, and now, 7 years later, here we are with such a beautiful partnership with EATS. This is amazing. So I think that throughout the entire day, we had essential conversations about social investing, talking about the what. But I think talking about the how is just as important. Whenever we talk about technology, technology is not an end, but rather a means to do something. And the work we have been developing over the last 10 years with SIMP, and we have been growing, it is being focusing precisely on this, how to use technology in order to qualify social investment. We were born in the tax refund world, but now we have transcended that. We are now working with direct payment. So how we can actually use data in a better way and to other technologies such as artificial intelligence to support monitoring, measurement, and the structure of all of that. By joining EATS, I think we are doing just this. We are giving more customization, a better structure, and following down the path that IDIS develops in the field and joining it with our data technology and structured base. The very first project that we have did was working with EATS to develop an platform automating the accountability to BNDES and making an automatic banking reconciliation. And I think we are always concerned about this, right? Of how we can look at the pain points from other organizations that oftentimes have a transactional cost of analyzing all the invoices is such a painful process and actually takes our attention away from our impact. So using technology for a more transparent and more reliable management, also with more data to democratize access, as well as supporting the management for investors as well as workers on the field. So this project, Together for Healthcare, it opened the doors for us to start understanding how we could expand those solutions to bring more solutions that could be integrated to data and solutions. Now we have another program with Google, and we are striving to do just that, to help other organizations have a more integrated action with more impact. So this is merely the beginning of a very long journey, and we are honored to be a part of it and to walk down this path with you. And we do believe that technology is going to become more and more ingrained with our days. And of course, in the social justice system, we have to be able to do this, to potentialize our work, our impact, and to be able to apply resources where it's needed the most in a more effective way possible. So thank you, Paula, for your partnership, for this trust, and for giving us this space right here. I would also like to invite you all to reflect upon how you have been using technology in your daily lives. And absolutely, I do believe that the panel is going to be a good way for some reflections. Thank you. Thank you, Rafa, for your words and your partnership. And just as everything that we do, we are systematizing those learnings and creating alternatives for our ecosystem. Rafa has already talked about AI.3, which is training in AI for the third sector. I have already mentioned it at the beginning of the event too, that was made viable with the support of google.org. I would like to invite you all to get to learn a little bit more and participate on the webinar that's happening on October 22nd. We would like to count on the participation of at least 1,000 organizations from Brazil, which is a good challenge. So please help us spreading the word about it. And now we are going to resume our agenda with technology and services coming from the dystopia to a utopia. So I would like to invite Camila Valverde, the Executive Director at the ArcelorMittal Foundation. Eduardo Saron.
Abreu, diretor executivo.
And João Abreu, the director at ImpulsoGov. And as a moderator, the VP for Global Funds for a New Economy, Pedro Foss. Good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. I am Bruno Rossi. I am the VP at the Global Fund for a New Economy. I am also a professor at Unicamp, and I am a part of the Council of the Republic Federation of Brazil. I am a white man. I am wearing a gray suit, blue shirt. I have 2 daughters, and I am a Flamengo supporter. Okay, so my organization is a fairly new organization that works with the idea of building a global movement for a new economy. We work in 10 different countries, and we think about a new economy as a new economic paradigm or a new way of understanding the social organization and a way of thinking about economy, science, and economic values. We're talking about globalizing solidarity in order to mitigate indifference. So values are also a part of what we call economy. And obviously, the technological standpoint is one of the key factors. Technology is something that can be disruptive, revolutionary. It actually drives me to remember Prometheus, who stole fire from Olympus and gave it to men. And in that case, fire represents progress, technology. And this metaphor is actually quite interesting because fire is controversial, just as controversial as any technology. At the same time, it is a blessing, but it is also a responsibility and a danger. It drives us to reflect whether or not we are using it the best way that we can. If this technology is offered, what are the ways that we can do it in the most impactful way with the best benefits for the society as a whole? So I have 3 excellent guests to talk. And I would like to give the word to Eduardo Salão, the president of the Itaú Foundation. And I would like to ask him about the role played by technology in the third sector and how to manage this controversy in the sense of making it into a utopia and not a dystopia. Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. Congratulations, Iris, Paula, everyone. This event has already turned into a tradition. We look forward to it, and I always try to be a part of it. So thank you, Pedro, João, Camila. It is an honor to be for a part of this panel alongside you. And I can see so many important people as Martinez, usually a master of all the third sector stories, philanthropy stories, and so many other interesting fights such as Lu, Bia Cardoso, so on. Well, Pedro, I think it is crucial. We are not talking about tools. Whenever I hear someone saying, oh, this is a new tool, this is a new instrument, this new functionality, but that's not the case. We are dealing with something that completely changes human relations and cultural dimensions, that changes our social memory, changes our work relationships. That's what the economists call it as a general purpose technology, just as was the steam engine, hydroelectric power, or electric power. However, all these technologies are complex and generate even greater impacts. So first of all, it is extremely exponential. Just yesterday, we were discussing about how to code, then how to create agents. And God only knows what we're going to be discussing tomorrow, right? And second of all, it makes decisions for us. And being aware of it is fundamental for us to be able to work in favor of humanity, in favor of all of us. This perspective of it making decisions by us, it's just as the coffee machine, right? We select what's the capsule that we want, we put it in the machine, it is a technology, it delivers us coffee. It makes things faster. It somehow gives us this capacity to make coffee. But the agent is actually going to tell you whether or not I can drink the coffee. It's going to say you have a high heart rate, you have already drank too much coffee, so no coffee for you today. Okay, but how about a decaf? No. Maybe you can drink some water and just go to sleep because your sleep schedule is horrible. So it is going to make decisions for us. And that completely changes the game. And it completely changes our needs as well. So we definitely need to get away from this concept that it is a tool. And if it is a transformational or social transformation tool, which I think it does, on one hand, of course, it provides a set of new concerns. One of them was just published, actually. There was a research conducted in the US talking about the entry or junior level jobs. So those junior level jobs, when we're talking about technology companies, well, they are basically coming to an end. We are going straight to senior jobs, which obviously leads to an increase in inequality because many young people who don't have enough social relationships to be put into the labor market in a good position, or if they are in a more vulnerable position, these entry-level jobs are a key for those people to be able to actually have a minimally healthy career path. There was also a research in the UK corroborating the story, and the situation is serious, to say the least. And this is something that resonates to other areas as well. So if by one hand it gives us some complicated situations such as this one, it also brings great opportunities. Just recently, a group of researchers from Stanford were able to produce a synthetic bacteria using AI to fight other bacteria that not even antibiotics can fight using AI. So yes, there are huge opportunities. But perhaps the biggest opportunity that we have right now, and okay, I am already out of time, but perhaps the biggest opportunity that we have is to give a new meaning or to somehow try to understand what is the role played by the human beings in this new era. So what makes us different from AI after all? What is going to make us relevant in this process? Well, to me, the main point is presence. It's to create connections. We are embodied people. We have bodies who build definitive ethical relationships. And perhaps that's what's the most beautiful that there is about AI, because there's no point in discussing, okay, what is the capacity for this statistical instrument to generate patterns? This is what we are discussing right now, but maybe this is going to be overcome very soon. Maybe not using chips, maybe biotechnology, because of course we have some power limitations nowadays. And if data keep growing up at that level, by 2030, the data centers are going to consume as much energy as Japan. So yes, there is this limitation for us to get to this super intelligence, but we are getting there. When, how, where, that's not up to us right now. But the fact remains, the AI demands for us to debate about what it feels like, what it is to be human nowadays. And if there is something that the third sector, philanthropists, us who work with culture, education, sports, and social development do know how to do, is to be in this place of empowering human beings and to connect with turning hope into action. Perhaps that is artificial intelligence's biggest achievement, is to place us in the real discussion about what makes us human beings. So this encounter, being here together, creating connections, this embodied life is something that there is just no way AI can do, not in the last decades, in the next decades for at least. So if this is a place for us to put hope into action, I say let's use AI, but above all else, let's acknowledge that living together, that this relational ethics and interdependence is what's going to make us even more human so we can keep driving our future. Thank you.
Ressignificar o ser humano.
Yes, give new meaning, right? And if we add that to sociability, we are basically now already defining a new economy. So let's resignify, let's give new meaning of how we are going to use this new mechanism to buy, to consume, to distribute. Thank you. So now I am going to bring the conversation for the healthcare system. I think Eduardo has talked about the fact that technology is transsectorial and it impacts different sectors, right? So I'd like to invite to this conversation João Abreu, the Executive Director at Impulso.gov. Thank you, Pedro. Well, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Paula, and the entire IDIS team. So many partners who are here, the Impulso team. I am João. I am one of the co-founders of Impulso.gov. And let me explain why we do what we do. And a little bit of my story. I am an economist by training. I have worked at the São Paulo municipality for a few years with partnerships with the private and public sector. Then I got my master's degree where I knew Isabel, who founded Impulso.gov with me in 2019. We are an NGO working to develop free solutions for the public healthcare system in Brazil. And of course, technology is a very important dimension of our work. So, to simplify what we do, we basically help the public healthcare system to see who are the people that are not being reached with the data that they have. So basically, we have a software that says, okay, at this neighborhood, there are 10 children that weren't vaccinated yet. There are 5 pregnant women that have not had prenatal care. These are the other ones that are already at age to have their OBGYN tests made. So this is all data that they already have, but they unfortunately still cannot use it in a professional way. And this is actually quite a paradox, right? Because especially when I talk to people outside of Brazil, I explain to them about our public healthcare system. And maybe I should have started here. So could you please raise your hand if you have a type of health insurance, whether it is private or anything? Great. Okay. So this room is not a good representation of Brazilian statistics, because in Brazil, 80% of our population exclusively uses the public healthcare system and have no access at all to the private sector. This is something that I always explain to audiences that are not Brazilian. Another thing that I have to explain to them, and this is something that actually makes me proud, is that despite its limitations, it is the biggest universal healthcare system in the world. No other country with more than 100 million in population, even more, 200 million, has ever dared to try to create that. And we did it in Brazil. Of course, there are many problems. There is a reason why all of us have raised our hands. Of course, the public healthcare system cannot fix everything, especially in a timely manner. But it is also a minimum protection network that embraces our entire population. And another thing that the public healthcare system does is to collect data with a quality that no other country can do. We have 170 million people registered in primary care for the public healthcare system. And whenever I say those numbers to people outside of Brazil, they say, no, it's not possible. So this is the biggest healthcare database in the world. And yes, that's exactly that. And we are always having a lot of conversations. And we have evidence to back that up. And another interesting thing is that we have the biggest healthcare community agents in the world. We have more than 300,000 people whose work is to work with preemptive care. And we also have data about it. Unfortunately, what we were not able to do yet, and this is what I'm trying to do with my work, is to create this connection between people and technology and data. What am I trying to say? In the territories, when we visit average city, we usually don't see professional healthcare saying, I know who was vaccinated and who wasn't, who is having prenatal care and who's not, people who are diabetic and who are not, because the system does not allow for them to use that data in an easy way. And this is extremely important. What we do at the end of the day is pretty simple, is to get this data that they already have and to show it to them in a simpler way. And we take it even further to make it easier for the population as well to create this direct conversation with the citizens. So for example, we are currently using WhatsApp to try and find out who are these people who are basically being left behind and to let them know of it. For example, I'm going to give you a real example actually. We have identified a person in a city called Pacotim in the state of Ceará. It's a city of about 10,000 people, a very vulnerable region in that state. And using this data, we were able to find a person who has not had pap smears done for 20 years. And the problem was not that they didn't have access to it, but they didn't get this information. She didn't know about it, and the nurse responsible for tracking her down didn't get it. So with her identification, she got the tests, and thankfully, she tested negative for any pathologies. But in the world, we have at least one woman every 44 minutes dying of womb cancer or cervix cancer. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, and dozens of times, many women are going to die because of it. And those deaths can be avoided because it's one of the few types of cancer that we actually have vaccines for. We have good tests to be made for it, and we can actually cure it if we identify it early on. So every time someone dies of cervix cancer, it's because the public healthcare system failed. That person, luckily, tested negative, but she was not following the protocols because SUS didn't have access to that person.
So in summary, we show to the nurses and those responsible for tracking patients the list of individuals who are not being assisted, and we also get in touch with individuals so they can understand how to better take care of their health in the public system. And speaking a little bit of the future potentials, because we use a lot of technology and because everything this I said is software-based, we already have a nice scale. We are present in almost 300 municipalities in Brazil. And only including the health conditions that we follow, that adds up to 4 million people, and we are a nonprofit only. This is very exciting on the one hand, but it's not enough. We have more than 1,000 cities on a waiting list to access the software we have developed. It's called Impulso Previne. We are the problem. We are the bottleneck. We cannot scale at the speed required by the demand. And in Brazil, we have more than 5,000 cities and more than 70 million people depending on the public system. So we are far from where we should be and could be, in my opinion, but with the use of technology and scalable solutions, our hope is that one day we can make this available all over the country. And as new technology is developed, we can also use them for what matters most, which is taking care of people's lives. Thank you. The Brazilian public healthcare system is certainly one of the things about Brazil that makes us hopeful. Our public system has scale, it has the right footprint, and it has the ability to allow technology to work for the benefit of Brazilians. Now, I would like to shift gears and talk a little bit about education. Of course, technology and education cannot be dissociated, and the absence of technology in communication can also lead to significant inequalities. So I would like to ask Camila Valverde. She is Executive Director at the ArcelorMittal Foundation. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'll start by describing myself. I am a light-skinned black woman. I'm wearing a long navy blue dress with very beautiful embroidery. I wear big reading glasses and I have black long hair. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. This is such a privileged opportunity because We have the whole of Brazilian philanthropy and social investment here. So it's an honor for me as someone who is passionate about the third sector to speak in front of this audience about education in this position that I have today as the director of the ArcelorMittal Foundation. First, let me tell you a little bit about our foundation. The foundation was founded 36 years ago, and it is an organization focused on social investment. It belongs to ArcelorMittal. They are the leaders in steel production in Brazil and the world. And both the company and the foundation are not really well known, so I'm very happy to be here to talk about it. Now, speaking of education, which is one of our main pillars, I would like to start by saying that education is a basic human right. And the work that we all do together is to protect human rights. We ensure access to human rights through our work. And education, Article 26 in the International Declaration of Human Rights, we see that everyone is entitled to education. The 2030 agenda, out of all the SDGs we know, SDG 4 says that we must ensure quality education to everyone throughout their lives, including technical and professional education. When the 2030 agenda was published, globally, ArcelorMittal translated the 17 SDGs into 10 guidelines for the business. And one of the guidelines, guideline number 9, states that everyone in the company should contribute to train engineers and scientists of the future. And based on that guideline, we have built a strategy called Legacy, which is the area of focus for our foundation. What exactly is this strategy? We invest on the training of teachers from the public system so they can have STEAM-based discussions in the classrooms. It's an initiative that started in 2022. We have had 18,000 teachers enrolled in the program and more than 70,000 students impacted in Brazil. STEAM, I'm sure you know what that means. It's science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. At the ArcelorMittal Foundation, we included A because of design, creativity, and the possibility of integrating all the scientific fields. Teachers then bring this approach to the classroom from early education all the way to high school. With that, students can have access to this integrated problem-solving solutions using these skills. If you have ever gone to therapy, you know about the importance of childhood. I like a quote that says that childhood is the floor we walk on all our lives. And if we bring the STEAM approach to classrooms to discuss real problems from children's daily lives, they will feel a sense of belonging and they will become more engaged with the project. They will bring along their family and the community. So STEAM inside classrooms is the beginning of this trajectory. So teacher training is a very important front, and we also have an award for STEAM, which is an initiative that recognizes different initiatives from public school teachers to address a local problem. We always have a topic. Last year it was climate change. This year is social and biodiversity. We had more than 1,000 applicants. Last year we had a winner from early childhood or primary school from the middle of the Amazon who won the award. So they apply for the award. They do a training online, and then they do a video about the project. We have 9 winners, so 3 winners for primary school, preschool, and high school. So students study everything. Why is their street so hot? And then they measure the temperature, and then they realize that there are no trees, and then they talk to the mayor. Why are there any trees? So adapting the content to their age group, they can develop this ability to solve problems through the STEAM methodology. We also have a training course in the remote education portal from the Ministry of Education. And in this portal, we teach STEAM projects so teachers can adapt digital knowledge to the different age groups. And finally, we understand that training young people once they graduate high school and enter the job market required work that would continue beyond their high school graduation. So on Monday, we're starting a project in 5 Brazilian cities, 300 young people. And it's a program to prepare young people for entering the job market to work in AI or in technology. So going beyond coding and digital literacy, we also focus on emotional intelligence. It's a training course with more than 600 hours. And we believe we will be able to foster this talent because the Ministry of Work, April this year, and I'm about to conclude, they did a survey just like the ones you've mentioned. And it was shown that 33 million young people between 18 and 30 years of age living in Brazil today, usually they get their first job at entry-level positions. And I said this in April in an event. I think Paula was there as well. This role, if it continues to exist, and young people will be much more successful at this job if they understand technology, AI, and coding, because they will become much more productive. Many of us are already using this and have already debunked the myth that AI is an evil robot. We have to be very pragmatic, and that's what the training course is going to teach them. So we believe that when young people have access to this knowledge, they will really be successful in their professional lives and will inspire their families and friends that this is a skill of the present that they need to dominate to improve their chances in life. And because we are a corporate foundation associated to a company that works in engineering, we want to inspire young people to work in STEAM areas. Because certainly there will be a scarcity, not only because of the demographic changes in Brazil, but because if you look at the latest results from the education survey in Brazil, 3 out of every 4 students don't have the necessary mathematical knowledge when they graduate high school. So we're trying to solve that through the initiatives that I mentioned and many more from our foundation. Thank you, Camila. And I have another question for you, Camila, right after this. We're going to do a second round of questions, but I also wanted to include some additional topics that come from the Global Fund for a New Economy, especially regarding technology. Recently, we had a seminar in Nairobi, in Kenya, and we invited thinkers and activists working with AI. It was the political economy of AI. That was the topic of the event. And we were discussing some challenging issues. For example, the impact of AI in the labor market and how we can reorganize and perhaps anticipate the effects to prepare workers for the impact that is to come. Because the speed of transformation that we are witnessing perhaps is the fastest from any other technology revolution that we have witnessed. Another essential topic is the one of sustainability. So how can the value chain, the AI value chain, impact the environment and how we can mitigate those impacts? How can we keep what is essential and perhaps let go of the things that are not so important for us? And also we have the issue of sovereignty. Is AI going to be Brazilian? Is it going to respect our culture without biases? New technology Are they going to create new dependencies? For example, will the public healthcare system in Brazil have access to these technology to generate its own? So there are many questions related to this debate which make the topic extremely interesting for us. Because again, is this going to be a utopia or a dystopia? We really need to understand this better. So Camila, if you could tell us a little bit more about the role of partnerships in your way of working and the challenges of having a more effective cooperation. This is a topic, actually you just asked this question now, but the answer to your question comes from the panels from this morning. I don't know if you were here watching it, but the chairman from the Cirela Institute mentioned that we're missing the 17. Do you remember that? And 17 is the SDG that speaks of partnerships. So without partnerships, we won't be able to deliver our 2030 agenda. And at the ArcelorMittal Foundation, we're still far from doing everything we could do in terms of partnerships. But we are on the right track. We have two very important partnerships, one with the Banco do Brasil Foundation. They were great partners helping us in the teacher training process and in the STEAM award. And we also have CBMM, which is a niobium mining company from the steel production chain. And again, everyone here who works at a corporate foundation, our companies, they have a value chain. The supply chain department and the commercial department, they have this information. So we need to have these conversations inside the company to identify who are the agents in our value chain who share the same purpose, who are willing to make joint investments. And that's how the partnership with CBMM was created. We need to be aware of these opportunities and not believe that the project just belongs to us. This is a shared effort. And by the way, this is an invitation to all of you. If you wish to invest in STEAM education in Brazil, let's talk about this. Let's give more scale to these projects to better prepare our young people both to life and to the job market. Thank you, Camila. João, you mentioned this extraordinary database in the Brazilian public healthcare system, and I would like to go back to that. How can the use of data and the use of evidence help us in healthcare services? What is the importance of having a monitoring and impact assessment culture, and how can new technology help us even further? Thank you, Pedro. As I've mentioned in the beginning, I'm an economist by training. Isabel, my co-founder, is also an economist. So data and impact assessment is certainly one of our obsessions. And another important thing to mention is when you work in the social sector, we have a brilliant team of people. We have 60 people in our staff, and all of them, some of them are actually here. They could be doing a bunch of other things. They could be working in many other companies. But if myself, Isabel, and the others are there, it's because we are generating a positive impact in people's lives. An impact that can be seen when we go to the field and hear the story, and we can see the impact in the numbers. If that's not happening, we need to change until we can see the impact, because it's not worth it if we don't. We decided to work with the Brazilian public healthcare system, and that brings a lot of advantages in terms of data and how easy it is to assess the impact. We work with different health issues, but I'll go back to cervical cancer and the pap smear. Whenever we send a WhatsApp message to all women from a certain city, women who haven't done the test for the past 3 years. They might have never done it, or they have done it for more than 3 years. What we see on average is the number of tests being done doubling in a period of a little bit over a month. to the level that generates concerns in the city because the demand can be so high that they don't have the capacity to do all the tests. And again, this is very surprising. The system is there. The basic healthcare clinics are already there. Everything is for free. What the experience shows us is that access to quality information in a customized way can make a difference. It's not enough for the service to be free and for it to be there. We need to manage the healthcare. And we can say things like I just said, that the number of tests doubled because of the data that exists in the public healthcare system. So we trigger the message to half of the eligible population. We wait a month, and then we trigger the second half a month later to have sort of a control group. And that gives us the confidence to keep on going and to think about gaining scale, getting to more cities. But we can only start thinking about more partnerships and gaining scale once we have seen that the approach works. Because if it's not working, you need to go back to the drawing board and try something new. Because sometimes you have a great idea, but you need to test it. Because in practice, things might not work according to your plan. So this is something that we can do quite well, but anyone who works, at least in healthcare in Brazil, can certainly benefit from this wealth of data that is available. Later, if we have time, I can tell you more about the future and how technology can generate even more impact. Thank you, João. Well, I think we have a question here that is very interesting for the audience. How can philanthropists and the business people extract value from AI? Do you have any successful stories to share with us? And perhaps talking a little bit about the risks and what should be avoided when using AI. Well, so many interesting discussions, but first is about using a type of AI that is what is called AI for the good. We have several examples of that here. Speaking of data, in Canada, we have, in Brazil, we have 35 million young people going to public schools in Brazil. We have more than 2 million teachers going to class every day in almost 180,000 schools. So the hyper-customization in the use of AI to first support management, the principal, the coordinator, and a second use is to support teachers preparing lessons, identifying patterns, and everything that it can offer. And at the last stage, which is the most complex one and the most difficult one to be deployed, because there are other possible negative consequences here, which is student mentorship. These are all necessary pathways so we can improve. But for that, we need a lot of training. At the Itaú Foundation, we have several partnerships with different universities. And by the way, this is another place for philanthropists to be present. We need to reinforce the strength and the energy of our Brazilian universities. We need them to put them once again at the center of the transformation processes in the country. We have a lot of intelligence, a lot of installed capacity in the universities. But first, we need to understand the importance of universities, and we need universities which are willing to produce applied research. So training is one of the biggest needs we have. China is revolutionizing this field of training, both for basic education and higher education. Just to give you an example about training in the use of AI, China is using this in 3 important moments. First, when we think about elementary school, what they are doing or what they are about to implement is a way to differentiate between what's AI and what's human. And that starts at elementary school. So this place of critical thinking, of understanding what's AI made or human made, will start right at the beginning. And then they evolve for use. They start using it. And when they get to high school, it's about innovation. And just to conclude this, we also have the work in universities. Subjects connected to pure human sciences. Individuals study human sciences will need to understand about AI. Also on applied sciences curriculum. And STEAM subjects, they will innovate based on AI. So this should be the work that we do as philanthropists when it comes to the conscious use and the intentional use of artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, but I think we can take at least 2 questions from the audience. Short, brief questions. Please, no comments or speeches. You cannot raise your hand and say you have a comment, please. We have a question here. When it comes to the app developed for the public healthcare system in Brazil, the impression that I have is that something's missing here. Which are these cities? Because the reality that I see today is I see women waiting months to have access to a test. And you presented something that is quite different from what I see or witness. So you're going to send a bunch of messages, but there's a big queue already to get the test. We have time for one more question. Anyone? So, if there aren't any more questions, I think I can give the floor to João. I'm actually very happy with the opportunity to give more detail about the process. Because indeed, I think you were talking about São Paulo? Okay. Some important clarification. Our work in 320 cities in Brazil include mainly small to mid-sized cities, because especially in the big cities, we have a huge demand in the same territory, which poses an extremely big challenge on the system. But there's a second point that is even more important. There are a number of procedures, appointments, and tests where you will find a 6 months to a 1 year waiting time. Different from primary healthcare. We focus on primary healthcare. And we made this decision and we have stuck with this ever since. Because it is at primary healthcare that we can work with prevention. Once someone already has symptoms, we're no longer talking about prevention. Then they need urgent medical care to discover where their symptoms are coming from. I focused on the pap smear, but we also work on vaccination, prenatal care, and management of chronic diseases like diabetes and hypertension. And we also work with mental health, still in primary health care. And we have selected these conditions because all of them, medicine knows how to prevent them before you develop symptoms. Nobody asked, but in my opinion, if I were the Ministry of Health, it's very difficult to address the issue of the waiting line because the waiting time is huge and we don't have a lot of specialists. How do you address that? You can try to make partnerships with private hospitals, you can hire more doctors. You can try it, but if you cannot shrink the demand, you're not going to get there. And the only way to shrink the demand is to work on prevention. through vaccination, so they won't get the disease, or because you're going to manage their diabetes before they need to be hospitalized, about to have a stroke. So the capacity that the system has is to work in prevention. The system cannot focus on specialized healthcare or secondary or tertiary healthcare. And even in primary care, in big urban centers, we cannot even do that. And that's why we started this work in cities that are a little bit smaller, where it's easier to meet the local demand. And thank you very much for your question, because it allowed me to give this clarification. Because all the challenges that we know from the public healthcare system are associated in secondary and tertiary care once you are already sick. But it's very common for people who are not users of the public healthcare system to get their vaccines in the public system, because it's free and it's done really well. And there are many other initiatives in primary care that work really well. Because I don't want to say we have addressed all the issues everywhere. So thank you for your question.
Thank you, João. I think we have witnessed such a diverse and profound panel. So I think we are all winners in this afternoon. So now I would like to give the word to the panelists for final remarks. But before, from the Global Fund for New Technology and for IDES's generosity for welcoming us here today. We are an organization, global organization, but we are only a year and a half. And myself and Adriana Pnenu, who is the VP, are bringing some resources from the global north up down here. And we are open for partnerships. And again, we are extremely new here. So again, thank you for your generosity, for your welcoming, and a provocation for your final remarks. And we are only going to give you 1 minute for each and all of you is what gives us hope with technology. What makes us put hope into action using technology, right? This is a beautiful verb. So it's not only about naively hoping for something, but actually seeing this future that's only going to depend on our actions from today. So let's start with Saram, then Camila, and then João, so we can close this. I am going to divide my minute with 3 points. So first of all, I am very happy to be here representing Itaú Foundation. We are along with Sarah Brital and Bradesco, Maria de Fatima, right here from communications, and she has been definitely the leader of this conversation. Second point, everything that I just told you is already on my LinkedIn page, and I am available for new connections. And 3, to talk about Paulo Freire and to talk about putting hope into action. Just to connect to the first thing that I told you about what we are actually talking about when it comes to AI. If those tools that were offered to us, aside of AI, used to have a connection to Articles 26 and 7 of the human rights that have to do with the right to free education, the right and access to technology, that's the Article 27, as well as the diversity, making sure that everyone can benefit from advancements. What AI is doing is to bring this conversation to the first article. And the first article talks about being conscious, and it talks about another marvelous thing, which is fraternity. This is what is giving us a brotherhood. It is our capacity to, yes, look to the articles about human rights, but specifically for this principle, the brotherhood, that talks about brotherhood. So thank you. Well, not investing in science and technology is to widen inequality. There's no other way but to invest on that. Artificial intelligence, technology, and science in general. Science saves lives. I'm not even going to talk about vaccines. I have a son who is a cardiopath, and he had a heart surgery when he was 9 days old with a Brazilian technology. So yes, long live science. We need to invest in science, in technology. And as a final remark about healthcare, my master's degree was about health in the 417 cities in Bahia. One of my professors said that development can be seen either as a means or an end. If it were considered as an end, this journey of the development would be made using public policies, and everybody agrees. But let me add, public policies and social investment. So this is our role. So long live the social Brazilian investment. I love it. I wish I had more time. Well, we are a panel about technology, and I didn't say AI once in all my speech. So finally, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence, which is something that really makes me happy. I talked a lot about the public healthcare system, data, and the fuel of AI are data. As I said, no other country in the world comes even close to what Brazil can do in terms of healthcare data collection. So I am happy to see that we already have technology and data enough to stop, for example, having adult women having to have pap smears. No, we use AI. We look at their medical records and we say, no, actually this person needs to have it checked every year because there are some conditions that increase her risk. The other one doesn't have the same factor, so maybe we can do it maybe once every other year. So we can customize healthcare and make it actually affordable to everyone. And before you present symptoms, before you go to the hospital and find out you have to wait 6 months, you are going to be managing your own health with the support of technology. So again, technology as a means. Healthcare professionals are the ones who are going to be doing this with the empowerment of citizens. And that was something that was unfathomable 5 years ago. That would be just, speculations and futurology. But now it is feasible. We don't have to think about developing any new technologies. We already have it. It's just about using what we already have. Of course, it's not easy. It takes public policy, innovation, social investments, but it is possible. We can do it. And by doing so, we can get to a place where we say, okay, yes, we have the better healthcare system in the world. This is what I believe in. Thank you. Thank you very much, João, Camila, Saron, for helping us and guiding us through this world of technology to get to a utopia instead of a dystopia. So, a round of applause for this amazing panel. Thank you.
Obrigada. Vamos lá.
Okay, guys, let's do this. We are getting to the very end of our day. Technology is an ally when it is used to the service of women, of people, and the solutions that we search for. The reflections from this panel were excellent. Hopefully you have enjoyed. We are getting to another end of the Brazilian Forum for Philanthropists and Social Investors. But before we introduce the final panel, I would like to remind the participants of how important it is for you to fill out the satisfaction form. Please do so. Having your opinion is extremely important. In your opinion, your feedback will help us improve the next editions of this forum. And please remember, we have gifts for those of you who actually give us these form, okay? You're gonna get a little something. The Stand for Social Investments, Media Brazil, and Alliance are offering a free subscription to their magazines using the QR code available on the back of your badges, where you're going to have benefits. We also have hard copies here. For those of you who are connected online, we are going to be sending the link for the subscriptions on the chat. For our 2025 final forum, we're going to be talking about some basic, however very important concepts for hope into action. Interdependence and resilience. I would like to thank you all, resilient people, until the end with us. Please, now just take your seats so we can finally start our last panel of the day. I'd like to invite Felipe Bogotá, the Executive Director at Territoria. Daniel Grelan, the Executive Director of the Brazil Network Global Pact. And Tuane Nascimento Tux, the Executive Director at Perifa Connection.
Bom, vamos lá.
Okay, let's do this. So, these people bring different perspectives, both local, regional, and global, helping us reflect upon the ways we want to build together. So, let's talk with our very young Tux. Not only is she a director executive at Perifa, but she's also an ambassador. She was named by the Paralyzed as one of the most influential Black personalities in 2024. She was one of the felons for the Skull Foundation in 2025 and have integrated in different debates for the racial agenda to also be discussed in climate justice, including at COP. So you are part of our leadership that has been building bridges. Okay, so maybe give us some examples from the Brazilian peripheries that to you are a symbol of collective resilience. And what does it mean to you to actually put peripheries at the center of philanthropy? Well, thank you very much for this beautiful introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I love this introduction, but I am a light-skinned Black woman. I have my hair tied up, and I have some rings, some necklaces. I'm wearing a white T-shirt of Perifa Connection, black skirt, and black shoes. Now, about the questions. Well, simple question, right? So simple, so easy to answer. But let me start with the last one. The perspective of being able to dialogue peripheries from the perspective of philanthropy starts with something that is kind of controversial, because I do believe that philanthropy as an institution, as you know, we have different institutions within the scenario, but as an institution, it is established in what we consider as a center: cultural, socio-economic, political, financial, whatever. However, it is established at a central place. Now, the peripheries, of course, are in the margins, right? So they are naturally built, historically speaking, to be apart from each other. So the first movement was made by us from the peripheries to get closer to philanthropy and to give them the opportunity of listening to us and listening to and see to what we have been producing, thinking of, and all the work that we have been doing to build a different country. So this movement of getting closer together to the philanthropy is already extremely important movement that sometimes is leveraged, but it could be potentialized even more. And because this dialogue is naturally sort of counterproductive because of its own historic characteristics, and by itself, in and of itself, it's already radical because the system was not made to work out. So this is why we are always working on establishing this dialogue between philanthropy and peripheries to stop with this division that is territorial, social, political. This is a division that has been established historically, but we are putting on the effort to make it now a reality, to make it feasible. And we are trying to bring the peripheries into the centers. I don't like to use these words, even though I don't like it, but to analyzing and bringing the peripheries into the center, because what we really want is to end up with centers for territories to be autonomous, to be free, and to be sovereign with an equal value distribution. So there is no more, staying in the margins. And there is even a poetry by Mangueira that says that we want to look at a country that is not there yet. And I really like this picture because when we think about this sentence, people actually think about a picture. I don't. I think about the frame of the contract. Maybe the peripheries are not in the picture, but they are in the margins. They made the effort to not maybe be in the picture, but to sustain the picture. The frame is what holds the picture together. So even if it's not represented, it is part of its foundation. What is missing is for us to look at it, to value it, to pay attention to it. So to me, this is a very important process for the peripheries. And why is that important? I really like a quote by Milton Santos. He says that the world is made not only by the things that exist, but by the things that may come to exist. And a lot of the things that may come to exist, just like the friend who gave us the example about the AI, it's not that it's not possible. It's something that may come to exist. There are many things that are still not being produced, but in our imagination, in our way of thinking of a Brazilian political framework, could come to exist. And Brazilian peripheries, black movements, indigenous peoples, female movements, all the movements that have been changing our country are imagining just those things that may come to exist. And that's where I think we have the process of hope into action. Because when we look at something that already exists, a reality that's already there, that should not be romanticized, that is there and it is unequal. And as the Itaú director said, I participated on a research with them. They were talking about Brazilian inequality, the deepest levels of it. So inequality is something that is basal. For its baseline for the construction of our country as we know it. Nevertheless, it is something that exists and could be overcome coming from this perspective from the peripheries, from the construction of the work that we do. And I used to say something in the past, and now I correct myself. Because, I'm also a climate activist, as was already mentioned. I always said that there is nothing more sustainable. Whenever people come to ask me, what is more sustainable than survival? Nobody is going to be more sustainable than someone who needs to survive, because they need to reuse things. They need to reorganize their lives in a way, that involves waste, relationships, resources. But this is not only about survival. I noticed that I was actually undermining Brazilian popular culture that comes from the perspective of the way we live our lives, despite what the government does to us. It's not only about survival. It's because we do believe in a future well lived. It's because of the ancestrality that our indigenous and black people have brought to us. They have this legacy of building things, and this is how we can overcome what we have today and put this hope into action. So it's not only about survival, which is already a lot, because of course we don't have time, we don't have resources. I don't think I need to tell you this, but if you want to see it better, I can teach you a class. Just call me out and I will help you. But we need to tell you about the historic inequality process in Brazil and how deep it goes. And this is what puts this population so far apart. And that goes unsaid. But what does it do to a population that has been enslaved for 300 years, and then when they were freed and they become the majority of the population with no public policies to help them? If it were just survivalism, that would be already enough. But it's not just about this. This is about a way of living, about constructing, about progressing. At Peripheral Connection and other thousands of organizations. Just like me, there are other thousands of young Brazilian people who are day in, day out, producing great work at peripheries in Brazil, building those well-being policies to be able to put hope into action, to change not what we are seeing today, but it's what will allow our lives, our culture, our territories, our social moments and collectivity moments to actually thrive. Yes, that's why we must be hopeful with the youth. I loved that you said that yes, we do have ways to overcome the difficulties. This is going to be my new mantra because, when we talk about resilience, I don't know about you guys, but there are some moments when I get just sick and tired and I say, oh my gosh, maybe I'm just wasting my time. This is so difficult. But no, if we're not resilient, if we don't believe in putting hope into action, it's not going to be possible. And Tux just talked about it, this energy from the youth to show us that this is possible. Well, now moving from local to regional, let's talk about Latin America. Felipe is the executive director at Territoria in Colombia, where he is highly engaged with philanthropy in the communities. We have been talking a lot together, right, Felipe? But he also works in other 19 countries in Latin America, so he definitely knows well about our reality. So I would like for you to talk about a very common topic, the low trust in organizations from the civil society and a donation culture that's still, touch and go. So what do you think we could change with the scenario? And in your opinion, community foundations and institutes, which is definitely something we do believe in here, can play a role in building hope in this environment?
Thanks, Paula. I'm a Colombian white person. I speak in English because I don't speak Portuguese. And congratulations for this event. It was amazing. Why trust? I've been working in this sector for 16 years, and I think that trust can contribute for different problems in our region. Democracy, elevate awareness of interdependence, and resilience. And I think that trust has some important things that we can share in this moment. The first one is, I know that this year we have been suffering some troubles. For example, the international cultivate, but this was a very important, success for us because reveal our weaknesses as a civil society. But I'm working on community philanthropy, and we are focusing on solutions, assets, actors, and the capacities of the communities. And we have an opportunity in front of us, one from the reports and the other one from the field. From the reports, actually related with the study from Charity Aid Foundations and Donar Online, and other report from Lilly School for Philanthropy, stated a clear conclusion. We have the opportunity to increase philanthropy in our region, but we need to invest in the ecosystem. We need to invest in infrastructure, in mechanisms and channels. And this is a role that we have to, a responsibility that we have to take as an ecosystem, different actors, donors, civil society organizations, intermediaries, public sector, multilateralism. So this is the first opportunity. And the second opportunity is we have the solutions. Let me share with you some examples. During the COVID-19 pandemic, communities demonstrate that they have the infrastructure, the relationships, networks, social cohesion, great relationships among the communities to deal with these kind of problems. So maybe this idea that we have some dependency from other actors, I don't think that. Another example, the community foundations or territorial foundations movement in Latin America. These kind of organizations, radical locally, Mobilize in 2024, $75 million. Local resources, articulating actors, and providing capacities for civil society organizations. Currently, there are 60 these kind of organizations in Latin America, and we believe this could be a great idea for territories. Or, for example, in Colombia, we launched 1 year ago a regeneration fund, a fund who's trying to regenerate our country in different topics: environmental, educational, economical, and cultural fields. And we have been giving funding for more than 100 of initiatives in the country. But the important thing of this mechanism is a collective mechanism of the territories. It's not just in the territories, it's of the territory. And this is the important thing, because it's a collective solution. But why I am talking in this topic of these examples, and what is the relationship with trust? All. Why? Because if we invest to enhance our ecosystem and strengthen the capabilities of the local actors, we will increase trust, interdependency, and resilience. To summarize, let me share just 5 invitations for different kind of actors, because I was taking notes during this event, and I have some invitations for 5 types of actors. The first one is community organizations. For these kind of organizations, please, leading with proximity, design the agenda, and set the goals, because communities are the protagonists of the solutions. So please set the goals. The important goals come from the community. To intermediaries, such as community foundations or support organizations for philanthropy, be the infrastructure for the local solutions. Invest in long-term processes, host processes, because we need this kind of factor. For corporations, private foundations, invest in catalytic philanthropy. Be flexible, innovative, take risks. Please, take risk. We need to take risks if we want disruptive solutions. So I think the capital has this responsibility. For philanthropists, high net worth philanthropists, it's not only about the capital, but also is share your voice with other philanthropists, because you have the power to influence other people and increase the capital for the solutions. And finally, for the public sector, because we need a better environment in our region. There are some studies about the environment in Latin America, and we have a lot of things to improve. Create better scenarios, to provide more tools, and maybe a space of innovations to flow the capital, or reduce the restrictions for the civil society organizations or philanthropists. So I think that we have a role, each actor has a role to build a better ecosystem that can improve our interdependency and resilience in our region.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Well, I think the point about investing in infrastructure with philanthropy is essential for the development of the donation culture and communitary philanthropy, as well as the idea of putting communities as the protagonists. Not only that, but you are talking about something that we are always trying to work on, which is here in Brazil, we see that the majority of the philanthropists are pretty much risk averse. And this is so difficult because sometimes entrepreneurs take risks for their businesses that they don't do for philanthropy. And we do understand that it is a field for experimentation, as we heard in the first panel, right? This is a room for take risks, for innovating, for experimenting. So with that, we move to a more global perspective, Daniela Grelang is the director at Global Pact Brazil. She's a friend ever since I started working for Avon, and you work for a Brazilian network, but you are also a part of a global network. So I wanted you to provide us this wider perspective, talking about networks to reach the SDGs and this philanthropic action in private investment. Well, thank you very much for this invitation. Paula, it is a pleasure to meet with IDES and other philanthropists who I have worked for 9 years before I got to the Global Pact Brazil network. And yes, this is what I want to tell you about a global outlook. For that, it's important for us to look at the data that we have seen in the report of the progress of the SDGs that were published 2 months ago in July this year. That report of the progress of the SDGs not only talk about the philanthropy work, but it is also a picture of our progress as private sector philanthropists, governments, as well as our collective capacity to move humanity towards those consensus expressed as the SDGs. So, let's start with the good news. The SDGs that are focused on 2030, right? We have other 5 years to reach them. And they are still achievable. We can still rally. And now the not so good news. Well, not with the pace that we are taking and not in the unstructured way that we are doing it. In general, the global community has evolved in 35% of the indicators of the SDGs. We have had progress in giving access to education, healthcare, in some specific types of injuries, as well as giving access to the majority of the globe policies in terms of social protection. But again, this is only about 35% of the SDGs.
In 48% of the cases, we have seen progress, but not at the right speed in order to deliver the 2030 agenda. And in 18% of the indicators, we didn't progress. There were setbacks, meaning we were walking in the opposite direction. We still have very serious issues. That's the bottom line. And the specific data can bring us a summary. 1 out of every 10 people in the world is still living in extreme poverty. Thinking about the climate perspective and the environmental issues, we have the largest rate of emissions in the atmosphere. And last year, 2024, we had the warmest year in history. And we have surpassed that threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming in comparison to pre-industrial era. So we do have many challenges. Regional conflicts are many, and because of that, we have the forced delocation of 120 million people. So these challenges are enormous. Which brings me to this topic of collective action. So what do we need to do to promote changes at the scale and speed required by the world? We need a collective effort. We need to have shared goals, as you mentioned, and these shared goals are described in the SDGs. Reaching a consensus among all the UN members, it would be a miracle if we got that today. If you pay attention to the speeches given last week at the UN General Assembly, you'll see that pretty much the heads of state disagree about pretty much everything. The fact that 10 years ago we were able to reach an agreement on the 17 goals that all nations should deliver, it's pretty much a miracle. So now it is no longer the time to focus so much on what should be agreed. We are at the second half of the decade of the implementation. And in the second half of our decade, we need to make a collective progress. And philanthropy can be a part of that. Philanthropy can bring this innovation. Philanthropy is not searching for votes or financial outcomes. And we have the license to work in cooperation, opposite to what happens in the private sector. They work in competition for economic value. And in politics, they are working or fighting for power. Philanthropy works based on cooperation. And that's the big reason we have to be hopeful. Can I have 2 more minutes? Okay, so I have a couple more reasons for everyone to be hopeful. And here I will talk about another study published by the UN Global Compact. They talked to more than 1,200 CEOs from more than 120 countries, trying to understand the feeling among corporate leaders when it comes to the challenges that we have ahead of us as humanity. And it's very interesting to see that companies, opposite to the disagreements in political speeches, companies, they have sort of a shared feeling. To 88% of the CEOs that participated in this interview, the business case or the business rationale for sustainability is much more powerful today than 5 years ago. So in the corporate world, among companies that are facing this task of surviving in the real world, where environmental disasters are taking place, there is no question if sustainability should or should not be at the core of their strategies. And to 99% of them, almost a consensus, almost 100%, the decision is to either keep or expand their investments in sustainability, seeing this as paramount for the survival of their business. That is another reason to be hopeful. That certainly is. Thank you so much. I think Danny talked about the positive side of interdependency, the fact that we can cooperate and work together. It can be one of our strengths, actually. This idea that we can join forces to generate this transformation. But there is a downside. There's interdependency among all problems. If you don't fix health, you don't fix education, and so on and so forth. All the challenges are certainly connected as well. And now, Danny, recently you were at Climate Week, right? So now the idea is to perhaps try to summarize the discussions of the day, and then Tux and our other guest perhaps could bring us the highlights of the day. But because you were at Climate Week, tell us about what you saw there, what really caught your attention, and what have you heard there that can make us hopeful? I came back feeling extremely proud of being Brazilian. Honestly speaking, a country that sees itself as a social environmental powerhouse, because we are. We are good students. We are a benchmark for innovative solutions in renewable energy, and curiously speaking, in the SDG 17. Brazil is certainly a global benchmark in establishing partnerships for implementation. So I heard many discussions, many of them about the necessary funding to make the transition or the climate adaptation possible. And there's a lot to be done in terms of renewing financial instruments and risk reduction so that $1.3 trillion gap that we need to fund climate transition can become a reality. But above all, I came back with a very clear understanding that Brazil has a lot to teach to the world when it comes to sustainable development. Whether it is through regenerative agriculture, our sustainable energy matrix, the establishment of partnership for implementations. In other words, I come back feeling very proud of being Brazilian, and I think COP30 is only going to reinforce the leading role that Brazil has to play in climate diplomacy, but also in a consistent search for solutions that can be established globally as a benchmark for other countries. That's beautiful. I'm also very proud to be Brazilian, and everyone should. We have amazing examples that we have heard throughout the day. With that, I would like to ask you, Felipe, what did you hear today that really made you think? Perhaps a new lesson that you have learned, or something that made you think about a certain issue differently. Tell us some of the highlights for you of the day.
Okay. I would like to do a connection between an experience yesterday, because I have the privilege to join the gathering of Transformando Territorios in a neighborhood in São Paulo. I don't remember the name. But I knew a project in this neighborhood, and they said, the name of the project is Negocio de Impacto de Periferia. And that concept caught me. Why? Because in many situations or opportunities, we are talking about impact businesses, you know? And we think that this kind of concept is more related with these kind of scenarios. But seeing a community negocio de impacto de periferia, it was really good. And why? And I try to relate your question. Because during this event, I've seen that we have to invest in scale local solutions, for example. So there are solutions, there are capabilities, there are opportunities, but maybe we need this collective action, maybe gather different kind of resources and knowledge, and try to scale the solutions that are happening right now in the territories, in our countries. I don't buy this idea of the international dependency in Latin America. I think this is, I don't know, it's a myth. I would like to say that I remember an indicator. Do you know that 67% of the urban construction in our region was by the population? I like this data because we have been creating our future or our present or our past, I don't know. I remember in the chat this morning, but maybe during this event I saw that invest, collective action, try to scale local solutions, and maybe, I don't know, take some risk are maybe a way to do those things. And finally, the capacity of the civil society is very important. I have the opportunity to went to the family space, and then I was talking in the table of the Pesquisa of Donações, and it was a common thing related with the capacity of civil society organizations to get funding, to receive funding and be accountable. So I said that, okay, so this is a problem from different actors. Okay, so it's very clear that there is some kind of challenges that, I don't know, we can join together and try to invest in these kind of challenges. So, I don't know, it's a couple of ideas during this day that I have.
Obrigada, Felipe.
Thank you, Felipe. And now, Tux. What have you heard throughout the day that should be highlighted, or maybe something that you disagree with? Tell us a little bit about your view of the day and what really made you think. Well, there are many things, but I think at the 3 o'clock panel, there was something that really touched me. Someone who was sitting on that side, I don't remember their name, but they said how it is possible to have, at the same time, trust and monitoring in the projects. For me, that's very important to be discussed, because I have heard quite a few times, and I've also noticed that there is not necessarily a lack of trust, but philanthropists sometimes they're a little bit uncomfortable with these grassroots projects. You talked about being risk aversive. I've heard people say it's worth donating because, I mean, the donation itself should be important on its own, but the return from the donation is also important. But I mean, speaking from my perspective, we don't have a project happening in the outskirts community that doesn't have an impact. Every project done in outskirts community have an impact. And the impact exists even before philanthropy gets there. And the impact will continue after you leave. Because again, it is not about that culture. It is about the territory's culture. It's we working for ourselves. It's about continuity. And I think that's very important because something that philanthropy cannot do is to let the territories be impacted in such a way that the culture that exists there goes away. So continuity cannot be replaced by a different format or a format that is still experimental. If you're going to make a mistake with the donation, the mistake should happen on your side, not on our side, because you can afford a mistake. I can't. If I make a mistake, a young man can get killed, or 15 children might go without lunch. Data for us is reality. It's not just a way to monitor actions. And I say this because I really believe it is possible to have both things. And philanthropy should play this role. Philanthropy should provide us with the tools you have developed so we can learn about them through dialogue. It's not because we don't speak the same language as you do that we're not saying something important. We need translation. Felipe is speaking a different language. He's saying many important things. We have translation working. So the translation booth should be present in every project. So the lack of communication, the lack of understanding, or this distancing of realities doesn't interfere, doesn't stop the work from happening and the work from having longevity. Because sometimes having an intervention in a territory through a project with a certain format can end that continuity. And I don't think this is the role of philanthropy. I really believe that the role of philanthropy is what Danny said, the cooperation. So betting on cooperation and opening the doors to our territories so you can join us. I know my time is up, but I really believe in what Frei Beto says. He says, the mind thinks where the foot touches the ground. So we can only think about a different Brazil if you think about the territory where we're stepping on. There are problems, but I mean, there's not necessarily a reason to prevent us from having this dialogue. Because we need diversity, we need multiple perspectives. Because that's exactly why these differences exist. But that cannot be a reason to prevent projects from happening. So I think philanthropy can work to improve this scenario. We can leave this event thinking about new ways of cooperations that are based on trust, which goes both ways, because we also need to trust you. And Renata is not here, but we have a clear example here. When we have good examples, they should be shared. It's the New Energy Institute. They heard me talk about the project, and they say, we love it, we trust you, we just want to give you the money, and you do whatever you want with it. We're giving you the money. And today, we have an amazing project with them. And they taught us about monitoring. They told us, you should go this way. What's missing? It's someone. Okay, it's going to be mandatory to have that individual for monitoring. So together, we were able to accommodate different perspectives. So this is a real example that shows us that, yes, this is possible. It's trust on both sides and this understanding that cooperation is the only way to have hope between activists, social entrepreneurs, and philanthropy. Thank you very much. We've talked a lot about trust today. It's a topic that often was mentioned. And IDIS does a lot of impact assessment, evaluation, and of course, we monitor the projects respecting the territory, the culture, with active listening. This is essential for establishing any type of relationship. And you said it quite well. This is an idea that was mentioned at different times today, right? And Felipe talked about local solutions, collective actions, giving scale to what is already working. These are also very interesting topics. And I'll give you my highlights, something that really moved me. Because I made a decision to work in the third sector once I had children. I have 3 children. And in my first pregnancy, I was a little bit bothered, and the second more, and the third one I said, okay, enough. Let's promote some change. And that's when I moved to the third sector. And this morning, Daniel posed this question: are you being a good ancestor today? And that was so impactful for me. What can I tell my children? I used to work in the financial market. I'm only making money for money. I want to tell them, no, I'm making great things for the world. So I came to this work to be a good ancestors. I wanted to teach my children that it's possible to do more, and that I was trying to do more. With that, I'll give the floor back to you for your final remarks. Tell us what does it mean to put hope into action, and how can we make everyone here more hopeful so we can close the session. Tux? Well, I thought I wasn't going to get another chance. I'm sorry, actually. Sorry to the interpreters for speaking so fast. Well, I think it's about... Actually, I'm going to stand for this so you can see my T-shirt. Living the power of communities so the communities can live. I think this is a sentence that tells us everything we need to know. And I think philanthropy can experience the power of communities so we can keep our communities alive and so we can change the country. Thank you. Danny, I loved listening to Tux. I feel so much energy. I live with a lot of hope. I am certain someone has already mentioned this, but I love this concept of putting hope into action. And congratulations for choosing this topic for this year's forum. And I'm certain this has been mentioned before. I apologize. But Paulo Freire has taught us that putting hope into action is different from having hope. If you're just hopeful, you're waiting. But putting hope into action is standing up, taking action, joining forces so we can establish a new pact with our future. I love this topic, and I wanted to say that for me, this is a life choice. It is not a statement about probability, if I'm more optimistic or pessimistic. It's a life choice. I want to reinforce our power and the power of life. I want to choose to work every day for what makes life worth it. So thank you so much for the invitation. I leave this room fully re-energized, because we do have 1,000 reasons to give up every day. But in the end of the day, we need to make a choice. And we make this choice because we cannot give up on life, we cannot give up on cooperation, and we cannot give up on the future that we are building today.
Felipe?
5 specific things, very specific. An open heart for all, like David mentioned before, earlier. Be humble, because we are humans. Listen each other, because we need to listen each other. Care, the paradigm of care. I was talking about it yesterday. As a third sector, we need to care of each other. I love the progress of technology, for example, but for this reason, we need to care ourselves, create scenarios of care. And finally, the regeneration perspective or regenerative perspective. We have to heal our trauma of disconnection between humans and nature. And I think that is hope in action.
This is the end of the 14th edition of the Brazilian Forum for Philanthropy and Social Investors, and I'm very inspired. I think even more this year. We couldn't have selected a better topic. I'm very happy, very proud of the topic of this year's forum. We are certainly facing big challenges, but throughout the day, we saw how they cannot paralyze us. I'm also going to quote Paulo Freire, but we're quoting him in different ways. He says, I'm not hopeful because I'm stubborn, but because this is an imperative for my existence. Today we were celebrating dreams and the stubbornness of people who keep working for a more sustainable world. I hope this day has made you as hopeful as it has made me. Andrea, don't get me started. I hope you can leave this room having learned something, having met someone, or having thought about something new. It's just that she starts crying, she looks at me, and I feel like crying, but I'm not going to cry. On behalf of Iris, thank you so much to our experts who are wonderful and have been with us in this very special day, sharing their knowledge and sharing their time with us. Thank you so much to our guests and our online audience for coming to another edition of our forum. We had more than 1,500 views online today from all over Brazil. And also, I would like to thank the wonderful IDES team. They always teach me so much. They always move me with their conversations, and they help me so much. Every time I don't know what to do, they certainly help me fight for a better world. I'm going to ask you to stand up so you can receive a well-deserved round of applause.
Vocês são
You are incredible. And it's true, sometimes when I'm feeling a little bit down, you certainly make me feel better. Thank you to the Serene team, PhD, José Pavanetta Foundation, and everyone who worked at this event. And I hope you felt just as welcome as we wanted you to feel. Thank you to Datera for the delicious organic coffee. And last but not least, thank you once again from the bottom of my heart to our supporters and sponsors, because this event was only possible because of your support. All of our partners, Global Philanthropy Forums, CAF, the master supporters who have contributed to all our projects, Bradesco Foundation, Itaú Foundation, Sicredi Foundation, and Bem Maior Movement. Our gold sponsors, ArcelorMittal Foundation and Fundación Mafre. Our silver sponsor, Mott Foundation. Our bronze sponsors, Bracel Foundation, Volkswagen Group Foundation, and José Luis Setúbal Foundation, and Cicobi Institute. Our institutional sponsor, UNICEF. And thank you to Alliance and Stanford Social Innovation Brazil, our media partners. I also have to say a special thank you to those who chose a donation registration. Thank you so much for your generosity. All the donations will be sent to our philanthropy fund, supporting initiatives to strengthen private social investment and the culture of donation in Brazil. Up to the point, we have raised 5,300 BRL, and with the matching from Mackenzie Scott, we get to 10,600 BRL. And if you still haven't made your donation, feel free to do so. You can scan the QR code on the back of your name badge or on the link in the YouTube chat. And before we close the event, I just wanted to reinforce the invitation for those who want to come to the Global Philanthropy Forum, our partner. It will take place between 18th and 20th of March in San Francisco. IDES is organizing a Brazilian delegation to go to the forum. If you wish to join us, just talk to us. And save the date. The Brazilian Forum for Philanthropists and Social Investors 2026 will take place on August 27th next year. I would like to remind you that all the sessions have been recorded and will be posted on our YouTube channel. Make sure you share this with your friends and colleagues. Let's make our community grow. If you have used the translation devices, please leave them on the table or hand them to one of our staff members. I wish you a great evening, and I love this moment, I have to say, because so many people, they call me the bride, because I don't enjoy the party as brides usually don't. And now it's my time to enjoy this. But first, please make sure you fill out our satisfaction survey. It's very important for us, for our sponsors, so we can make this event even better. And let's keep working with a lot of courage to put hope into action. See you next year.
me.